Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what-ifs. Today, we're diving into a massive scenario. What if Naruto has Melody of Fox? Yeah, let that sink in. This is part 1, so make sure you stick around, because once this starts, there's no turning back. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your entire ninja squad. And don't forget to drop your theories in the comments, because your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Now let's jump straight into it. Chapter 1. Fuck. Only a few hours ago, Taya and her team had been making a mad dash towards Orochimaru's lair to deliver Konoha's precious Uchiha. Only an hour ago, she'd been just about to kill the pineapple-headed shunin of the leaf. That is until the sand bitch and her fucking weasel buried her under nearly an entire forest of trees. Fucking shit, this hurts. Taya smiled grimly despite her pain, almost expecting Jiraiya to chide her for her foul language. They were all dead. Sakan, Yukon, Kidamaru, Jiraiya, Kimimaru, she'd felt it when each of them died. She didn't consider them friends, but they were all the foul-mouthed sound and had. All for the precious Uchiha. Faggot-ass predaboy. She muttered. Her eyelids felt heavy all of a sudden, and she knew she'd be joining her team shortly in hell. Too bad I have gone out like a pussy. Taya's eyes slid shut, ready to accept the cold embrace of death. Oh, Kakashi? Pakken glanced back to make sure his summoner was paying attention. The Jounin was currently carrying Naruto on his back, followed by 2 Konoha medic Nin. Naruto had failed to bring back his teammate, and his injuries were extensive, even for the demon vessel. Yes, Pakken? The summoned dog pointed a paw towards his right. There's someone still alive over there. Kakashi cast a lazy glance towards the dog. Is it one of ours? Pakken shook his head. I can't tell from here. We'll have to get closer. The copy Nin shrugged. We should at least check it out. He motioned for the medic Nin to follow him towards the scent. 10 minutes later, they were standing in front of what used to be a fairly large area of forestry. It seemed as though something had leveled everything within a 100-yard radius of where they stood. Kakashi. The Jounin nodded and jumped over to where his summon was sniffing around. It's a girl. She was trapped under a large group of trees, one crushing her right arm, and several over her legs and torso. Kakashi crouched down next to Pakken. She's with the sound. Her clothes are similar to the ones Orochimaru wore when he attacked the village. The dog grunted. So do we just leave her here? No, let's take her in. Maybe Ibiki can get something out of her about Orochimaru's next move. He trailed a lazy eye over the fallen trees. Everyone stand back. He handed Naruto to one of the medic Nin and made a few hand seals. Raikiri. The Jounin yelled, thrusting his chakra-infused palm into the trees. They were quickly split and tossed aside, allowing them to reach the fallen kunoichi. One of the medic Nin performed a quick examination on the unconscious girl. She's still alive, but we have to hurry up and get her back to Konoha. There's not much we can do for her here. Sighing loudly, Kakashi picked the girl up bridal style. Let's go. It's freaking cold in here. That's the first thought that went through Uzumaki Naruto's head as he awoke from his slumber. He groggily rolled out of bed to adjust the thermostat, only for his feet to touch the cold, hard tile of the hospital room instead of the warm, soft carpet of his bedroom. What the hell? He yelped, quickly jumping back onto his bed. After a few seconds of panic, he quickly realized where he was. White, impersonal ceilings? Check. Cold, hard tile floors? Check. The constant buzzing and whirring of hospital machinery? Check. He was in the Konoha General Hospital. The genin sighed and cautiously stepped back onto the floor. No use sticking around here, the bastard fox has already healed everything, he thought to himself. Naruto poked his head out of the door to see if anyone was around before stepping out of the room and making his way down the hall. Before he could reach the staircase that led to his freedom, a small cough was heard from behind him. He nervously turned around to see the Godame Hokage staring darkly down at him. Naruto-kun? What are you doing out of your room? She questioned in a falsely sweet voice. I was gotta go. The genin yelled before attempting to dash down the stairs and out of the hospital. Unfortunately, he didn't count on a masked Anbu suddenly appearing in front of him and knocking him onto his backside. Tsunade grinned evilly before gripping the boy by the back of his hospital gown and dragging him down the hallway in the opposite direction of his room. Naruto gulped nervously. Where are we going? Someplace where I can be sure you'll never escape, she answered with a small bit of evil joy in her voice. Stopping suddenly, she threw open the door to an ANBU guarded room and tossed him inside. The Hokage then turned to the ANBU stationed at the door. Make sure he stays in this room unless I or Shizune say otherwise. Got it? The ANBU nodded as Tsunade turned on her heel and walked away. Have fun with your new roommate, Naruto, she yelled over her shoulder. The blonde grumbled as he picked himself off the floor. Damn hag, sticking me in a hospital room. With his eyes trailed over to the other occupant of the room, curious as to who he'd be spending the next few days or so with. The boy's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he got a good look at his roommate. Her long red hair was almost impossible to see under the bandages covering her head, and the large cast encasing her right arm and legs made her look almost like a mummy. However, it was hard to forget the scowl that seemed to permanently mar the girl's face. You! He yelled, pointing an accusing finger at his roommate. The girl in question turned away from the window to glare at the loud-mouthed blonde. What he saw stunned him. Her face was still scrunched up into a scowl, but it lacked any of the fire or malice that was present when they first met in the forest. Calming down a bit, Naruto shook his head in disbelief. What are you doing here? Instead of answering, the girl turned back to the window. Naruto narrowed his eyes and took a step closer. Say something. The girl continued to ignore the genin, much to his chagrin. Fed up, he hopped onto her bed and straddled her bandaged legs. What the hell's your problem? The girl snapped her head away from the window and leaned forward to get into his face. You want to know what my fucking problem is? Huh! Taya screamed, struggling against the cast covering her lower body. I was beaten by a pineapple-headed faggot and his whore of a girlfriend, buried under 50 fucking tons of forestry, told I'd never fucking walk again, and now I have to deal with a loud-mouthed shithead who thinks orange is a normal color for a ninja. Her breathing was labored by the time she finished her rant, and her good arm was grabbing the front of Naruto's hospital gown for emphasis. Unfortunately for both of them, the Hokage chose that moment to slam open the door and stroll inside. What the hell is going on here? I can hear you two screaming all the way down the hall. Tsunade yelled, her face pink with rage. Her expression gradually changed from anger to one of mild amusement. You work fast, don't you, kiddo? Her grin widened as she watched the genin yelp in horror and fall headfirst onto the floor. Taya snorted in mild amusement. Baka. Why you shut up? It's your fault I fell in the first place. Naruto growled, rubbing the growing lump on his head. The sound of Nin's eyes widened in disbelief. My fault? Don't fucking blame me for your utter lack of coordination, dipshit, says the cripple. What? Throughout the exchange, the Hokage's grin grew into a full-blown smile. Before she'd been thrown into a room with Naruto, the girl had barely spoken more than 2 words to anyone. Those 2 words were fuck and you. Amazingly enough, she was willingly speaking to the number 1 surprising ninja. Granted, she was screaming obscenities at the top of her lungs, but it was better than the weak glare she usually sent towards everyone. A plan began to form in her mind as she watched Taya bop the genin upside his head with her good hand. If things went the way she planned, she might even be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Smiling triumphantly, she schooled her face into an angry expression. Quiet. Both teens quickly shut their mouths. Satisfied, she continued. I don't care who started what, or what the hell happened. You, she said, pointing at Naruto. Get in bed. The genin quickly scrambled to his own bed, shooting a quick glare at his roommate. You, don't talk to him, she said, pointing at the glaring redhead. I ain't one of your damn grunts, Hokage-sama, Taya snarled, adding sarcastic emphasis to her title. I'll do whatever I damn well please, and there ain't shit you can do about it. The older woman grinned mischievously. Oh? Well, as of now, you are hereby instated as a genin of the leaf. Congratulations. Taya's eyes widened in disbelief. What the fuck? She sputtered, jaw nearly reaching the bed. Naruto had a similar look on his face. Have you finally gone senile, Bachan? My legs are fucked up. How can I be a ninja with fucked up legs? She's the enemy. This bitch was one of the bastards who tried to kidnap Sasuke. I won't do it. There's no way I'll join you shitty rats or live in your faggot-infested village. I'd rather die first. Grinning on the inside, Tsunade slammed her foot down onto the floor. The whole hospital seemed to shake, and a few screams of bloody murder were heard from the floor below. Listen up, brats, she growled, screwing her face up into the angriest face she could manage. What I say goes. Besides, you don't need legs to work at the academy. The room went dead silent. What? Naruto immediately began laughing at the grief-stricken face of the former Sannin. Predicting this, Tsunade grinned. And you will be her escort. This time, Naruto's face paled in disbelief. Nanny? But I have to train to bring Sasuke back. The shrugged with indifference. Oh well. Looks like the Uchiha is screwed then, sighed the older blonde. Taya cracked a small smile. Literally. Her smile became a giggle, and before long, she was cackling wildly at the vivid images that passed through her mind. The blonde genin looked confused for a few seconds before his face contorted in horror. While both genin were occupied with their own amusing/sickening thoughts, Tsunade took the chance to slowly slip out of the room. Not long after, Taya stopped laughing long enough to wipe a stray tear from the corner of her eye. She looked around the room and noticed the missing presence of the... Where'd the bimbo go? Outside of the genin's room, the hummed a happy tune to herself. Just as she was about to head down the stairs, a blur of pink appeared from her right. Tsunade-sama! Naruto's gone. He's in room 223. You should pay him a visit. He needs all the support he can get right now, she said, chuckling lightly. The genin tilted her head in curiosity before nodding and running off toward her teammate's new room. Oh, this was going to be good. Naruto! There you are! I've been looking all over for you! Sakura yelled, throwing the door open. Both occupants stared in surprise at the pink-haired genin. Sakura-chan, Naruto stammered, lowering his head to stare at his hands. He bit his lip before speaking again. I'm sorry. I didn't keep my promise. I couldn't bring Sasuke back. His teammate shook her head and smiled weakly. Don't worry about it, okay, Naruto? Next time we'll do it together. Naruto snapped his head up in shock before a small smile stretched his way onto his face. Unfortunately, the moment was ruined by the other occupant of the small hospital room. There's no way you fuckwads could ever hope to match Orochimaru in battle. That bastard's freaking invincible. Sakura glared at the girl, just now noticing that there was someone else in the room with them. Oh? And how would you know that? Taya chuckled pitifully to herself. I used to see. Naruto sprang up and clamped his hand over the former sound of Nin's mouth. Shortly after, she took a large bite out of the offending appendage. Ouch. That hurt. Taya snorted in indignation. Serves you right, bastard. While the blonde nursed his currently throbbing hand, his teammate shook her head and turned towards the door. I don't know who you are, but Naruto and I will bring Sasuke-kun back. She glanced back at the foul-mouthed genin with contempt. Believe it. She slammed the door on her way out, leaving both patients in mild shock. Taya blinked a few times before turning back to the window. The sun would be setting soon, and she'd finally be able to get some sleep after a somewhat stressful day. Of course, she spoke too soon. What the hell do you want? Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. In all of the chaos that had ensued within the last couple of hours, he'd forgotten to ask. What's your name? Taya narrowed her eyes. Why the fuck should I tell you? Hey, I don't care either, but if I'm going to be wheeling you around all day, I'd at least like to know the name of the person who's stopping me from training. Taya snorted and turned back towards the window. After a few seconds of silence, she glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Taya. The blonde genin smirked a bit at his roommate. Uzumaki Naruto. The man who's going to become the Hokage. Tsunade sat at her desk, furiously signing and stamping her approval on a large stack of forms sitting on the edge of her desk. It was well past 10, and she'd usually be passed out in a drunken stupor by now. However, thanks to her genius plan, she was stuck alone in the brightly illuminated office, working harder than she ever had in her 2 months of being the kami What the hell was I thinking, she thought, sighing as she signed off on another release form. Turning a ninja from an enemy village into one of our own? I must be losing my mind. Most of her complaining was due to the paperwork required to perform such an action. Not only did she have to instate Taya as a genin of the Leaf, but she also had to drop all charges against her for the attempted kidnap of Sasuke and the assisted murder of the Sandaime Hokage. She could only hope that the council would see her reasoning. Surely a ninja of the Leaf would give up information if their home was in danger of attack, right? Pairing the girl up with Naruto would only speed up the process. He had a certain knack for getting people to see things his way. Tsunade-sama, I thought you finished all of your paperwork for the week? Shizune asked, startling the older woman out of her thoughts. Oh, I'm just catching up on a few things I missed last week. Go on home, I'll be there soon. Shizune narrowed her eyes suspiciously at the Godaime Hokage. She never willingly did paperwork, and judging by her disheveled appearance, she'd be working for Kami knows how long. Shuffling closer to her mentor, she attempted to take a look at the large stack of papers strewn about on the large oak desk. What's this? You're adding a new ninja to the ranks? Who? She asked, trying to read the name haphazardly scribbled on the form. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she realized who it was. Tsunade-sama. You can't be serious. Are you aware of what you're trying to do? The rubbed her temples, absent-mindedly reaching for her hidden bottle of sake. Yes, I'm serious, and yes, I know what I'm doing. You have to trust me. Her apprentice stared at her with doubt. Sighing, she continued. I paired her up with Naruto-kun. You've seen what he can do for people. I doubt this girl will be any different. She knows the location, layout, and overall population of the Sound Village, how strong their shinobi as a whole are, and maybe even what Orochimaru has planned in the near future. Can we really afford to pass this chance up? Shizune hung her head in defeat. I guess not. I still don't like it though. What if it doesn't work? What if she hurts Naruto-kun in the process? Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. It was just like her apprentice to look for the bad in everything. Don't be so pessimistic. Everything will work out in the end, you'll see. The young medic nin bit her lip in worry. I hope you're right, Tsunade-sama. Naruto? A young man poked his head into the room. A large scar was visible across his nose, and his long brown hair was bound into a tight ponytail on the top of his head. Yumino Iruka had just returned from his mission early that morning and arrived at the hospital just as visiting hours began. Of course, he made a quick stop at a certain ramen stand, a fact that didn't go unnoticed by the genin in question. Iruka-sensei. A yellow blur tackled him around the waist, nearly spilling the contents of the small brown bag in his hand. Is that for me? He asked, eyes wide and shining. His former teacher couldn't help but to laugh at his childish antics. Sure is. I figured you'd be tired of the hospital food by now. Though it's gotten better since Tsunade-sama arrived, it still has a slightly chalky taste. A snort was heard from the other side of the hospital curtain. You can say that again. Iruka lifted an eyebrow in confusion. Naruto, you have a roommate? The genin stopped drooling and glanced towards the curtain separating him from the recently instated genin. Oh yeah? That's just Taya. Me and her are gonna be helping out at the academy for a while. Iruka shook his head. She and I swear, they should add an extra year to teach you all more than basic math and grammar. You never know when it could come in handy on a mission. The man gave the bag to an eager Naruto, watching as he immediately pulled the plastic cover off of the container and dug in with the wooden chopsticks provided. After inhaling a sizable amount, he sighed and grinned widely. I forgot just how good Ichiraku's could be. Iruka chuckled and patted the boy on the head. The teacher's face suddenly turned deathly serious as he seated himself on a stray chair sitting near the bed. Naruto, are you alright? Noticing his serious tone, the blonde stopped slurping the noodles long enough to crack a wide foxy grin. I'm fine, Iruka-sensei. I heal really fast, so I should be out of here by tomorrow. Iruka nodded, satisfied with his answer. I'm glad. I'd better get going, I have quite a few tests to grade before class tomorrow. See you soon, he said, waving on his way out. Naruto simply nodded and finished drinking down the ramen's broth. So who was that fucker? Your Jonin-sensei or something? Sounds like a weak ass. She asked, pulling back the curtain with her good arm. Naruto scowled at her. Take that back. Iruka-sensei's stronger than you'll ever be, he yelled, dropping the empty bowl onto the white-tiled floor below. Tayuya's normal scowl deepened in response. The fuck I will. What are you gonna do, kick my ass and make me take it back? She snarled. Who the hell does this guy think he is, ordering me around like I'm some punk-ass leaf shinobi? You're just jealous because you don't have anyone who cares about you at all, he shouted, the words flying out of his mouth before he could think. As soon as he said them, he immediately regretted it. Tayuya's eyes were wide with shock, and her jaw hung limply at the hinges. She soon recovered and turned her head away from him. At least you're not the spineless fucker I thought you were, Tayuya joked, her voice carrying a slight waver. Damn it! Why the hell am I showing weakness? It must be this shit they're feeding me. It's bad enough to make anyone cry, she reasoned to herself. Naruto stared at her for a few more minutes before settling down into his bed. He was still a bit tired from his fight with Sasuke, even if he did heal faster than humanly possible. He'd apologize later, as soon as he woke up. Chapter 2. The next day, Naruto and Tayuya stood in front of the Hokage's desk. Or rather, Naruto stood and Tayuya sat in a wheelchair next to him. He played with the zipper on his orange jumpsuit, struggling to zip it up to his chin. He only had 2 more at home, and they all felt a bit tight since his fight with his former teammate. Tayuya wore simple black ninja pants and a dark blue long-sleeved shirt. The bandages on her head and left arm were still present, but she'd been able to get out of her leg casts in favor of a couple of small metal braces. The finished signing off on one last sheet of paper before leaning back in her chair. Finally! That's the last of them. She reached into her drawer and tossed a leaf 8 to Tayuya, who deftly caught it with her left hand. Congratulations, you're an official genin of Konoha. By wearing this headband, you acknowledge that you will protect this village and the people in it with your life, blah blah blah. Do you accept it? Tayuya cocked an eyebrow at the blonde. Do I have a choice? She asked, fingering the thick cloth of the headband. Tsunade nodded. Actually, you do. You can either become a Konoha ninja or I can turn you over to Marino Ibiki for interrogation. She smirked inwardly. She was bluffing, but they didn't need to know that. Naruto's face visibly paled in recognition of the name. Though he hated to admit it, the scarred special jounin had quite an effect on him. Tayuya, I think you should just accept, he whispered. The girl eyed him strangely, noticing the slightly nervous look on his face. He's a really scary guy. Instead of arguing, she turned back to the Godame and nodded. Fine, but I ain't gonna like it. She lifted the headband towards her escort expectantly. He stared at the headband in confusion, an action which quickly annoyed his red-haired companion. Put it on me, dipshit. I only got 1 arm. Shut up. I'm not psychic, geez. He grabbed the headband and moved to put it on her forehead before pausing. Where do you want it? She tilted her head in thought. Tie it around my neck. The blonde grunted and tied the cloth into a loose knot around her neck. Happy? Fuck no. TCH, not even a thank you. The fifth slammed her fist down onto the desk, effectively quieting the teens down. Listen up, she bellowed, causing Naruto to flinch. Both of you are to report to room 23 at the academy. I've arranged for one of the Chunin teachers there to assign you a few tasks to keep you busy. Tayuya frowned deeply in response. Yeah, one problem, Blondie. My fucking legs don't work. Tsunade smirked. I've informed them of your condition, so whatever they set up won't require a whole lot of movement. If there's nothing else, get out of my sight. She drawled, waving them off. Grudgingly, Naruto grabbed the handles of his new teammate's wheelchair and began to push her towards the door. He accidentally pushed her legs into the door frame, earning himself a hard elbow in the side. Watch where you're going, dipshit. Yes, Tayuya-hime. Shut up and push. Lucky for her, either of the genin turned around to see the mile-wide grin Tsunade had on her face. Part 1 of Operation Skin Orochimaru's scrawny ass complete. They were everywhere. Laughing, taunting, torturing. Little horns protruded from their large melon-shaped heads, and large globs of blood clung to their faces as if they had just eaten 20 shinobi alive right before they had arrived. At least that's what Tayuya saw when nearly a dozen kindergartners swarmed her as soon as she appeared through the door of room 23. Read us a story, Wanna play dress up? Hey! What's wrong with your legs? Can I sit in your lap? Is he your boyfriend? Taya sat mortified amongst a large group of 5-year-olds. When they mentioned they would be working at the academy, she assumed they would be filing papers or showing 10-year-olds how to throw a kunai. Never in a million years would she have expected something as inhumane as this. She glanced up at Naruto and was glad to see that he was equally shocked. At least she could be sure that he wasn't in on this. The chunin who had shown them the room snickered slightly at their expressions before turning and making a mad dash down the hallway. Have fun! They really like stories, he yelled over his shoulder, turning a corner at record-breaking speed. That has to be some kind of escape jutsu, Naruto thought as he watched the shinobi flee from the classroom. A slight tug of his pants snapped him from his thoughts. No, Wani-chan, are you our new sensei? The genin glanced down to see a sickly brown-haired boy staring up at him with large, hopeful eyes. Why yes? A large chorus of cheers went throughout the room. A few of the toddlers darted off to grab books, blankets, and pillows, much to the genin's confusion. It wasn't until the same little boy held up a large book to Taya that they understood. Her eyes widened and she began to shake her head ferociously. No! Not a fucking chance in hell! She screamed, attempting to hop out of her chair and crawl towards the door. Unfortunately, a little girl had somehow made her way into the genin's lap, foiling her escape plan. Her escort snickered and waved an admonishing finger in front of her face. Watch your language, Taya-sensei. There are children in the room. She growled and practically snatched the book from the little boy, only further amusing the blonde, who was suspiciously 3 steps closer to the door. Taya narrowed her eyes and smirked. Where are you going, Naruto-sensei? I'm going to need someone to turn the pages for me. I only have one arm, after all. She asked in a sickeningly sweet voice, using his own sarcasm against him. Realizing he'd been caught, Naruto groaned and sat down in the empty chair closest to her. Grinning to herself at the small victory, she turned to read the title of the book in her hand. The Princess and the Fox. The girl glanced up to see that every set of eyes in the classroom was watching her intently. Though it was a little unnerving, she was happy to see that they were at least being quiet. When they were quiet, she didn't have the incredibly powerful urge to roast them over a large flaming pit of charcoal. Alive. Naruto reached over and turned the cover so that she could continue. Once upon a time, there was a princess who lived in a beautiful castle. Many of the animals loved her, but none of them loved her more than her friend the fox. She picked the book up to show the children the pictures before turning to the next page herself. Hey! You don't need me to turn the pages for you, Naruto yelped, shooting up from his chair. Taya grinned. Deception is one of the tricks to being a ninja, isn't it? Now sit down and let me continue. Looking back down at the book, she continued. One day, the princess decided to visit her friend the wizard. The girl glanced up to make sure that Naruto was still in the room. She noticed with some surprise that he wasn't in his seat anymore. He was sitting on the large blanket with the toddlers, a few of them leaning against him as they listened to the story. What happened next, Taya-sensei? The girl in her lap asked, snuggling back against her. What the fuck? The genin asked herself, blinking in surprise at the foreign feeling. Deciding it wasn't completely uncomfortable, she continued on with the story. The forest was thick and dangerous, with giant weasels, frogs, and snakes at every turn. But the princess wasn't afraid. She knew her friend the fox was watching her. Taya snorted. Who writes this shit? After walking for a while, she came upon a giant white snake. Where are you going, little girl? The snake boomed, staring with big yellow eyes at the princess. A shudder went through her as she absent-mindedly fingered her cursed seal, an action which didn't go unnoticed by Naruto. But the princess wasn't afraid. She knew her friend the fox was watching her. The princess stood up straight and looked the snake in the eye. I'm going to visit my friend the wizard, Orochi-san, she said, unaware that she was being hypnotized by the snake's big yellow eyes. A gasp went through the crowd of toddlers, the loudest of all coming from her escort. She fought to keep a smirk from breaking out onto her face at their expressions. Even she had to admit that she was really starting to enjoy having all of the attention focused on herself for once. The big white snake smiled evilly and slithered his way over to the princess. Well, princess, the snake hissed, wrapping himself around her. Allow me to escort you there. With the princess wrapped in his slimy skin, the big white snake headed for his lair. Just as he was about to enter his home, a golden fox appeared and Taya trailed off, glancing up at the clock. That's the end of story time. The children all stared at her in disbelief. Nanny? You can't just end it there. What happened to the princess? Did the giant snake eat her? Come on, Taya-sensei, finish the story. Taya grinned maliciously to herself. Though it wasn't quite as entertaining as watching the little demons roast, it would have to do, for now. Naruto stood up and grinned. She's right, guys. It's snack time. Their disappointment forgotten, the toddlers all hopped up and ran to their little plastic tables and chairs. After setting down a few cookies and a carton of milk in front of each of the children, the genin inched their way towards the door, only to back into the same sickly little boy from before. His eyes were wide and his lips were puffed up into a small pout. You'll come back and finish the story, won't you, Taya-sensei? The girl blinked and forced a small smile onto her face. Sure. Jean. Seemingly satisfied, the boy bounced off towards the others. Not wanting to risk being stopped again, Naruto grabbed her wheelchair and practically raced down the hall and out of the academy, not stopping until he was well into the residential district of Konoha. After receiving another sharp jab in the ribs from Taya, he finally slowed his pace down to a walk. So did you enjoy story time? Naruto asked, stepping back far enough to avoid another jab from the irate redhead. What the fuck do you think, Blondie? Those little fuckwits almost drove me mad. It looked like you were getting into it. I was not. Are you sure, Princess? He asked, imitating a voice she'd done previously. The girl blushed and stared forward. Just shut up and push, dipshit. The blonde genin laughed and continued on down the street. They walked on in silence until she cleared her throat. Hey, Naruto. Eh? I wanted to apologize for the shit I said about your teacher yesterday. Naruto blinked in surprise. He'd only known her for a couple of days, but he didn't think the word apologize was even in her vocabulary. Oh, he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Well, I have to say I'm sorry for what I said yesterday. It wasn't right. She nodded and shrugged. Fine, we're even then. Don't get all sentimental and shit on me. So where the hell are we going now? Well, you're going back to the hospital. I'm going to train so that I can bring Sasuke back. What? Oh, fuck no. You're taking me with you. He stopped in surprise. Nanny? For what? You'll just get in my way. There ain't no way in hell I'm gonna stay cooped up in that shithole of a hospital all day while you get to run around in the motherfucking sun. By this time, a small crowd of civilians had gathered around the teens, whispering amongst themselves. And just what the fuck are you cocksuckers looking at? The crowd quickly dispersed, though there was no shortage of glares or snide comments thrown her way. Geez, you guys are making a scene, a lazy voice said from behind them. Naruto was surprised. Shikamaru! How's Chuji? Neji? Kiba? Lee? He asked, reprimanding himself for not asking about them earlier. Though he couldn't be blamed when all of his thoughts were focused on his temporary teammate and Sasuke. They're all fine. Chuji and Neji got the worst of it, though, he said, grimacing slightly. It wasn't your fault. You did the best you could. Shikamaru nodded and glanced at the girl currently glaring at him from her wheelchair. Oi, you lived, huh? I have to admit, I'm more than a little surprised. I didn't think anyone could survive a blast like that. Taya glowered dangerously at the Chunin. I ain't weak like you shitty leaf ninja. But aren't you one too? He asked, taking notice of her headband. How did you become a leaf ninja anyway? TCH, easy. You faggots are so fucking weak that the herself had me instated to help you all out. Watch your back, bitch, 'cause I'm coming for your ass. She smirked up at him, practically daring him to reply. Even though you can't use your legs. Right. He continued on past Naruto and a fuming Tayuya. Later, Naruto, troublesome woman. Naruto snickered at her expression. He's right, you know. You can't use your legs. Back to the hospital. Fuck. You. Naruto took a deep breath, focusing himself on the log in front of him. It slowly began to distort and shape into Orochimaru, the perfect target to take his anger out on. Lashing out with a right hook, he rolled to his left and followed it up with a perfectly executed roundhouse. He then flipped over his target and gave it a strong donkey kick. The wood splintered slightly under the pressure, much to his delight. Punching the log a dozen times in succession, he performed a perfect backhand spring and landed 30 feet away, taking deep breaths of air. All of this happened in a span of around 5 seconds. "You suck!" a voice yelled from behind him. The blonde turned around and flipped the person off. "Shut up! Can't you see I'm training?" "Oh, is that what you're doing? I thought you were doing the fucking chicken dance or something." Naruto's eyes twitched in anger. He was already regretting not leaving her at the hospital. "Okay, Taya-sensei, why don't you give me a few pointers?" He snapped his fingers in mock realization. "Ooh, that's right. You can't because you're stuck in a fucking wheelchair," Naruto yelled, feeling a bit of the Kyuubi's chakra trying to slip out of him. Taya blinked. Just when she thought he was incapable of getting truly upset, he pulls a stunt like this. Strangely enough, she didn't get the smug satisfaction she usually got from making others angry. In fact, she felt slightly hurt. What the hell am I thinking? I'd been trying to do this all along. It must be something in the food. Those bitches are trying to turn me into one of them. Well, excuse me for trying to help your no-talent ass out. This time, Naruto blinked. She actually wanted to help? He felt the small amount of sinister chakra quickly drain from his system. You want to help me? Why? Tayuya again rubbed at the curse seal on her neck, keeping her eyes low. I want to pay that bastard back for his gift. Since I can't fuck him up myself, what better way than to have an indirect hand in training the fucker who knocks him off? His eyes widened in disbelief. All this time, he thought she wanted to go back to the sound and Orochimaru. Perhaps he wasn't the only surprising ninja in this village anymore. Did you accept it willingly? She snorted and narrowed her eyes. Yeah, but when I did, he only told me 2 things. 1, that it would exponentially increase my chakra, and 2, that it only had a 1 in 10 survival rate. He didn't mention all of the bad things that came along with it. A sudden realization came to Naruto. If Tayuya had a curse seal like Sasuke, she could help him study his weaknesses for when it was time to bring him back. Bad things? Like what? The girl looked thoughtful for a few minutes. Well, for one thing, Orochimaru can pretty much control us if he wants to. Through our seals, the bastard can inflict an inhumane amount of pain on our entire nervous system. He can also stop us from using it altogether. She glanced up at him, only to find that he was practically raping her personal space. Gah! What the hell are you doing? He blinked and leaned back. What do you mean? I was just looking at your curse seal. Jay, just go over there so I can help you train, she yelled, pointing at the field in front of them. Just as he was about to walk away, she grabbed his arm. Wait. He looked back at her curiously. What? Can you take me out of this chair? It's hard as fuck, she asked, a light scowl marring her face. Shrugging, he quickly scooped her up in his arms and set her down under the shade of a large tree. How's that? Tayuya leaned her head back and stretched, enjoying the feel of the lush grass beneath her and the freedom to move as she wished. Well, as free as one could without mobility in their legs. Fan-fucking-tastic. He stared at her for a few more seconds before smirking. You know, you're not as ugly as usual when you're not scowling. She quickly brought her arms back down and crossed them over her chest. Yeah? Get into your usual stance, and I'll tell you what you're doing wrong. He nodded and happily settled himself into a stance that one of the academy instructors taught him before he became a genin. Is that your stance? She asked after he stopped moving. Yeah? The girl smirked, then grinned, then chuckled, and before long, she was full of guffawing. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes as she began to choke on her own spittle. What the hell is that? Whoever taught you that shit was trying to get you killed, she screamed in mirth. Naruto's eyes dimmed as his arms slowly lowered to his sides. Her laughter immediately quieted down as she noticed a drastic change in his usual somewhat cheerful expression. Goddamn, you act like I ripped your balls off or something. I was just kidding about the trying to get you killed part. I'm sure they just didn't know what they were doing. His eyes hardened in anger. No, I think they knew exactly what they were doing. Taya almost gasped. Almost. She couldn't believe that a teacher would purposely sabotage one of their students, no matter how annoying or dim-witted he was. What amazed her even more was that his Jounin sensei or precious Iruka sensei didn't think to at least teach him the most basic of taijutsu stances. Even if she was just using him to take out Orochimaru, she didn't want her weapon to be in low spirits all the time. It made her feel bad about her own problems. Clearing her throat, she put on her cockiest smile and pointed forcefully at her escort. Stop looking like the pitiful brat you are and get back into that stance. I'll tell you what to do from there. She thought she saw a spark appear in his eyes as he immediately straightened up, albeit a little less sure of himself. First of all, your weight should be on your back leg good. Now turn your front foot in a bit to give yourself more balance. Doesn't that feel better? You'll be able to move much more efficiently like that. He looked over his shoulder and smirked. Looks like I'll really have to start calling you Taya-sensei now, eh? Naruto joked, testing out the new form. He had to admit that it felt much more natural than the one Mizuki taught him. Taya flushed slightly and scowled. Shut the fuck up, I ain't doing this cause I like you or anything. I just don't want you to get your ass kicked by Orochimaru. Besides, this is the most basic form there is. Now lift your back arm up near your chest a little higher, perfect. Stretch your other arm out in front of you, not all the way out, dipshit, yeah, that's good. Now you can strike and block from pretty much any angle, and move in nearly any direction. She smirked smugly as he took a few practice punches and kicks, looking much better than he did only 10 minutes ago. Yes. Thanks, Taya. She shrugged and waved him off. Don't thank me yet, you haven't used it in an actual fight. He smirked and put his hands together in a familiar sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A shadow clone popped into existence, much to the surprise of the former Sounin. Holy fuck, you never cease to amaze me. He smiled genuinely at the girl before settling himself into the new stance and sparring with his shadow clone. She couldn't keep a tiny smirk from slipping its way onto her face as she watched him. By the time she was done, Orochimaru won't know what hit him. Both genin were oblivious to the angry pair of eyes watching their every move. Chapter 3. Naruto sparred for a few more hours, even going as far as to create 10 shadow clones to fight against. Every few minutes, Taya would call out tips or admonishments, most of them starting with an insult, of course. As time went on, the insults gradually turned into compliments, and she even began to hold back on the name-calling. Sometime during his training, he'd shed his jacket and thrown it towards the foul-mouthed redhead, causing the name-calling to resume full force. After a while, she became silent. I must be doing pretty good, Naruto thought as he crouched down onto the ground, breathing heavily and glancing up at the night sky. The stars and moon were glowing brilliantly, a sign that it was at least after 8. He didn't realize so much time had passed since they'd left the academy. Oi, Taya, ready to go back? He called over his temporary teammate. When she didn't answer, he reluctantly stood and walked over to where she was reclining against a large tree. Taya? Looking closer, he realized that her eyes were closed, and her head was tilted off to the side at an awkward angle. It didn't take a genius to see that she was asleep. His discarded jacket was spread out over her torso, probably to ward off the cold. It did tend to get pretty cool in Konoha, after all. The genin stared a moment longer before reaching over to pick the girl up. What he didn't count on was her fist shooting up and punching him square in the jaw, sending him sprawling 5 feet into an adjacent tree. The girl blinked sleepily and yawned, rubbing at her eyes with the offending hand. Must have fallen asleep, she thought to herself, noticing it wasn't light outside anymore. She glanced at the area where Naruto had been training, only to see a battered training log and a few ninja weapons spread out on the ground. However, there was no sign of her blonde escort. A small pang of anger washed over the girl. That bastard deserted me, she shrieked in her mind, already thinking of ways to cause the genin pain. That is until she heard a strangled groan coming from her left. Taya snapped her head around to see Naruto lying sideways against a thick oak tree, tending to a large bruise on his cheek. She blinked in surprise. What the fuck happened to you? Naruto glared at her and rolled himself onto his hands and knees. What happened? You punched me, he yelled, waving his arms in an exaggerated fashion. The girl blinked again. I did. She glanced down at her fist in surprise. Good to see my reflexes haven't dulled any. Yeah. What, do you think I hit myself? Damned if I know. You might be some kind of masochist. A maso what? Taya shook her head in exasperation. Holy shit, you're stupid. Just put me in my chair and get me back to the hellhole you fuckers call a hospital. Shooting her one last glare, the blonde stood up and walked over to the crippled genin. He pulled his jacket off of her first, attempting to put it on. The girl shivered and grabbed a hold of one of the sleeves. When he stared at her questioningly, she scowled and tugged on the sleeve a little harder. It's cold as shit out here. Be a gentleman and let me use your jacket. She meant for it to be a suggestion, but it came out as more of a command. Will you be quiet and go back to the hospital peacefully if I do? He asked, patting himself on the back for coming up with such a great idea. She nodded and pulled the jacket from his grip, immediately wrapping it around herself to ward off the persistent cold. After regaining a bit of her warmth from the heavy material of the bright orange jacket, Taya lifted an arm towards her escort. Hurry up, I'm freezing my ass off out here. Naruto scowled but bent down to pick her up. She wrapped her good arm around his neck and nodded after she established a firm enough grip. As he ascended to a standing position, both felt a small wave of killing intent from the forest around them. What the hell was that? He asked, looking around for any sign of life. Taya was doing the same, immediately going into ninja mode despite her handicaps. I don't know, but we better get the fuck out of here before whatever it is decides to make itself known. Quickly setting her back into her wheelchair, Naruto formed some chakra in his feet and dashed off towards civilization, while occasionally glancing over his shoulder to see if anyone was following them. Even as they ran, they felt the strange presence following them, the fall aura getting stronger and stronger with each step. Before long, they reached the densely populated market district. Thankfully, the killing intent immediately disappeared, allowing the genin to slow his pace to a brisk walk. That was scary. He breathed, attempting to regain his breath back after the sprint. Normally he wouldn't be so tired, but he just spent the better part of the afternoon training his taijutsu. The girl nodded in agreement, trying to catch her own breath despite not doing anything. Fuck yeah, that was like some Freddy Krueger shit. Both genin paused for a moment before bursting out into laughter. Civilians and ninja alike wisely edged their way around the howling teens, unsure as to whether they were psychotic or not. It took well over a minute for them to calm down enough to keep moving, although they both sported equally wide grins, a fact which still managed to creep out most of the citizens they came across. As they walked deeper into the market district of Konoha, Taya soon became aware of the glares and frowns sent their way. A few of the people muttered words under their breath, none that she could hear over the increasingly loud chatter. She glanced up to see that her escort was still grinning, albeit it was slightly strained from her vantage point. Oh dope. What's with these shitheads? I thought the bimbo didn't tell anyone where I was from. His smile slipped a bit before widening into a full foxy grin. Oh, they're just upset about some pranks I pulled a while back. He lied, skillfully skipping around the truth. It wouldn't do any good for her to know about the QB. She eyed him for a few seconds before shrugging it off. It wasn't her job to cross-examine the boy. You must have pulled some fucking good ones, 'cause they look angry enough to slit your throat in your sleep or something. Naruto made an abrupt stop, nearly throwing the girl from her wheelchair. Her statement brought back some painful memories from his childhood. I thought you were supposed to be quiet, he said, his voice deathly cold. Taya looked taken aback at his sudden change in emotion. What the shit? Is he bipolar? She wondered, taking note of his dejected expression. Her face soon deepened into a scowl as she turned around and faced forward again. What the hell did she care about? It wasn't her fault the bastard had deep-seated problems. He soon began pushing her towards the hospital, though at a much quicker pace than they'd been traveling at before. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the door to room 223. Even as he lifted her frail body onto the hospital bed, they didn't speak. He stared at her prone form for a few seconds, watching how the moonlight illuminated her features as she glared out of the window to her right. Naruto walked back to the doorway in silence, opening the door with a soft click. I'm sorry, he whispered, much to the girl's surprise. She snapped her head around to reply, but found that he'd already disappeared down the hallway. The smallest of smirks made its way onto her face. Idiot. Ga-wa-wa. A feminine voice yelled while tossing papers into the air. Where is it? Where? The fifth was currently tearing her office apart, looking for her last bottle of sake. She knew she had another bottle left. She just restocked her secret stash yesterday. A perverted chuckle resounded in the nearly empty room. Lose something, Tsunade? The woman in question clenched her fists a few times to get rid of the stress that was steadily building up in her system. Turning to the window, she forced an angry grin onto her face. You wouldn't happen to know where my last bottle of sake went, would you, Jiraiya? Jiraiya chuckled and took a swig from the bottle resting in his hand. Giving her a cheeky grin, he shook his head. Nope, not a clue. That was it. With a blood-curdling scream, the Godame launched herself at her former teammate, fully intending to rip his spine from his body. The deftly dodged her advances with a leering grin. My, Tsunadeheim. I knew you wanted me, but this is a bit desperate, even for you. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. How the hell did you slip past all of the ambu guards? The toad hermit rolled his eyes. Those guys? Pfft. They don't call me a legendary for nothing, you know, he said with a cocky wave of his hand. She sighed in exasperation. What do you want? His expression immediately became serious, a sure sign that this was important. Dear Kami, she wished she had her sake. It's about Naruto. Tsunade groaned in response. Akatsuki? She asked, hoping against hope that it was something smaller. Much to her chagrin, he nodded. Yeah. Judging from the information I received on my spy network, they're going to start moving in 3 years. As you know, Itachi and Kisame are quite powerful S-ranked nukenin. I wouldn't stand a chance against both of them while trying to protect the kid at the same time. Tsunade sighed and buried her face into her hands. That's not it. I can tell. Even though he knew she couldn't see it, he shook his head and sighed. Not only are Akatsuki planning on kidnapping Naruto, but there is a rumor going around that Orochimaru's cooking up a war against Konoha right after he transfers to Sasuke's body. IWA and Kumo are also rumored to be in this war. They both have large grudges against Konoha, you know. Tsunade groaned loudly, desperately wishing she had even a sip of sake. So what is it that you want? She asked, not moving from her position. I want to take Naruto on a training trip for 3 years. I'll teach him how to use the Kyuubi's chakra effectively, and also a few other things like tracking and battle strategy. This way, he'll be able to defend himself against Akatsuki's attacks, and possibly be a defining factor in the war with Otoge. No. Jiraiya nearly fell from his perch on the windowsill. No? Why the hell not? Have you been listening to the things I've been telling you for the past 5 minutes? She lifted her head to glare pitifully at her teammate. I need him here to gather information on Orochimaru from a former Sound Nin. He frowned deeply in response. Just turn the bastard over to Ibiki. You know how good he is at interrogation. It is of the utmost importance that I teach Naruto everything he needs to know before the Akatsuki decide to move. It's complicated. I can't just turn her over to Ibiki, it wouldn't work. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly got a knowing twinkle. Her? Realizing that she'd said too much, the Godame hung her head. He chuckled loudly and hopped down into the room. Dear Tsunadeheim, what have I told you about meddling? Shut up. If it's that important to you, why don't I bring her along? You can assign a jounin to keep an eye on her while I train Naruto. She groaned for the second time that night. That won't work either. 1. The girl can't walk. The bones in her legs are far too damaged for me to do anything about it, and nothing short of regeneration will fix them. 2. There isn't a jounin on the force who would take this job that I can afford to let go. Jiraiya frowned in thought. You know, now that I think about it, this could really work out for the best. If Naruto is able to get the information from the girl before the 3 years are up, we could attack Orochimaru before he transfers to Sasuke and attacks us. By that time, Naruto will be plenty strong enough to take on Akatsuki and Sasuke. I'm a genius! Tsunade blinked in frustration. Did you not just hear a word I said? The girl cannot walk. She will never walk. She said, speaking in a voice she'd use as if she were talking to a toddler. And there isn't a jounin on the force who I can afford to let go. Must I repeat it again, Baka? The man chuckled and waved his hand. So her bones are practically dust. Big deal, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Tell me, Tsunade, how does your Genesis rebirth technique work? Tsunade stared at him as if he'd grown a third head. You should remember, you helped me make it. By releasing the chakra stored up in my forehead seal, I can instantly heal all of my wounds and even regrow limbs and organs if I need. At this point, her eyes widened in realization. She jumped to her feet and began to pace around the office, arms flailing around in excitement. That's it! If we can recreate the same technique on Taya, she'll easily be able to restore her bones to their previous state. Jiraiya, you're a genius! He smiled and nodded in agreement. I know, you don't have to tell me. After her initial excitement wore off, she immediately slouched back onto her desk. But how will it work? We don't have the time for her to build up the chakra on her own, and neither of us has enough chakra to force into the seal ourselves. Hell, we don't even know how to cancel the technique after the required healing is complete. Jiraiya grinned as if expecting this response. Are you forgetting who I am? Besides being the #1 super pervert of Konoha, I am also a master of seals. I'm much more experienced than I was when we created your technique, Tsunadeheim. Give me a week and I'll cook something up. As for the required chakra, I happen to know a certain genin who has more chakra than an entire ANBU squad. She smirked. You really are a genius, you know that? The hermit flashed her one of the true smiles he reserved for those closest to him. I know, dear, I know. Now you'll have to find a jounin on your own, Tsunadeheim, but you can leave the seals to me. Noticing that she was lost in her own thoughts, he snuck up behind the slug and quickly groped her breasts. Ah, still as lovely as I remember, he sighed before slipping out of the window. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that they realized what he had done. Jiraiya. 10:59. Where the fuck is he? Taya glanced at the clock again, sighing wearily to herself. Here she was, dressed and ready to go, and he was nearly half an hour late. Not that she was in any hurry to go on a cross-village journey to the academy with the blonde idiot. No, she simply wanted to get out of this cold, impersonal room and out into the warm air of Konoha. Her eyes darkened slightly as she remembered the small spat they'd had last night. She was starting to believe that he wasn't even going to show, something that strangely upset her. I don't even know what the hell he was so angry about, she thought, remembering the extremely cold voice he had regarded her with. The genin sighed again and flopped back onto the bed, resigning herself to a day of lounging. Suddenly, she noticed a piece of bright orange cloth resting on the ground beside her. She stretched out to pick it up, and recognized it as the same jacket Naruto had loaned to her the night before. TCH, the idiot forgot to take his shitty jacket with him. She fingered the thick material of the coat. Glancing at the door one more time to make sure no one was coming in, Taya lifted the jacket to her nose and took a slight whiff. It smells like ramen? A sudden opening of the door surprised her out of her thoughts, and she quickly threw the garment back onto the floor. Tsunade's apprentice stepped through the door and blinked in surprise. Sorry, I thought you'd be gone by now. The woman glanced at the clock resting on the table to Taya's left. Where's Naruto-kun? Aren't you two supposed to go to the academy today? Instead of answering, the girl snorted and looked away, occupying herself with watching a few bluebirds hop around and titter on the windowsill. Shizune smiled and moved to check the genin's medical chart. I know you're waiting for him. You can't fool me. Again, she didn't reply. He's strong, you know. He took on Orochimaru twice. The medican muttered, attempting to bait the girl into a conversation. She still had her suspicions about the former Sounin after all. TCH, yeah, right? The older woman smirked behind the chart. Hook, line, and sinker. Oh, it's true. Once during the Chunin exams, and once when he accompanied Jiraiya-sama to find the. By this time, she had the genin's full attention. Yep, he even learned one of the fourth's legendary techniques in only a week. Okay, so she was stretching it a bit. He'd actually only learned the last step in a week, and required the use of a clone to execute it. But she didn't need to know that. Taya, on the other hand, was floored. She wasn't from Konoha, but she'd definitely heard of the fourth Hokage. It was hard not to hear about a man who killed over 1,000 Iwakage ninja in under 10 minutes. Not to mention that every now and then Orochimaru would mutter things about the Yellow Flash stealing his rightful position as the Hokage. You're shitting me. Shizune shook her head. Nope. I also heard that he defeated Sabaku no Gara, the demon vessel of the Shikaku. Tayuya's jaw was practically on the floor by now. Are we talking about the same Naruto? Blonde hair, stupid face, gay-ass bright orange jumpsuit? Tsunade's apprentice nodded and set the chart back in its resting spot near the end of the bed. Huh. Maybe he's not as stupid as he looks. He's still one lucky fucker to face Orochimaru twice and live. I assure you, luck had nothing to do with it. Before the genin could say anything else, Naruto burst through the door, breathing heavily as he tried to form a coherent sentence. Sorry, late overslept, he breathed between gasps. Shizune smiled fondly at her surrogate little brother. He glanced up and grinned widely at the woman. Hey, Shizune-chan. She nodded in response and slipped out of the door to hide her growing grin. She could always come back later and find out what she needed to know about the girl. You'd better hurry up and get to the academy, Naruto-kun. Your friend looks a little antsy. The medic called from over her shoulder. The blonde stared at Taya and lifted an inquiring eyebrow. All ready to go? He asked, scratching nervously at the back of his head. Taya scowled at him, but nodded. He quickly grabbed the wheelchair resting by the doorway and wheeled it over to his teammate's bedside. Do you think the kids will be mad that we're late? The boy inquired, setting her down in the chair. She shrugged slightly and picked up the orange jacket she'd discarded earlier, draping it haphazardly over her lap. Who gives a shit? It's not like they can do anything about it. Well, since you don't care, I'll make sure I tell them it's your fault. What? Oh, hell no. You're taking the fall for this one. I thought you didn't care? I don't. I just don't like being blamed for shit I didn't do. Sounds like fear to me. With a well-placed elbow to his side, Taya quickly ended the argument. She frowned and pointed towards the door. Push. Yes, Tayuyaheim, he drawled sarcastically, dodging another elbow. To say that the kindergartners were upset would be an understatement. Every single one of the children were glaring maliciously at the teens, even causing Naruto to take an unconscious step back. The Chunin instructor shot them a look of pity before quickly performing a shunshin out of the room. Bastard, Tayuya mumbled, glaring at the spot where the Chunin had previously been standing. She was broken from her thoughts when a large book was shoved into her hand, and the same little girl from the day before hopped into her lap without a word. Not wanting to provoke the children into doing something rash, because they were, in fact, demons in disguise, the genin immediately popped open the book and turned to where they left off. Naruto had already settled himself among the kids, although he glanced nervously at them every few seconds. Yep, the little bastards were definitely demons. Can you start reading? Her escort asked, motioning towards the impatient and murderous-looking students. She nodded and cleared her throat harshly before beginning. Everyone knows where we left off, right? After receiving a stiff nod of consent from the kids, she continued. Just as he was about to enter his home, a golden fox appeared and snarled angrily at the snake. Let her go, the fox boomed, taking a large step forward. The giant white snake smiled and looked down at the fox. Little fox, do you think that you can defeat me in battle? Run along before I eat you too. She made sure to change her voice to fit the characters, actually somewhat enjoying herself. It sure beats sitting in a hospital bed all day. The children gasped and murmured amongst themselves. If the snake ate the fox, what would happen to the princess? She took a quick surveying look around the room before continuing. The fox was afraid, but he stood his ground. He launched himself at the snake, only to be knocked into a tree by the snake's giant head. The princess gasped in horror. No! Not my friend the fox! She screamed, struggling against the snake's tight hold. Don't worry about me, save yourself. But the fox only shook his head and smiled. As long as I have an ounce of breath left in my body, I will always protect you. Frowning, the snake launched himself at the wounded fox. I told you to not to meddle, and now you shall die. Tayuya glanced up at the clock and grinned evilly to herself. She snapped the book shut and set it down in her lap. Sorry kids, it's snack time. Every jaw in the room dropped, including Naruto's. Not again. Tell us what happens to foxes. Please? The red-haired genin only shook her head and smiled. Blame Naruto for getting us here late. The children's eyes drifted over to the genin sitting nervously in the middle of the classroom. I overslept? He whimpered, not liking the glares he was getting. Get him. The sound of the Kyubi container's screams could be heard all over the village, giving a few old women heart attacks and causing visitors waiting to get into Konoha to flee in terror. Chapter 4. 10 minutes and one beatdown later, the genin made a quick retreat out of the academy. Who knew kids that small could hit that hard? Naruto asked, rubbing a bruise on his cheek. Thankfully, he'd managed to protect his more sensitive areas from the irate kindergartners. Taya snorted. Serves you right for being late, bastard, he grunted in response. They walked along in silence, a fact which didn't go unnoticed by the redhead. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she glanced up at Naruto. Amazingly enough, all of his bruises and cuts had already healed from his earlier beatdown. Holy shit, no wonder he survived after facing Orochimaru. Her eyes traveled from his injuries to his deep, cerulean eyes. While he was certainly aware of what was going on around him, his mind was quite obviously somewhere else. She could see the faraway look in his eyes, and couldn't help but wonder what he was thinking about. Naruto, on the other hand, was deep in thought, completely oblivious to the curious stare of the ill-tempered girl. His hands tightened around the handles of the wheelchair as he thought of his fight with Sasuke. He hadn't had much time to think about it, only briefly reflecting on his feelings before falling asleep or while training. However, Sasuke's words constantly reverberated in his head. You are my closest friend, Naruto, and that is why I must kill you. It just didn't make any sense. Why would he want to kill his closest friend? His blank gaze hardened slightly as he thought about his training. While he would try his hardest to become strong, it was hard to deny the cold hard fact that he would never be able to match Sasuke if they met again. The bastard was getting training from the legendary Sannin, after all. For the first time since he became a genin, Naruto felt weak. Taya was getting a kick out of the emotions playing over his face. First, he looked angry, then sad, then confused, then angry again before his face finally settled on depressed. She sighed and rolled her eyes in disgust. The idiot was probably thinking about Sasuke again. An odd feeling of jealousy resounded in her heart. If there was one thing she hated in life, it was being overlooked. Orochimaru had done it plenty of times with issues regarding the Sound Five, especially when it came to Shikamaru. After he'd arrived, her leader couldn't stop talking about how great his bloodline was, or how easily he would crush Konoha when the time came. Hell, if the bastard hadn't fallen ill before Orochimaru could transfer into his body, she doubted the snake would have given her any decent training at all. She'd be damned if Naruto overlooked her in favor of the faggot Uchiha. Oi, shithead! Wake up! A few of the older villagers stared in shock at the girl's random outburst, appalled that the new generation of ninja had such filthy mouths. Much to her chagrin, the boy made no movement to show that he'd hurt her. She scowled in annoyance. How dare he ignore her? Using all of her strength, she launched an elbow straight into his unsuspecting gut. Ouch! What the hell, Taya? He yelled, rubbing at his stomach. She noticed with some satisfaction that the pain didn't seem to disappear as quickly as it did when their temporary students beat him up. If you'd stop dreaming about your gay lover, maybe I wouldn't have to elbow the shit out of you. I'm not gay, Naruto yelled, eyebrows furrowing in anger. Just the thought of being with Sasuke sent a disgusted shudder through his body. Taya was more than amused at the reaction she got from him. She made a mental note to insult his sexuality more often. Hey, you don't have to prove it to me. What you and the faggot Uchiha did before he turned traitor is your own damn business. Where the hell are we going anyway? She asked, cutting him off before he could come up with a retort. A strange smile appeared on his face, almost as if he was never thinking about the Uchiha or her insults to his manhood. The best place in all of Konoha, he exclaimed, pumping an energetic fist into the air. The corners of her mouth involuntarily twitched upwards at his upbeat expression. Though she'd never admitted to anyone, his smile was extremely infectious. When Naruto said he was taking her to the best place in all of Konoha, she thought he was taking her somewhere truly magical. A secluded lake, an extremely upscale restaurant, or hell, even the local park. Never in a million years would she have ever guessed a ramen stand. Her eyes twitched in annoyance. Aji-san. 2 bowls of miso. The blonde yelled, wheeling Taya into the small ramen stand. He didn't notice her clenching hand or her viciously annoyed expression, not until she attempted to jab him in the balls anyway. Luckily, he was just quick enough to take a hasty step back. Baka! I thought you said we were going to the best place in all of Konoha? She complained, slightly irked that she'd missed her target. Naruto looked dumbfounded at her question. But this is the best place in all of Konoha. The people here are really nice, and the food is the best. Just give it a chance, I swear you won't be disappointed. Please, Taya? He whimpered, using the infamous puppy dog eyes. The redhead sighed harshly and hung her head in defeat. Between his pitiful expression and large, pleading eyes, it was hard to deny the boy his ramen. She doubted that she could hate him any more than she did right now. Wait, scratch that. There was no possible way that she could hate him any more than she did right now. Fine. This shit better be damn good, or so help me out, she said, allowing the ominous threat to hang in the air. Naruto grinned brightly and picked her up out of the wheelchair, setting her down on an empty stool. Well, at least it smells good, she thought, staring hungrily at the variety of toppings spread out behind the countertop. After a few days of eating nothing but hospital food, otherwise known as shit, ramen was a much welcome change. Drool slowly began to seep out of the corner of her mouth, and her stomach began constricting painfully in hunger. Miss? Taya quickly snapped out of her hunger-induced coma to see a teenage girl with brown hair staring at her in concern. She didn't look like a ninja, so she was obviously a civilian. But why the hell would a civilian be talking to her? Caught off guard, the genin said the first intelligent thing that came to her mind. Why? The civilian girl smiled brightly and lifted her notepad. I asked if you were ready to order. Oh, sure. I'll have whatever the hell he's having, she said, jerking a thumb at the blonde sitting to her left. I nodded and relayed the order to her father, an old man with a seemingly gentle disposition. She could almost see why her escort liked the place. Despite its small size, the restaurant had a very cozy feel to it. It wasn't until a few seconds later that she realized Naruto was staring at her with something akin to shock. What the fuck are you looking at? She asked, suspicious of the awestruck expression on his face. You don't want veggie ramen? Veggie ramen? What the fuck would I want that shit for? He continued to stare at her as if the answer was obvious. Well, aren't you watching your figure? Are you calling me fat? Taya exclaimed, causing the old man to grimace in sympathy for the poor boy. Though he seemed like a pretty good ninja, the boy clearly had no skill with the ladies. Naruto, on the other hand, waved his hands in front of him defensively, and subconsciously inched his way onto the opposite edge of the stool. And no. It's just that, well, Ino and Sakura-chan are always on diets, and they always say that ramen's too fattening and that Sasuke team won't like them if they eat it, and that if Sasuke team won't like them they'll never be happy, and if they're not happy then I won't be happy cause then they'll want to beat me up for making them fat, and he rambled, hoping to avoid another beatdown. Even if she was crippled, a woman scorned was still dangerous. She almost smirked at his fearful expression. I get the idea, dipshit. I just think it's stupid. Why the fuck would a kunoichi need to be on a diet? Shit, we jump through trees and train nearly every day of our lives. That's exactly what I said. But then, Sakura-chan would just hit me on top of the head for being stupid, he said, shrugging and turning to the freshly made ramen the chef had just set down in front of them. Itadakimasu! Naruto exclaimed, wasting no time in grabbing his chopsticks and eating. He shuddered in pleasure as the noodles slipped down his throat. Oh, that's good. His partner watched in mild horror as he slurped, sipped, and gobbled his way through the entire bowl, while at the same time relaying the gory details of his latest mission to the old chef. Damn, and I thought Jiraiya could put it down fast. This guy puts the fat ass to shame, she thought, jaw nearly scraping the countertop. Nah, Taya, you should eat before your noodles get cold. They're not as good when they're all soggy and stuff, he said, already halfway through his second bowl. She was slightly amazed that he even remembered she was there. After all, it seemed as if he was in his own little ramen-filled world, judging by the stupid grin plastered on his face as he ate. Deciding to take his advice, she broke her chopsticks and dug in with a quiet itadakimasu. She placed a few of the noodles into her mouth, swishing them around a bit to get a good feel for the taste. She chewed the noodles slowly and swallowed them. An eager Naruto watched nervously as the girl inspected and thoroughly examined the noodles. Well? What do you think? He asked, trying not to look too interested. Pretty good. Taya shrugged and grabbed a larger serving, stuffing them haphazardly into her mouth. Okay, so she wasn't the most refined eater in the world. Really? The girl nodded and swallowed again. Yep, best damn ramen I ever had. Of course, she neglected to mention that it was her first time ever eating professionally made ramen. Cup ramen didn't count. Her escort grinned widely. I think I can like you, he said, slurping a mouthful of noodles down his throat. The redhead sputtered noisily and choked on her ramen. What? Naruto turned to Taya and gave her a wide, toothy grin. A grin that looked disturbingly similar to Rock Lee's. I said I think I can like you. There are no bad people among ramen lovers. The girl scowled and bopped him over the head with her good hand, sending him plowing face first into his half-finished bowl of soup. Dobe, don't say shit like that when I'm trying to eat. She angrily stabbed at her noodles and swallowed another large mouthful. Her escort grumbled and picked his face up out of the now empty bowl. Why do girls always hit me when I give them compliments? He whined, wiping at his face with the collar of his shirt. She grinned into her soup at his pitiful expression. Even if he was a dumbass, he was at least an amusing one. Drinking the last of her soup down, she glanced at the blonde out of the corner of her eye. Who's paying for this stuff anyway? Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out Gamachan. I am, of course. Taya snorted slightly at his extremely goofy purse. Just when she thought he couldn't look any stupider, he pulls something like this. How can you even afford this shit? I thought you were dirt poor. He pouted and crossed his arms in front of him with a very childish expression on his face. Hey, I'm not poor. I still have a lot of money left over from when we fought Sabuza and Haku. And then that mission where I went to beat up Gaara, when I brought back Tsunade Oba-chan, and then when we tried to bring back Sasuke. He shrugged and motioned for another bowl of ramen. I haven't even cashed in my other mission payments. Taya blinked stupidly at the boy. So why the fuck are you wearing clothes that make you look a goddamn kunai target? Naruto grinned weakly. I like the color orange. She narrowed her eyes, but let the subject drop, for now. For some reason, that explanation didn't quite fly with her. It didn't matter to her though, eventually she'd make him get some new clothes. Maybe if he actually looked like a ninja, she'd have more faith in his ability to beat Orochimaru. TCH. Yeah, right. 15 minutes and 5 bowls of ramen later, 1 for Taya, and 4 for Naruto. I'm stuffed, Naruto exclaimed, patting his stomach contentedly as they walked, and rolled down the street. Nothing made him feel better than 5 or so bowls of Ichiraku ramen, not even being able to land a hit on Sasuke when he had his Sharingan activated. He faltered momentarily at the thought of his former teammate. Even when he wasn't here, he managed to haunt his thoughts. Where the hell does it all go? She asked in wonder. While Jiraiya could probably, she couldn't judge how much Naruto ate after only a meal with him. After all, stuffed down twice as much as her escort, for his reasonably small stature he'd eaten quite a load. The boy shrugged again, an action which was very quickly annoying the former Sound Nin. He'd shrugged, grinned, or completely brushed off nearly everything she'd asked for the past few days. She pushed those thoughts aside and glowered up at Naruto. Go somewhere with water. Huh! Taya bit back a groan, instead opting to roll her eyes. Fuck, you're slow. We're going to train, aren't we? Find a place with some water. Yes, Taya. He grumbled under his breath as he made a sharp left turn into the residential district. Stop calling me that, jackass. You call me way worse names. She gave him a rather unladylike snort. That's because you deserve it, dumbfuck. Her breathing had become shallow, and her face was lightly flushed with rage. Screaming at the top of your lungs does that to a person. She couldn't help but feel extremely annoyed with the blonde. There was just something so annoying about him. Not even Kadamura could piss her off to the point of screaming. Well, not every day at least. She'd usually just break an arm or 3 to get him off of her back, but she couldn't do the same to Naruto in her current condition. Unfortunately, that. We're here, Naruto yelled after what seemed like a minute later. Taya snapped out of her thoughts and shook her head in disbelief. Either he'd put on a major burst of speed since she'd screamed at him, or she really needed to stop zoning out. Taking a quick look around, she noticed that they were standing near a small stream set well into a large cluster of trees. There was plenty of shade from the tall trees in the area, and a few large, smooth stones littered the bank of the river, perfect for a picnic or quick break between training sessions. The place looked relatively undisturbed, and she couldn't stop the curiosity that welled up inside of her. Damn her uncanny need to understand everything about the world around her. Damn it to hell. How the fuck did you find a sweet-ass place like this? She asked, fighting to keep from sounding desperate. And if you shrug one more time, I'll rip your motherfucking spine out. Okay, so much for not sounding desperate. He frowned slightly at her words. He didn't so much mind the language as he did the threats and insults that came along with it. It was starting to remind him of Sasuke, though he never actually used the word dumbfuck. This place? Ero-sennin brought me here when he was teaching me water walking. Taya bit the inside of her cheek to keep from smirking at the nickname. Ero-sennin? Yeah. He's really strong, but he's a super pervert. Why do you want me to find a place with water? The girl frowned slightly in thought. Well, since you already know how to walk on water, the only thing I can think of right now is training on the water. Naruto cocked his head in curiosity. Train on the water? Taya nodded and lifted her good arm into the air, a signal that she wanted to be picked up. After he walked over and picked her up out of the wheelchair, she pointed towards one of the larger flat rocks resting by the bank of the river. He, not so gently, set her down and jumped back to avoid her deadly left hook. Careful, idiot! She shouted, rubbing lightly at her rear end. He crossed his arms in indignation. Tell me what to do. Shooting one last piercing glare at her escort, she cleared her throat and raised her chin a little higher, subconsciously assuming a teaching role. I already did. Walk onto the water, get into the stance I showed you yesterday, and fight against a shitload of Kage Bunshin. Naruto blinked dumbly at her. What the hell will that do? Taya sighed loudly. Maybe if she could slip into the water and drown before he noticed, she could end her prolonged torture. She almost wished that she had chosen to go with Ibiki. At least they'd only annoy her a few hours a day. Are you stupid, or are you just trying to piss me the fuck off? She asked, giving him her most even glare. When he cocked his head again, she decided that he was just stupid. They'd definitely have to work on his brainpower over the next few years. Okay, you know that you have to expel a certain amount of chakra to stay afloat, right? The blonde nodded. Now, imagine expelling chakra for nearly an hour straight, while at the same time staying focused enough to fight one of your own Kage Bunshin and trying to remember the stance I taught you yesterday. A little light bulb seemed to appear above his head. I get it. I can improve my chakra control while at the same time working on my taijutsu. Man, I wish someone had taught me this before, he exclaimed, pulling off his shirt and shoes. As soon as he'd rolled his pants legs up to his knees, he hopped onto the water and immediately sunk to the bottom. The redhead's sweat dropped and shuffled closer to the edge of the rock. Oi dobe. I thought you said you could walk on water. She waited for a few seconds before speaking. Hey Naruto. Did all that ramen make you too heavy to float? She yelled again. A slight feeling of worry began to make its way into her stomach. He'd been under for at least a minute by now. Naruto. This shit ain't funny. By now, she was right on the edge of the rock, peering down in worry at the water. If he drowned, she'd be pretty much stuck alone in the middle of nowhere. She couldn't walk, and crawling would be too dangerous considering she didn't know the area well at all. Hell, she didn't even know if she was safe here. If the forest of death had giant snakes, tigers, and poisonous insects, who's to say that they weren't inhabiting these woods too? Just as she was about to panic, a sudden blast of water hit her square in the face, followed by a laughing hyperactive blonde. Ha! You should see your face, Naruto shouted, rolling around on the grass next to the rock. Oh man, I can't believe you fell for that. While he was laughing, he didn't notice Taya's clenching fist, or the fact that she'd shuffled her way within a foot of him. That is, until she punched him so hard he rebounded off of an adjacent tree and fell right back into the river. Don't you ever do that again, she practically screamed through clenched teeth. His grin immediately disappeared as he crawled back onto the bank of the river. I was just playing around, he stated, keeping a few feet away from the seething redhead. Taya struggled to calm down, even going as far as to dig her fingernails into the palm of her hand. His joke brought back painfully alarming memories of being abandoned as a child. It wasn't until Orochimaru found her that she had finally felt a glimmer of hope for the future. He'd offered her protection, power, and best of all, an escape from her own desperate loneliness. It wasn't until he had used the curse seal against her that she realized exactly how much she meant to her leader. Absolutely nothing. After a few seconds of deep breathing, she finally managed to calm down enough to just glare coldly at him. Naruto stifled a gasp. Her eyes were the same as his own, laced with loneliness and pain. As quickly as it had appeared, it vanished. Sorry. Just start training. It's going to get dark in a few hours. She shuffled back onto her rock and lay down, already tired of dealing with the many personalities of Uzumaki Naruto. Shit, guess I'm still not at full health yet. The girl almost laughed out loud at the irony of her statement. The familiar sound of Kage Bunshins coming into existence reached her ears, signaling that the boy had finally decided to start training. She opened her eyes briefly to make sure that his form was correct, and was surprised to see that it was flawless. For a dead-last idiot, he was an extremely fast learner. Perhaps she could even teach him a few jutsu when she got her right arm out of the cast. Granted, most of her jutsu were related to her flute, but she at least had a few defensive doton for backup. They would come in handy if Orochimaru decided to bust out some of the heavier katan he had in his vast collection. Taya watched as he ducked, weaved, dodged his shadow clones, every minute or so dispelling them one at a time. He'd started with 5 to warm up with, and after he easily took those down he doubled the number of clones to 10. A few minutes after, he had nearly 20 different shadow clones fighting him at once, all of them managing to stay afloat. Hell, most jounin couldn't even create 20 Kage Bunshins without suffering from chakra exhaustion, and here was a mere genin creating them by the buckets without even breaking a sweat. Despite being loud, annoying, and downright obnoxious, he truly was a remarkable kid. A small, pleasant feeling made itself known deep down in her heart, something she hadn't felt in years. Chapter 5. Every part of his body ached. He trudged home on the dark, empty streets of Konoha, occasionally stopping to give his legs a quick break. After spending a few hours training, and accidentally splashing Taya with water, Naruto wanted nothing more than to get home, take a shower, and possibly get a few dozen hours of sleep. Alas, it was not to be. Naruto! He almost groaned in agony as he turned around to greet the person that had called his name. Why couldn't people ignore him when he wanted to be ignored? His eyes widened in near disbelief when he saw a familiar tuft of pink hair running full speed in his direction. Sakura-chan? What are you doing out this late? The girl panted briefly before grinning and standing up to her full height. Guess what? I asked Tsunade-sama to teach me medical ninjutsu, and she agreed. Sakura practically screamed, her green eyes bright with excitement. Naruto playfully pouted and crossed his arms across his chest. No fair. First Sasuke gets training from the snake bastard, and now you get training from Tsunade-oba-chan. Everyone's getting trained by except for me. His teammate stuck her tongue out mockingly. Looks like it'll be up to me to bring Sasuke back, any Naruto? You can be my backup. The boy lifted his chin and shifted into a slightly heroic pose. Ha! I'll become stronger than both of you. I'm getting training from someone better. Sakura tilted her head in confusion. She hadn't seen him hanging out with anyone except for the loudmouth redhead. A feeling of dread settled in the bottom of her stomach. You don't mean that, foul-mouth, do you? He shrugged his shoulders and started to walk home, motioning for her to walk with him. After the initial excitement of seeing his crush for the first time in 3 days wore off, he suddenly remembered exactly how tired he was. His knees threatened to give out on him at any moment, and the only thing he wanted to see was the back of his eyelids. Taya? She's not that bad. She even fixed my taijutsu stance. Unfortunately, his teammate failed to share in his enthusiasm. The girl frowned and shook her head. Naruto, I don't like her. There's something off about that girl. Naruto nervously scratched the back of his head. If she found out that Taya was one of the ninja who helped kidnap Sasuke, there's no telling what would happen. The entire village would be after the former Sannin, and himself by association. What do you mean, Sakura-chan? She's okay once you get to know her. Don't you remember? She said we'd never be able to beat Orochimaru. I don't think you should hang out with someone that has such a negative attitude. The blonde resisted the urge to sigh in relief. Thankfully, she didn't even suspect that she was a former enemy ninja. She also has a strange aura about her. Where is she from anyway? Of course, he spoke too soon. Ah well, Kakashi-sensei found her on the outskirts of the village. Someone attacked her, he said, trying not to lie to his crush. Half the truth is better than none, says Jiraiya, anyway. As long as she doesn't ask what village she's from, I should be fine. With this resolve in mind, he picked up his pace a bit. Oh, that's horrible. What village is she from? Damn it. Oh. There's my apartment building. Later, Sakura-chan. Before she could answer, he gathered as much chakra as he could muster, which wasn't much, into his feet and sprinted towards the safety of his apartment, ignoring the screaming pain in his legs to avoid the questions of his teammate. Sakura stood stunned in the middle of the street. This was strange behavior, even for Naruto. He scaled the stairs with practiced ease, not stopping until he was right in front of his own door. He felt bad about abandoning his crush, but brushed the guilty feeling off and moved to unlock his door. Once inside, the boy shed his clothing and trudged a few steps to his bathroom. The apartment was very small, only containing a bed, table, small kitchen area, and a bathroom. A few potted plants were hung haphazardly in front of the window, contrasting greatly with the shabby state of his living quarters. It wasn't much, but it was home. He turned on the faucet of his shower and breathed a heavy sigh. If he can help it, Naruto never misses a shower. To him, showers are something sacred. The blistering hot water piercing his back always relaxes him, and somehow manages to push all of his troubles behind him. It is the only time he's able to fully let his guard down, and he wouldn't trade these 15 minutes of bliss for all the jutsu in the world. Well, that may have been stretching it a bit, but he wouldn't trade his shower time for anything less. He turned around and leaned his back against the wall, reveling in the comfortable atmosphere of the shower stall. His mind unwillingly began to drift to the day's events, briefly recalling every move or action he'd made during his training. It didn't take long for him to remember the grief-stricken face of Taya when he pretended to drown, nor the bone-chilling glare she'd given him when he emerged. He made a mental note to never play a prank on her again. At least, ones that involved faking death. Still, he wondered why she would even care if he drowned or not. In their time together, she barely seemed to tolerate him, let alone care for his well-being. Chalking it up as another girl thing, he reached for his shampoo bottle and squirted a generous amount onto his messy mop of hair. He used his nails to fiercely scrub his scalp, although he doubted his hair was very dirty. Especially since he spent the better part of the evening submerged in a river. I have to do something to make it up to her, he thought, quickly hopping out of the shower and slipping into his night clothes. It was a warm night, so he decided to allow his body to air dry. He dove under his sheets and attempted to quickly fall asleep. If he lies awake too long, he'd begin thinking of Sasuke. His brain would continue to replay their time together in his mind, searching for the point where he had gone wrong with his surrogate brother. As far as he could tell, Sasuke had been content working with him and Sakura-chan. Searching for lost cats, trying to find out what was under Kakashi-sensei's mask, catching a quick bowl of ramen after a mission, all of the things they enjoyed doing together as a team. He clenched his fists in anger. It was all Orochimaru's fault. That snake bastard was going to pay for taking away one of his precious people. He swore that Orochimaru would die. Drip. 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 Taya grit her teeth in annoyance. After refilling her pitcher for the night, the nurse had failed to turn the water faucet all the way off. She'd had an incredibly hard time falling asleep. The only thing that calmed her mind enough to sleep was the image of her ogres beating the shit out of the neglectful old witch. Even after she'd constantly pushed the call button for nearly an hour, the elderly bitch hadn't come back to the room. The girl let loose a frustrated growl, banging her head back against the wall to block out the monotonous noise. Please don't do that. You just recovered from your head wound a few days ago. Taya snapped her head around to look into the amused eyes of the slug Sanin's apprentice. Between the constant banging of her head and the dripping faucet, the genin hadn't noticed that someone entered the room. Off! She screamed, her features dripping with desperation. Shizune tilted her head in confusion. Off? The woman asked, lowering Taya's medical chart to glance at the girl. The faucet. It's driving me bat-hit crazy. With an understanding nod, the medical ninja quickly walked over to the sink and twisted the handle until the dripping stopped. The girl closed her eyes and sighed with relief. How long has this been on? She asked, frowning slightly. It wasn't like the nurses to be so neglectful of their patients. All fucking night. Shizune's brows furrowed in disappointment. Do you know who the nurse was? Taya lifted a curious eyebrow. She was certain the woman knew that she was one of the 4 sound ninja who had an indirect hand in killing the 3rd Hokage. Some old bitch with white-ass bow-cap glasses. Why? The young woman lifted the medical chart and began scribbling away at a few things. Based on her description, it was the same nurse who'd lost her grandson in the joint attack by the sand and sound. Perhaps it wasn't so smart of the Hokage to let the veteran nurses know who the girl was. Tsunade-sama doesn't tolerate ill treatment of patients. No matter where they're from. she said, purposely looking up at the genin. Chances are, she'll be fired for prejudicial neglect. Taya smiled evilly at this statement. In the end, the last laugh would be hers. Nothing in life was better than revenge. Ha! Serves the bitch right. She yawned widely, not even attempting to cover her mouth. Now that the noise had stopped, she was finally able to get a few more hours of sleep. Her eyelids slowly began to droop, a fact which greatly amused Shizune. After giving the girl a quick checkup, she quietly slipped out of the room and headed towards her master's office. She was more than looking forward to the nurse's literal ejection from the hospital. 3 hours later. A small shadow crept along the halls, stealthily making its way towards the second floor of the hospital. It soon reached the door to room 223, the very same room that held the former young kunoichi from the sound. Twisting the doorknob slowly, the figure slipped into the room and gently shut the door behind them. Finally, you get what's coming to you, the person thought, grinning maliciously. The grin slipped momentarily as they noticed she was asleep. Damn, I thought she'd be up by now. Guess I have to. Naruto? What the fuck are you doing? The blonde nearly jumped out of his skin when she spoke. Gah! I thought you were asleep. She lifted an eyebrow and eased herself up into a sitting position. Eyeing him carefully, she noticed a small bag hanging from his right hand. Dumbass, just because I can't use my legs doesn't mean that my ninja senses have dulled any. I was part of Orochimaru's elite guard. Taya deadpanned. She narrowed her eyes a bit in curiosity as she noticed that he was snickering. What? Naruto pointed to his left cheek and grinned. You have a little something on your face. Her hand shot up to her cheek to feel a sticky wetness smeared all over the left side of her face. She realized in horror that it was her drool. Unwillingly, her face began to heat up in embarrassment, and she turned around to wipe the fluid off with the hospital bedsheets. She also raked her fingers through her hair in a sad attempt at giving it some order. Her hand suddenly froze in mid-stroke. What the hell am I doing? She wondered, quickly bringing her hand back down to her lap. For some reason, she felt humiliated that he had seen her in such a disheveled state. Her pride feeling somewhat bruised, she turned back around and practically snarled at the boy. Quit laughing at me, you low-life cocksucking motherfucker. Naruto blinked in surprise. She'd never used 3 insults in succession before. Something in the back of his mind told him that she was mad. Perhaps it was his common sense. He held up his hands in a placating fashion. I wasn't laughing at you. It's just that you look so funny. That the boy paused in mid-sentence, briefly reflecting on his words. Oh, I guess I was laughing at you. Before the girl could say a word, he held up the bag hanging from his right hand. Wait. I brought food. Her mouth snapped shut in surprise. He'd brought her lunch. She fought to say something, anything, but the words somehow managed to escape her. Instead, she settled on a questioning glare. Grinning, Naruto reached into the bag and, unsurprisingly, handed her a large plastic container of ramen. Luckily, it was still warm. Thanks? Taya mumbled, her anger temporarily forgotten. His grin widened as he pulled up a chair. He reached into the bag and handed her a pair of chopsticks. I didn't know what kind you'd want, so I asked Koji-san to make me a super deluxe Naruto special. It has almost everything in it, the boy exclaimed. The redhead nodded and quickly broke her chopsticks. She was deathly hungry, especially since the nurse had forgotten to give her breakfast. Without wasting any time, she uttered a blessing and dug in. Naruto watched amazed as she voraciously inhaled the noodles, barely stopping to breathe. Every now and then, she'd stop to wipe her mouth. She had to maintain some sense of elegance after all, before returning full force to the food. Approximately 2 minutes later, Taya leaned back with a content sigh. Shit, that was good. She smiled and closed her eyes to relish in the warm feeling of the soup swimming around in her belly. She refused to acknowledge that the feeling could have possibly come from his act of kindness. Nah, Taya. The redhead lifted an eyelid to look at him. What? I was wondering about yesterday, he muttered, looking anywhere but at her face. She opened both of her eyes and turned her head to look at him. What about it? Nothing, just wondering if you were still mad. A grunt resounded from the back of her throat. It was hard to believe that he was still worried over something that happened a day ago. Why do you care? She asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. Naruto shrugged and finally lifted his head to look at her. Just do. Taya fought the urge to growl. No, I'm not mad. I'm still going to kick your ass, but I'm not mad. He grinned in relief. If she was still mad, she might not teach him anything else. She pushed herself back into an upright position and set the bowl down on the tray next to her. What are you doing here anyway? It's Saturday. You don't have to take me to the academy. The boy gave her a confused glance. Aren't you still going to train me? Taya blinked. She honestly didn't expect him to be able to train after the brutal exercise she'd put him through the day before. The girl sighed loudly. Though she was secretly glad to be leaving the hospital, she didn't want him to know it. Well, if you want me to go, you have to get my shit out of those cabinets, she said, pointing towards the opposite wall. He walked over to cabinets and began to open the various doors. He soon emerged with a few folded pieces of clothing. This stuff? She nodded and took the clothing from him. Naruto pulled the curtain separating the room and plopped down on the other bed. Unable to help himself, he watched her silhouette in mild awe as she quickly pulled on her pants and ninja sandals. It was quite a feat considering that she only had one available hand. A small blush crept onto his face as he watched her pull the hospital gown up and over her head. He couldn't see much, but just the thought of her bearing her chest in the same room was enough to get his heart pumping a fraction of a second faster. He shook his head ferociously and growled. What am I doing? I'm not a pervert like Ero Sennin, he thought, turning his entire body so as not to be tempted to look again. A small curse floated from the other side of the curtain. While it was easy for Taya to slip on her pants and shoes, the long-sleeved shirt required the assistance of a second person. She'd only been able to get her left arm through the sleeve, leaving the right side of her shirt hanging on her shoulder. Even worse, the bastards hadn't even given her a bra. Blushing mildly, she cleared her throat and glanced hesitantly at the curtain. Naruto? She muttered, barely believing what she was about to ask him. Can you help me? Naruto choked and nearly fell off of the bed. Huh? Why do you need my help? The girl nervously bit her lip. He was the last person she wanted to help her, but with her nurse's head on the chopping block, she doubted that there was anyone around to receive her call. With a resigned sigh, she shifted around so that her back was facing the other side of the room. She'd be damned if he got a peek at her more valuable assets. Just get the fuck over here. Naruto grunted and pulled back the curtain. Help me put my arm through the sleeve. And be careful. He nodded, although she couldn't see it, and hesitantly reached for her injured arm. Though he tried not to, he couldn't help but stare at the rich, ivory skin of her back. As he loosely grasped her arm, he briefly registered that it was his first time actually touching a female's skin. Getting punched in the face by Sakura didn't count. His thumb gently slid over the smooth surface of her arm. Soft, Naruto whispered unknowingly, eyes wide with interest. Taya tensed in mortification, feeling her blush deepen and spread across her cheeks. He was only the second male to compliment her on her physical appearance, not counting Sakan's offhand comments about how disgustingly graceful she looked while sparring. What did you just say? She stuttered, cursing her tongue for its impudence. Naruto blushed and quickly slipped her arm into the sleeve of the dark blue shirt. Nothing. Ready to go? He asked, abruptly turning to grab the collapsible wheelchair from the corner of the room. His cheeks burned red with embarrassment at his unintentional confession. On the other side of the room, Taya wasn't faring any better. As it usually did, her bashfulness was soon replaced by anger. How dare he try to cop a feel when her guard was down? When he reached down to pick her up, she launched a, not-so-fierce blow into his gut. What was that for? For trying to feel me up. She screamed, more angry at herself for holding back on the punch. Her conscience was really starting to become a problem. I wasn't trying to feel you up. You're the one who asked for my help, he retorted. She huffed and lifted her arm to be picked up, a silent acknowledgement that he'd won. For a dumbass, he sure knew how to make a good point. Even someone as argumentative, as she couldn't come up with a plausible enough comeback. He reached down again to pick her up, though warily, and set her down in the flimsy wheelchair. Where are we going today? Naruto asked as he wheeled her out of the room. She shrugged and leaned back in the chair. Who gives a fuck? I can't teach you anything else in this state anyway. The chair slid to an abrupt stop, nearly throwing her headfirst to the ground. What? There has to be something you can teach me, he yelled, eyes wide with desperation. If this was as far as she could take him, Sasuke was going to wipe the floor with his ass. Well, there is something, but I don't think you'll be able to handle it. Tell me. I can do it. Taya smirked. He's so easy to manipulate. Hell, I'd bet I could get the bastard to strip if I wanted him to, she thought, her smirk growing a bit lecherous. She quickly dismissed that train of thought before it went places she didn't want to go. It's not like he had anything to show off anyway. Alright, I'll tell you. But only on 2 conditions. 1, you can't complain even once about the training. He snorted with amusement. As if he would complain about training. And 2, you're not allowed to quit. That means no taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu until you've completely mastered this exercise. Got it? That's it. This'll be. He suddenly stopped in the middle of his sentence. Something didn't add up. If he wasn't going to be doing taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu, then what else was there to learn? He narrowed his eyes slightly in thought. Though he certainly wasn't a genius, he wasn't nearly as stupid as he led others to believe. Even he could smell a trap a mile away. Wait a minute. This training must be something I wouldn't like if you gave me those conditions. Taya's jaw nearly dropped into her lap. Since when did the dove grow a brain? She quickly regrouped and attacked from another angle. Who gives a fuck? Either accept my conditions, or I don't train you. Naruto grimaced. While he had identified the trap, there was no clear way out of it. With a resigned sigh, he began pushing her towards the hospital elevator. Fine, you win. She smiled in triumph. At least that evened the score. Nah, Taya, what are you going to teach me? Naruto and Taya were currently resting on one of the large, flat rocks sitting near the river. They hadn't moved since they had arrived, which was around 15 minutes ago. Have you ever heard of leaf concentration? She asked, resting her head on the rock. Her escort's jacket was propped up behind her head as a makeshift pillow. She still hadn't given him his jacket back, and decided that she would keep it until he asked for it. It's not like he didn't have others at home. Naruto gave her a confused look. Leaf concentration? How does that work? She grinned and reached onto the grass for a leaf. After finding one, she motioned for him to come closer. I'm surprised you've never done it. Orochimaru told us that it was taught in the academy. She sat up and placed the leaf on her forehead. The object of this exercise is to keep the leaf from falling off of your forehead. In order to do this, you must concentrate all of your chakra onto the leaf. The boy frowned deeply. Wait, you're teaching me that? Iruka-sensei tried to teach me that when I was in the academy. It's boring. Did you ever learn how to do it? No, he mumbled, hanging his head in shame. Taya laughed. That explains why your chakra control is so shitty. You'll never beat Orochimaru if you can't use your chakra effectively. He snorted and crossed his arms. How does this help my chakra control? She knocked him over the head with her cast. I was getting to that part, dumbass. She cleared her throat and assumed the teacher role once again. This exercise actually trains concentration. By concentrating all of your energy on the leaf, your mind is able to focus much more efficiently, thus improving your chakra control. Do you get it? He nodded and plucked the leaf off of her forehead. It's kind of like when I was learning the Reimagined from Erosenin. When I drew a leaf onto my hand, I was able to pop the ball much easier than I did before. She blinked in confusion. Sure, whatever. Just get to work. He stuck his tongue out but placed the leaf on his forehead anyway, only to have it slip off a moment later. He placed the leaf on his forehead again, achieving the same results. After 25 or so failures, Taya sighed and slammed her head into her hand. It's obvious that we're not getting anywhere. Look, try this. Cross your legs and close your eyes. Remember, this is an exercise in concentration. Block out everything except the leaf. This is too hard, he whined, sticking his lip out in a pout. She bopped him over the head again. Remember the conditions? If you don't do this, I won't teach you anything else. Sasuke will fuck you up and make you his bitch without my help. Naruto grit his teeth in anger. Though he hated to admit it, she was right. There was no way he could get strong enough on his own, and she knew a lot about Orochimaru's training methods, the same methods he would be using to teach Sasuke. He sighed and did as she said, much to her amusement. 2 for me, 1 for you. Amazingly enough, he was able to hold the leaf on his forehead for 3 seconds before it finally floated down into his lap. I did it! He screamed in triumph. She frowned and knocked him over the head again. Idiot, you have to hold the leaf on your forehead for at least an hour before we can move on. Nanny? That long? But that'll take forever. She shrugged and motioned towards her legs. I'm not going anywhere. The longer it takes you to master this exercise, the easier it will be for Sasuke to kick your ass. Now get back to work. He mumbled something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like slave driving bitch before placing the leaf on his forehead and closing his eyes. Taya watched in mild awe as his time increased from a few seconds to a few minutes in only half an hour. When Orochimaru taught her this exercise, it took her the whole day to hold the leaf for 10 minutes, yet he was going to beat her time in only an hour. Of course, she was much more impatient and fiery than Naruto was when she learned this exercise, but it was amazing progress nonetheless. With his eyes closed, she figured it was safe enough to finally examine his features in detail. The first thing she examined was his unruly sunny blonde hair. Blonde was an incredibly rare color in the East, and she'd only seen 3 people with that hair color in Konoha: the current Hokage, Naruto, and the picture of the 4th hanging on the wall in the Hokage's office. She briefly wondered if Naruto and the 4th were related, but quickly waved it off. As if that idiot could be related to someone as legendary as the Yellow Flash. She recalled reading about the Yamanaka clan in her earlier studies with Orochimaru, and remembered that they too had blonde hair and blue eyes. Perhaps he was a Yamanaka? She momentarily toyed with the idea, but again dismissed it. As far as she knew, he didn't know any mind transfer techniques. Instead of pondering his origins, she decided to ask him about it later and move on before he opened his eyes again to complain. Her eyes slowly traveled from his hair down to his strange whisker marks. After making sure he was still concentrating on the leaf, she leaned forward to get a better look at them. At first, she thought the whiskers were simply drawn on with face paint. Now that she was close enough to study them in detail, she was able to see the shallow grooves the lines made in his face. Huh. That's a weird birthmark. She thought, fighting the urge to reach out and touch them. Maybe his clan specializes in ninja cats or something. She snickered quietly at the thought, and decided to finish looking at the rest of his features before she distracted him with her giggles. Taya leaned back again to take in his whole face. Combined with the whisker marks and his furrowed brows, his face seemed almost feral in appearance. His eyes were slightly slanted like a fox's, and her mind quickly conjured up the image of a ninja fox arranging his paws in a cross to perform the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. She shook her head to clear the image, lest she break out in a fit of giggles. Her imagination could certainly be strange when it wanted to be. Just as she was about to finish her assessment of his appearance, Naruto's body suddenly slumped over, causing the leaf to float harmlessly to the rock below them. What the fuck? There had been no visible indication that he was about to fall asleep, or she surely would have smacked him awake before he did. Naruto! Hey, shithead, wake up! She yelled, smacking him a few times on the head. When he didn't move, a small inkling of concern wormed its way into the bottom of her heart. This had better not be another joke, Naruto. Wake up. Hey! She stretched her arm out and splashed a little water into his face, hoping to at least get a small reaction from the blonde. This isn't fucking funny anymore. Wake. Maybe you should let him sleep for a while. He looks pretty tired, don't you think? Taya snapped her around to the tree behind them. Who's there? Show yourself, she yelled, reaching for Naruto's weapon pouch. She grabbed a kunai and held it in front of herself and Naruto defensively. Her eyes widened when a ninja sauntered out of the trees, a wide grin nearly splitting their face in half. You! The ninja chuckled softly and brought a kunai of their own out, spinning it nonchalantly by the ring. My. What will you do now, Taya? Chapter 6. Misumi, Taya snarled through clenched teeth. Out of all the ninja in the Sound Village, he was the one she least wanted to see. Orochimaru had sent him, along with Kabuto and Yoroy, to infiltrate the Chunin exams and study all of the genin to find potential warriors for the growing village of the Sound. Only Kabuto had returned, so she'd long since perceived them as dead. The Sound Nin pulled down his face mask and grinned. He was wearing simple black ninja pants, a black long-sleeved shirt, and a black Sound Chunin vest. I'm pleased to hear that you remember me, Tayuya-chan, he said, readjusting his glasses. She felt her lip curl at his jeering use of the chan suffix. What the fuck are you doing here? Orochimaru wouldn't send someone as pathetic as you to finish me off. He laughed and hopped down from the tree, continuing to spin the kunai on his ring finger. Still as lively as ever, I see. Actually, Orochimaru-sama didn't assign me this mission. I requested it. She narrowed her eyes and inched closer to Naruto. He still wouldn't send your feeble ass alone to kill a former member of the Sound Five. You're right. Despite my protests, he insisted that I bring Yoroy along with me. Taya cursed audibly, her eyes darting around in every direction. There was no possible way that she could defend against two ninja in her current state. Hell, she barely stood a chance with just one. As if sensing her distress, the Sound Nin waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, Taya-chan. After seeing your current injuries, I sent Yoroy on ahead to report our success to Orochimaru-sama. Satisfied for the moment, she glanced out of the corner of her eye at Naruto. What the hell did you do to him? She growled, making sure to keep the contortionist in her sight. He chuckled loudly at her question. Genjutsu. According to Kabuto, the boy has little to no talent for it. It was easy to place him under a low-level sleeping illusion. She winced slightly at his words. If we get out of this alive, I'm going to spend a whole fucking month teaching him genjutsu, she thought, quickly forming a seal to cancel the genjutsu. Before she could tap Naruto on the shoulder to wake him up, Misumi appeared behind them and picked the blonde up by his shirt. TSK. Have you really fallen so far as to rely on an idiot like this? He asked, grinning down at her mockingly. Tell me, what is he to you? She narrowed her eyes and scoffed. Thinking quickly, she concluded that it would be best for both of them if Naruto was able to live. Even if she died, he could at least fulfill her dream along with his own. He doesn't mean shit to me. I was simply using the fool to help me escape. Nothing more, nothing less. He stopped twirling the kunai and smiled. That's a relief. I thought you had finally gotten over me. You still love me, don't you, Taya-chan? She grit her teeth in anger, greatly resenting his cutting remarks. Though she hated to admit it, Taya had been quite smitten with the jounin. Granted, she was only 9 at the time while he was practically an adult. The others had always teased her for her infatuation with the man, often calling her things like reverse pedophile and grave robber. It wasn't until he had ridiculed her for her ability to play the flute that she realized exactly how fucking stupid her admiration of him was. It was also the day when she resolved to squash all of her weaker emotions in favor of power. Fuck you. He shook his head in mock exasperation. You haven't changed a bit, Taya-chan. He glanced up at the sun before returning his attention to the girl in front of him. While I'd love to catch up on old times, I really must be going. Yoroy's probably worried sick by now. With a sickeningly sweet grin, he stabbed the kunai into Naruto's heart and tossed him into the stream. Tayuya's hand went limp, causing the kunai to clatter harmlessly on the rock below her. She watched helplessly as his blood turned the small stream a shallow shade of red. Naruto! She screamed, her eyes involuntarily tearing up. For the third time in her life, she felt all of her hopes shatter into a million pieces. All her plans of killing Orochimaru and parading his head around on a stick were sinking to the bottom of the stream along with her partner. She curled her hand into a fist and snatched the kunai up off the rock. I'll fucking kill you. With an angry swipe, she cut a large gash into the Sound Nin's thigh. He grimaced slightly and jumped back far enough to avoid any further attacks from the irate redhead. After making sure the wound wasn't too deep, he angrily stomped forward and picked the girl up by her throat. The condescending glint in his eyes was replaced by unbridled rage. That wasn't wise, Tayuya, he snarled, tightening his grip on her neck. She tried to stab at him again, but he viciously backhanded her hard across the face. The kunai slipped from her fingertips as her head snapped back from the blow. I was going to kill you fast, bitch, but now I'm going to make you suffer. He knelt down next to the stream and plunged her head under the water. Tayuya didn't bother struggling. As far as she was concerned, she was already dead. Not only were her legs fucked up, but all of her hopes and ambitions for the future had died along with Naruto. Worst of all, he had died because of her. As the edges of her vision began to darken, she smiled and closed her eyes with deep remorse. I'm sorry, Naruto. God, what the hell happened? Naruto sat up and groggily opened his eyes. It took a few seconds for them to focus, but it took half that time to realize exactly where he was. He immediately recognized the dank, sooty walls and the dark, murky waters that made up the sewers of his mind. However, the broken pipes were dripping a little faster than they were before, and he noticed with some alarm that the area around him was slowly darkening. The only consistent light was the familiar red glow resonating from the Kyuubi's cage around the corner. He briefly weighed his options, and decided that visiting Kyuubi was a much better idea than waiting to see what happens next. Sighing loudly, he reluctantly dragged his feet towards his prisoner. After what seemed like hours of walking, he finally stood before the giant golden gates that held the nine-tailed fox. "Baka Kitsune! What's going on?" he yelled, trying to see into the dark recesses of the cage. He was slightly worried that the nine-tailed fox had somehow managed to escape, and was currently on another rampage through Konoha while he was trapped inside of his own mind. A pair of glowing red eyes appeared from behind the bars, putting his worries to rest. "We're dying, brat." Naruto blinked in surprise. He wasn't expecting a direct answer from the fox, and he certainly wasn't expecting to hear that he was going to die. "Nani? What do you mean we're dying? What the hell did you do?" Kyuubi growled slowly at the boy. It was just like a human to blame someone else for their mistakes. "I didn't do anything. It's because of your own clumsy negligence that you were stabbed through the heart by the enemy." By now, Naruto was frantically pulling at his hair. Death itself didn't scare him. It was the thought of the people he would be leaving behind that worried him. "Shit! I can't die here! I have to bring Sasuke back. I have to marry Sakura-chan. I have to become Hokage." He suddenly stopped in front of the cage and glared up at his prisoner. "You're supposed to be the almighty Kyuubi, right? Do something." What looked like a scowl appeared on the demon's face. "You've got a lot of guts to talk to the strongest of the great demons like that, brat." It narrowed its eyes in thought. Perhaps this situation could somehow work out in his favor. "Look, kid, we have to act fast. This seal prevents me from releasing enough of my chakra into your system to heal you. If you release the seal right now, it will be easy for me to rebuild your heart." Naruto felt himself sweat drop. "I'm not that stupid." The Kyuubi made a movement that looked suspiciously like a shrug. Deciding to take what he could get, the demon fox attacked from another angle. "Fine. How about a deal?" Naruto's ears perked up at this proposition. "A deal? What kind of deal?" he asked, glaring skeptically at the beast. "I want more power." Before the genin could speak, the Kyuubi quickly continued. "But it's not what you think. As you can probably imagine, it gets fairly boring here after a while." "So what is it that you want? Hurry it up, Baka Kitsune." The monster growled with considerable annoyance. If all humans were this annoying, he might honestly reconsider the offer he was about to make. "Silence, mortal!" he roared, effectively shutting the boy up. "What I want is freedom. I want to see, smell, hear, taste, and feel everything that you do. I also want to be able to communicate with you, so that I can prevent any more of the foolish predicaments you tend to get yourself into. In return, I'll tell you how to access more of my chakra and rebuild your pathetic human heart." Naruto frowned in thought, trying to figure out what the bastard fox was up to. He was just about to agree when he suddenly remembered Gaara's situation, and how the Shikaka would constantly taunt and torment the in his mind. There was no way in hell he would let Kyuubi drive him crazy. The mischievous grin that suddenly appeared on his face made Kyuubi slightly nervous. "Fine, I accept your deal on one condition. I'm allowed to silence your voice whenever I want to." An angry growl resounded from the other side of the bars, confirming the fact that he'd exposed the demon's plan. It was obvious that the beast didn't have time to come up with another angle, as the light in the room was slowly beginning to diminish. He smiled cheekily and clasped his hands behind his head. "Well? Fine," the beast roared, deciding to cut his losses and try again at a later time. Red chakra slowly began to seep out of the cage, bubbling up against Naruto's feet. Soon, the chakra hardened and grew, propelling him upwards towards the seal. "Nani? I already told you that I'm not removing the seal." The beast sighed and shook his head. "Idiot. You have to weaken the seal in order to receive more of my chakra. Hurry up, I can feel your body weakening." Nodding to himself, the genin reached a trembling hand towards the seal. Very carefully, he made a minuscule tear on the corner of the small piece of paper. The effect was immediate. A torrent of chakra shot towards the opposite wall, drowning the entire room in a malevolent sea of energy. Naruto found it incredibly hard to breathe, let alone move in the fluctuating surge of raw power. Kyuubi roared with laughter at his jailer's shocked expression. What was that?" "That," he started, grinning with conceited pride, "was approximately 1/100th of my power, brat." The blonde's jaw scraped the ground. He knew that the demon was powerful, but this was fucking ridiculous. He suddenly had 10 times more respect for the 4th Hokage's strength. It couldn't have been easy to defeat a monster with such an insane amount of chakra. Get going, and let me have some fun. Naruto blinked, realizing that he'd completely missed whatever his prisoner had to say. Yeah? Sure. You didn't hear a word I said, did you? The QB deadpanned. If he wasn't so disoriented, the boy would have laughed at the annoyed expression on the demon's face. A sigh escaped the beast, and with a swing of his paw, another wave of chakra shot Naruto out of the room and into the blinding light that made up his consciousness. Tsurugi Misumi was having a wonderful day. Except for the shallow gash he had received from Taya, everything was going perfectly. His target was basically a one-armed vegetable, and as an added bonus, he had just killed the boy that Orochimaru had been bitching about for the past 2 months. He smiled and readjusted his glasses with his free hand. Orochimaru was sure to promote him to Jounin for such an exceedingly successful mission. Absolutely nothing could ruin his day, not even a large, glowing red claw protruding from the stream and heading straight for his face. Shit. Before he could blink, the claw slashed him vertically across the face, sending both he and Taya sprawling across the ground. What the hell? He yelled, bewilderment clear in his voice. Taya, who had landed a few yards away from the Chunin, immediately began gasping for air. She didn't know what the fuck had happened, but she wasn't about to complain. After she regained a bit of her breath, she too began to look around the small tree-covered field for her savior. What she saw next astounded her. Naruto, who had just been stabbed through the heart by Misumi, was slowly rising out of the stream. A vicious swirl of red chakra surrounded him, turning the gentle water around him into steam. Naruto? She asked, her voice wavering with fear and disbelief. A gasp escaped her when he turned his blood-red eyes upon her trembling form. His pants were ripped off at the knees, and for the first time she noticed the spiraling seal on his stomach. The thin whisker marks of his cheeks now looked like abysmal scars, and his sharp pointy teeth were bared in her direction. If he didn't look so abominably scary at that moment, she might even say that he looked hot. Cammy, she had some weird fetishes. Taya, are you alright? He asked, taking a concerned step towards her. As if moving on its own accord, her body quickly shuffled further into the forest, trying desperately to get away from the rancorous-looking boy. His voice was different, almost animalistic in tone. Immense pain flashed through his eyes at her actions. It was the same look the villagers gave him every day of his life, but it hurt 10 times more when it was someone he actually cared about. Instead of taking another step towards Taya, he turned ferocious eyes upon the screaming man to his right. The Sound Nin was viciously clawing at his face, desperately trying to put out the chakra-induced flames caused by Naruto's initial blow. Naruto sauntered over to the fallen ninja with a furious smirk on his face. He was going to enjoy this. Does it hurt? He sneered, stopping in front of the man. He launched a powerful kick into the shinobi's gut, sending him back first into a tree. An audible crack was heard on contact. Stay back, demon! Misumi gasped between breaths. The QB-empowered genin laughed bitterly. Is that how you beg for your life? Naruto grabbed his head and slammed it face first into the ground. Is it? The man lifted his head and glared pitifully at Naruto. I'd never beg before a demon. The boy snarled and lifted him into the air by his neck. Wrong answer. He thrust a clawed hand through the Sound Nin's chest, instantly killing him. He stood there for a few minutes in that position, feeling Kyubi's chakra slowly begin to drain from his system. His hand was still sticking out of Misumi's back, and blood ran in torrents down his forearm. It briefly registered in the back of his mind that it was his first kill. However, he was more concerned with the shivering girl staring at him with wide, fearful eyes. With a forceful pull, he wrenched his arm from the man's chest. The wet squelching sound seemed to snap her out of her daze, as she suddenly seemed to notice the gaping hole in her former comrade's ribcage. He threw the body as far as he could towards the stream. What are you? She asked with fearful trepidation. Despite witnessing, and being the cause of, the death of over 100 people in her lifetime, none had ever been as gruesome as this one. She unconsciously burrowed herself further into the tree behind her as he began to walk in her direction. Taya, please, before he could finish his sentence, his legs suddenly gave out on him, causing him to crumble into a heap on the ground. Naruto! Taya screamed, immediately concerned about the blonde despite her fear. It took her a few minutes to stop her body from trembling, but she eventually managed to ease herself onto her stomach. Using her left arm, she slowly crawled her way towards Naruto. Her body seemed to be fighting against her every move, and it was through sheer willpower alone that she was able to reach him after what seemed like hours of crawling. She slid her body around so that she was leaning over the boy's head. It took her a few more minutes to get her nerve together, yet she somehow worked up enough courage to reach a shaky hand towards his neck. She quickly checked for a pulse and let loose a small sigh of relief when it throbbed powerfully against her fingertips. At least he was alive. She gently lifted his head and shuffled herself under him, allowing him to rest against her lap. Her body still quivered a bit with fear, but she ignored her anxiety in favor of the boy sleeping deeply between her legs. She pushed a few loose strands away from his eyes and smiled. "Thank you?" The Godaime Hokage sped through the rooftops at an alarmingly fast pace. Nearly every ninja above the level of Chunin had felt the evil chakra, and were now heading towards the outskirts of the village. "Tsunade-sama!" An ANBU captain suddenly appeared to her left, his squad following closely behind him. His face was hidden by a mask, but his fear was evident in his movements. "What is it?" She noticed he seemed to hesitate before he spoke. It was obvious that it was something she didn't want to hear. "Tsunade-sama, the other captains and I feel as though it is in your best interest to return to your office. Please allow us to handle this." "No." The captain groaned from behind his mask. It was common knowledge to anyone who'd seen Naruto and the Hokage together that she had a major soft spot for the boy. There had even been rumors that she'd given him the first Hokage's necklace. Despite the obstacles, he was determined to make her see reason. "Tsunade-sama, please try to understand, the boy could be dangerous without breaking her stride." Tsunade threw a lightning-fast fist into the ANBU captain's face, breaking his mask and sending him spiraling towards the ground. The other members of his squad wisely slowed down enough to get out of striking range of the slug Sannin. "Temper, Tsunade," a voice chuckled. She snarled and threw another angry fist to her right. Jiraiya barely managed to duck under the blow. "Relax, I'm not trying to stop you," he exclaimed, placing his hands into the air as a sign of peace. "On the contrary, I'm just here to help. He is my student, you know." The woman's glare softened. "Do you think he's all right?" she asked, using chakra to gain a little extra speed. Jiraiya smirked confidently at his former teammate and matched her pace. "I know he is." Seemingly satisfied with his answer, she turned forward and put all of her energy into reaching Naruto as fast as she could. When they arrived in the clearing, the sight that met them was devastating. It wasn't the abnormally large craters or ruptured trees that surprised them. No, it was the copious amounts of blood and the mutilated body lying near the stream that sent a small sickening wave through their bodies. The Hokage slowly made her way towards the corpse, Jiraiya and a few ANBU squads close behind. She turned the body over and let loose a small sigh of relief. Judging by his headband, the man was from the Sound. She was immensely thankful that it wasn't one of their own shinobi, as that would have put her in an extremely difficult position. Except for the gaping hole in his chest and 5 large gashes across his face, there weren't many other injuries on the corpse. "Tsunade-sama! We've found him!" Immediately forgetting about the corpse, she ran over to the ANBU officer's position. "Where is he?" The woman's eyes scanned the clearing until they landed on Taya. The girl had her back to them, but a small bit of blonde hair was peeking out from her lap. Fearing the worst, Tsunade rushed over to the genin. As she arrived, Taya slowly turned her head from Naruto to look up at Tsunade. Her face was eerily void of any emotion, but the woman noticed with some concern that she was trembling. She knelt down in front of Taya and placed a gentle hand against Naruto's jugular. "He's all right," she said, letting loose the breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. She moved to pick the boy up, but the redhead only tightened her grip on his head, glaring weakly at the woman. "We need to get them to the hospital," Jiraiya said, appearing behind her. His teammate nodded her head in agreement and began performing seals. The girl showed no signs of releasing the boy anytime soon. "I'll have to knock her out. She's having a mild combat stress reaction, otherwise known as shell shock. It's probably her first time experiencing something as malevolent as Kyuubi's chakra. Right now, Naruto is the only thing she is familiar with and is acting as her security blanket. Moving him could worsen the condition." Her hands began to glow a mild green, and she placed her palm onto the girl's forehead. Taya's grip on the blonde immediately loosened as she fell forward into Tsunade's arms. She picked the girl up and motioned for Jiraiya to do the same with Naruto, causing him to raise an amused eyebrow. I thought you'd want to carry Naruto yourself, he chuckled, slinging the boy over his shoulder. Don't tell me you've become attached to the girl already. The woman scowled and motioned one of the ANBU officers over. Clean this place up. I want absolutely no evidence of what happened here to get out to the public. Do you understand? The female officer bowed her head in confirmation. Even she understood what would happen if the villagers found out about the genin using Kyuubi's chakra. The chaos would be insurmountable. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade nodded and turned towards her former teammate, whom she noticed had adjusted the boy into a much more careful and comfortable position when she wasn't looking. Smirking slightly, she nodded in the direction of Konoha. Let's go. Chapter 1. Tsunade-sama. The Hokage fought the urge to groan. For the past 2 days, she had been receiving complaint after complaint about the Kyuubi's chakra surfacing in Konoha. Though most of the ninja complained about Naruto being a threat, and were promptly removed from the premises via defenestration, she had been pleasantly surprised to see that a few of them voiced a concern for the boy himself. Ibiki, Kotetsu, Izumo, and Genma were among the most surprising. She hadn't been aware that they'd even met the boy, let alone liked him. Pushing those thoughts aside, she lifted her head to resentfully glare at the ANBU officer standing in front of her desk. The masked ninja took a discreet step back before clearing his throat. Hamura-sama and Kohara-sama are here to see you. This time, she groaned. They were the last 2 people she wanted to see at the moment. Then again, they were the last 2 people that she ever wanted to see. There was absolutely no doubt in her mind that she wouldn't like what they were going to say. It was almost as if they were put on this earth just to oppose her. She dropped her head back into her folded arms. Tell them I'm at the hospital. But Tsunade-sama, they... Is this how you address your problems? It's no wonder the village is in shambles. Yurotane Kohara said, waltzing into the office. She was followed by Midokado Hamura, and her expression was one of great disgust and animosity. If Sarutobi couldn't get rid of us, what makes you think that you can? The ANBU officer gawked from behind his mask. The fact that anyone could stand up to the often irritable Hokage was nothing short of astounding. He quickly performed a shunshin out of the room before things got ugly between the Hokage and the council members. Now, Koharu, we're not here to discuss her poor leadership of Konoha. Tsunade's head shot up to glare at the aging council members. What do you geezers want? Koharu sniffed and walked towards the windows overlooking the village. She glanced at the Hokage from the corner of her eye, subtly watching her reaction. Don't drag this out any more than you have to. You know exactly why we're here. The Godame swiveled around in her chair and stared longingly at the ground below, letting out a tired sigh. The day was going so well, too. I wonder if a fall from this height could kill me, she wondered, seriously considering making a break for it. Hamura placed a firm hand on her shoulder, immediately squashing any ideas she had about getting away. What do you plan to do about the Kyuubi container? The shinobi community is in an uproar, and rumors are beginning to spread to the civilians, he said. Tsunade smirked inwardly and straightened up in her chair. She was afraid that they were going to demand the immediate exile or death of Naruto, not give her a chance to explain her own ideas. She might be able to end this quickly after all. Especially since she hadn't informed them of his training mission with Jiraiya. Actually, I've already come up with a plan that will satisfy all parties involved. The look of genuine surprise on the elders' faces was more than enough to make Tsunade's face light up in delight. Kohara quickly regained her composure and sniffed haughtily at her statement. She was down, but she wasn't out. Oh? And what plan is this? The blonde lazily leaned back in her chair, a wide grin lying arrogantly on her face. With the groundwork set, revealing the rest of the plan would be a cakewalk. I've arranged for Jiraiya to take Naruto on a 3-year training trip. As you already know, Akatsuki isn't planning to move for another 3 years. It is during this time that he will turn Naruto into a shinobi capable of handling himself against Itachi and Kisame, the pair assigned to capture him. Hamura nodded thoughtfully. He also plans to teach Naruto how to harness the Kyuubi's power, correct? Exactly. Not only are we grooming a potential powerhouse for Konoha, but we're also satisfying the shinobi and civilian populations by removing their object of misplaced blame. Both elders winced guiltily. Before his defeat of Gaara, they too had blamed a few of their problems on the demon container. It took the words of Jiraiya and Tsunade combined to give the boy a chance to prove himself. Much to their chagrin, he had done so many times over. Suddenly remembering something, Koharu turned her gaze to the Godame Hokage. But aren't you forgetting something? What about your plans for the Sound Nin we captured after your failed Uchiha retrieval? If I remember correctly, you assigned that boy to extract information from the girl. You can't send her. Tsunade grinned, immediately alerting the two to her intentions. You've lost your mind. Hamiura nodded his agreement. I must agree with Koharu. Taking an enemy shinobi along on a 3-year training mission is bad enough, but taking a girl that cannot even walk? I failed to see your reasoning. The Sanin's grin only widened. They were truly underestimating her intelligence, a fact which both angered and amused her. Who said she was an enemy? The elders glanced at each other in shock, instantly alarmed by her mischievous grin. Turning an enemy who helped assassinate the 3rd Hokage into a leaf nin was borderline traitorous. You didn't! Koharu shouted, staring at her with disdain. I did. The Hokage has a lot more power than I originally thought. The elderly woman sighed in defeat. She knew it was only a matter of time before the slug woman finally read over the rights and privileges awarded to the leader of the village. However, she didn't expect for it to happen this soon. That still doesn't explain how you're going to send her on the training trip with Jiraiya. You yourself said that you couldn't do anything about her legs, Hamiura mused. Finally coming down from her power trip, Tsunade molded her face into a serious expression. If she didn't want them to cause a fuss at the next council meeting, she'd need to get them on her side. Or at least keep them from directly opposing her. Jiraiya and I have decided to recreate the Sozo Seze on Taya. She held up an authoritative hand to quell their arguments long enough for her to finish. According to the girl, she has no desire to go back to Orochimaru, and he has no desire to keep her alive. Being betrayed by her former leader is sure to leave her with a marginally large-sized chip on her shoulder, don't you think? The elderly man's face lit up in understanding. I see. You plan to train both of them to fight Orochimaru, correct? Tsunade nodded and clasped her hands in front of her. They were finally catching on. Exactly. How do you know that she won't run as soon as she's healed? Koharu shot back, jumping into the conversation. She was fighting a losing battle, but she'd damned if she let the younger woman win without a fight. The Hokage only grinned as if expecting the question. I'm glad you asked. Though I'm pretty sure she won't run, I've asked Jiraiya to include a special summoning seal into the Sozo Seze. In the highly unlikely event that she does decide to make a run for it, Jiraiya or I can immediately transport ourselves to her location. The male nodded his approval, giving her a small proud smile. My, you seem to have thought this through, Tsunade. Sarutobi would be proud. The woman felt herself blush at the compliment. Being compared to her former sensei was a real ego boost, especially coming from her sensei's teammate. Koharu huffed haughtily. It wasn't that she hated the woman. Hell, it was hard to hate someone who practically invented the medical ninja. Rather, it was her bad habits and abrasive attitude that rubbed her the wrong way. In her opinion, each ninja should be treated with the utmost respect and kindness. Now that she was in office, the current ninja were lucky to get a good job from the blonde. Her blind faith in the Kyuubi boy didn't help her stock much either. Let's not go that far, shall we? Besides, how do you expect Jiraiya to keep an eye on both the Kyuubi container and the sound girl? At his age, he surely can't keep up with 2 rowdy teenagers. I'm going to be sending a jounin along as an escort. Not only will they be watching the girl to make sure that she doesn't escape, but they will also be a great help with Naruto and Taiya's training. And before you ask, I've already chosen someone suitable for the job. As I said before, this trip will satisfy all parties involved. She sat back and let loose a large breath of relief. From what she could see, there were absolutely no other flaws in her plan. Unless, of course, the Akatsuki decided to attack before the 3-year period. Judging by the faces of the elders, they too couldn't find anything wrong with the mission. Nodding simultaneously, Hamiura and Koharu turned around and walked towards the door. Thank you for your report. We'll be sure to relay your plans to the council, he said, opening the door. He motioned for Koharu to follow before she could come up with something else to ask. Contrary to popular belief, he did have a life outside of nagging the Hokage. She grudgingly followed him out the door, giving Tsunade a small glare before closing the door behind her. As soon as she was sure that their chakra signatures were gone, she grinned widely and formed a single hand seal to remove the hen she'd placed over her paperwork. Immediately, 6 bottles of sake appeared on her desk. She picked one of the glistening white bottles up and raised it to the air. Damn, it's good to be Hokage. The room was abuzz with noise. The crunching of chips, yipping of a puppy, constant chattering of girls, and heavy sighs of a certain chunin were driving Hyuga Neji up the fucking wall. He grit his teeth in anger. Why the hell was he the only one still bedridden? From what he'd heard, Naruto was pierced through a fucking lung for Kami's sake, and he was already running around the town with some crippled redhead. He took a deep, relaxing breath to calm his mind, something which was extremely hard to do with the noise coming from the other Konoha ninja. Slowly pushing himself up into a sitting position, he calmly surveyed the others in the room. As usual, Choji was going to town on a large bag of barbecue potato chips and showed no signs of slowing down anytime soon. Quickly becoming disgusted by his more than distasteful eating habits, he shifted his eyes to the wild-looking boy at the foot of his bed. Kiba and his dog Akamaru were desperately trying to grab one of Akimichi's many bags of chips. Though he was loath to admit it, the heavy boy was amazingly quick when it came to protecting his snacks. The way he managed to keep the bags just out of their reach and eat at the same was nothing short of astounding. While Akamaru was jumping up from the ground to nab one of the bags, Kiba was energetically reaching for the genin's pockets, yelling the whole time. He soon became bored with watching the and his mutt's pitiful attempts at stealing some food and turned his attention to the girls chattering away at his right. Ino, Sakura, and Tenten were animatedly discussing some ninja rock group, and were completely unaware of anything outside of their little circle. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. He actually thought his teammate, Tenten, was above such trivial things, and was quite surprised to see that she practically worshipped this band. She was supposed to worship him, not some group of low-level no-talent shinobi musicians, damn it. Girls were so troublesome, as Shikamaru would put it. Speaking of the pineapple-headed chunin, the boy was currently staring at the clouds outside of the hospital window, sighing every few seconds and muttering about loud-mouthed women. His arms hung limply at his sides, and Neji noticed with slight amusement that he was glancing down at the pavement longingly every few seconds. Judging by the steady twitching and flexing of his hands, he was probably considering jumping, something he himself wished he could do. A small squeak from his left alerted him to the last person visiting him in his room. Ano, Neji-san yus shouldn't be sitting up. Hokage-sama says that you should stay in bed for another 2 days. Neji fought the urge to strangle Hinata. Not that he didn't like her. Their relationship had changed for the better after his defeat at the hands of Naruto. He'd finally started to see her as an equal, and not as someone who was unfit to be born into the main branch of the Hyuga clan. In fact, he had actually become somewhat protective of the girl, making sure that she arrived home on time from her team training sessions and escorting her to her training grounds when he could. Unfortunately, that didn't change the fact that he wanted to wrap his hands around her neck and choke her until she fell limp in his grip. Seriously, what the fuck was up with that stuttering? How fucking hard was it to form a single sentence without stammering and stumbling your way through half of it? Usually, it didn't bother him much at all, and was actually sort of endearing. However, his current condition coupled with the grating noise from the others had shattered his normally limitless patience. Deciding he'd had enough, he calmly closed his eyes and sucked in a large breath of air. God fucking damn it, shut the hell up. What the fuck is wrong with you people? This is a goddamn hospital, fuck damn it. Get out of my motherfucking room before I Katen the shit out of all of you. The silence in the room was deafening. Every last one of them, even Shikamaru, stared wide-eyed at the now hyperventilating Hyuga. None of them could believe their ears, especially Hinata. In the 13 years that she'd known him, Neji had never sworn around her. Tenten was thinking something similar, and was shocked beyond reason that the normally stoic boy had been pushed far enough to go off of the deep end. With Guy and Lee as teammates, she was genuinely surprised that it hadn't happened sooner. For a few seconds, no one moved. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, Neji pointed forcefully at the door. Get out! He yelled, activating his for effect. The ninja quickly scrambled out of the room, stepping on each other in their hurry to get away from the seething genin. As soon as the door slammed shut behind them, Neji fell back against his pillow and sighed. It seemed like fate got a kick out of screwing with his mind every chance it got. Geez, what was up with him? Kiba grumbled, walking with the group after being kicked out by Neji. Tenten shrugged lightly. Who knows? Maybe it's something in the medication. That's still no excuse to kick us out of his room so rudely. Ino screeched. She didn't take too kindly to being sworn at, let alone being told what to do. After we went through all that trouble to visit him, too. Sakura nodded her agreement, It had been especially hard for her to get some time off, as the Hokage proved to be a much harsher teacher than Kakashi could ever be. Though it was a little underhanded, she'd used visiting Neji as an excuse to get a small break before she had to make her nightly rounds. She glanced up at one of the room doors and smiled. "Hey, we're close to Naruto's room. Why not visit him while we're in the area?" The others were dumbfounded. It was practically impossible for anyone to be admitted to the hospital twice in the same week. "He's in the hospital again?" Chuji asked, actually stopping his eating to stare slack-jawed at Sakura. Naruto had been discharged less than a week ago, and he was more than surprised to hear that he was back already. "What for?" The pink-haired genin motioned for them to follow her down the hall. "Chakra exhaustion. From what I've heard, Tsunade Shosho tells Shizune-san, he's been unconscious for 2 days. Shikamaru sighed heavily in response. It was just like the blonde to overwork himself so soon after being released. "It's troublesome, but we may as well stop by. Maybe a familiar voice will help to wake him up." They all nodded their accession and continued on down the hall. Being worried was not something Taya was familiar with. Since she'd met Orochimaru, she'd never had a reason to. Just as he promised when she met him, they had given her food, shelter, and ample protection. She'd never even worried about her teammates. Each of the members of the Sound Four were more than capable of taking care of themselves, and even if they weren't, she probably wouldn't care much anyway. However, watching Naruto's pale, motionless face stirred something within her. With every beat of her heart she felt a small constricting pain throughout her chest, and she idly wondered if this what others felt when she had killed one of their loved ones. She felt her breath hitch slightly at that thought. Did she care for Naruto? Is that why it bothered her to see him so feeble and pale? She vigorously scratched at her scalp with her fingernails. "Shit! Get a fucking hold of yourself!" she screamed. All of these thoughts and feelings were driving her crazy. She almost wished that Misumi had succeeded in killing her. Then she'd at least have some peace of mind. She sighed and leaned back in her chair. She was supposed to be resting in her own bed, but she'd insisted on staying by the blonde's side until he woke up despite the Hokage's wishes. Taya chuckled bitterly at her actions. Less than 2 weeks away from the Sound Village, and she'd already become weak. Pathetic. She felt her lip curl slightly as she leaned forward to glare at his face. "This is your fault," she yelled, continuing to frown down at him. In the back of her mind, she felt somewhat foolish for talking to a boy that couldn't even hear her. She'd been constantly throwing taunts and jibes at him for the past few days, hoping against hope that he'd hear her and wake up. She figured that if he heard a familiar voice, it might help him find his way out of the coma faster. In reality, it had been the Hokage's apprentice's idea. The dark-haired woman would usually visit 3 times a day to check up on Naruto, once in the morning, once in the early afternoon, and once right before visiting hours ended. During her visits, she would often speak to the former Otonin, asking her if he'd shown any signs of pain or discomfort. If she had the time, Shizune would also offer to bring Taya things that she couldn't get in the hospital. So far, the girl had only asked for a comb, her fingers wouldn't cut it anymore, a brush, and a small mirror. She'd given her the items with an annoyingly cheeky smile, but Taya didn't mind too much. She actually reminded her of Kabuto, a competent medical ninja with a somewhat aloof personality. The only difference was that Kabuto was a sadistically sick bastard most of the time, and only did something for someone else if it would help further his or Orochimaru's own ideals. Now that she thought about it, they were really nothing alike. Shizune hadn't been the only person to visit in the last couple of days. The Hokage herself had made a couple of appearances. She pretended to be checking up on Naruto, but surprisingly enough, she'd been trying to talk to the redhead about what had happened during the assassination attempt by Misumi. The woman had constantly asked her if she was alright, something which greatly annoyed and alarmed the girl at the same time. Of course, she knew why the Hokage was so concerned. An attempted murder alone was usually only enough to break the average person. Adding the malevolent chakra she'd felt pouring out of Naruto a few days prior, even a Jounin-level shinobi could be driven to the brink of insanity. For the first time in her life, she was proud of her mental toughness. Though the chakra had admittedly scared the shit out of her, she'd been able to quickly bounce back from the experience. It'd take much more than that to bring her down. Apparently the Hokage had seen this too, as she hadn't bothered to stop by today. It didn't take long for her mind to shift back to the strange chakra she'd felt coming from the seemingly weak genin. As far as she knew, he didn't have any special bloodlines or know any overly powerful techniques. So what was it? What she'd felt had easily put Orochimaru's tainted chakra to shame. Fuck, she bet that even Orochimaru would piss his pants if he'd gotten a full blast of that shit. She shook her head and sighed. It wouldn't do her any good to try to figure it out herself. She didn't know enough to come up with any good theories, and no one she knew seemed willing to tell her anything. On the other hand, she didn't really know anyone in the village anyway, and a third of the people she did know were sleeping blissfully unaware in front of her. Another sigh escaped her. What the fuck was the big secret? She quickly checked the door before reaching an unsteady hand towards Naruto's head. During her time alone with him, she'd found that stroking his unruly hair was disturbingly calming. It felt like a strange mix between hair and fur, something which greatly puzzled and pleased her at the same time. Naturally, she'd never tell anyone else about it. It wouldn't do any good for her reputation if someone found out. She felt herself begin to relax, and a small content smirk began to form on her face. Maybe she'd ask Shizune for some scissors next time she visited. He wouldn't miss a lock or two of that disorderly mop he called hair. While she was playing with his hair, she failed to notice the teenagers standing dumbfounded in the doorway. What are you doing? Tayuya's head snapped up to stare wide-eyed at the genin. She hadn't even sensed them coming. A few of them were gawking rudely at her, and it didn't take her long to figure out why. She recognized them as a couple of the brats who were chasing after Sasuke. The fat one had killed Jiraiya, and the dog boy was probably the one who took out Sakan and Yukon. There were also a few girls in the group. She was only able to identify the one with the pink hair, and remembered that she was Naruto's annoying teammate. She also noticed that the Hyuga girl was glaring at her with something akin to murderous intent. The one with the dog was the first to speak. You! He yelled, pointing an accusing finger at the former Sannin. Tenten, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata all stared confusedly at Kiba. You know her? Sakura asked. He nodded and continued to gawk disbelievingly at the girl. Akamaru began to growl slowly from inside Kiba's jacket. Yeah. She's one of the bastards who, before he could finish his sentence, Shikamaru jabbed him sharply in the ribs. Hey! What was that for? He yelped. The lazy Chunin only sighed and shook his head. Don't. She's a genin of Konoha now. What? But how is she still alive? I thought you said Temari kicked her. The room suddenly dropped 10 degrees in temperature. A fearful shudder swept through all those present, scaring even the normally calm Shikamaru into submission. Kiba slowly turned towards Tayuya with a nervous grin plastered on his face. So how's Naruto? The temperature in the room dropped another 10 degrees, and the dog boy wisely took a step back. Deciding to save Kiba's ass, again, the pineapple-headed Chunin stepped forward with a sigh. Troublesome. Look, we just stopped by to pay Naruto a visit. Has he at least moved in the last few days? She slowly shook her head, still glaring at the cowering genin hiding behind Shikamaru. A small movement out of the corner of her eye caught her attention, and she turned to see the Hyuga girl standing on the opposite side of Naruto's bed. The girl was staring down at him with what looked like affection. The redhead bit back a snarl. Forgetting all about the idiotic genin behind Shikamaru, she turned her glare full force on Hinata. How dare she look at him like that? If she lays one fucking finger on him, I'll dash. Her thoughts were abruptly cut off when the girl reached a slightly trembling hand towards Naruto's face. As if moving on its own accord, Tayuya's arm automatically shot out and gripped the Hyuga around tightly the wrist, startling everyone in the room including herself. She quickly snapped out of her surprise and fixed Hinata with her most even stare. Don't. Fucking. Touch him. The words sounded strange coming out of her mouth. She didn't trust the girl for a second. For all she knew, the Hyuga could have been trying to assassinate the boy while he slept. The Hyuga clan was known for being the most contemptuous family in Konoha, according to Orochimaru. She also knew that they specialized in attacks that damaged the insides of one's body. One quick strike to the heart, and no one would be the wiser. Fuck, Naruto's so-called friends could all be in this together. In her own mind, she felt that her paranoia was justified. After all, even the most absent-minded of people would notice the glares and jibes constantly thrown his way by villagers and shinobi alike. What made this girl any different? She vehemently silenced the voice in the back of her mind telling her that she was jealous. Hinata, along with the others standing in the room, looked taken aback for a few seconds. Surprisingly enough, she was also the first one to recover from the initial shock of the girl's abrasive statement. She gave Tayuya a fierce glare of her own, subconsciously activating the Byakugan. What did you say? She asked, her voice carrying an angry edge. Who the hell was this girl? How dare she try to keep her away from her Naruto-kun? In the back of the room, Kiba was floored. They'd been a team for almost a whole year now, and he'd never heard her use such a dangerous tone of voice or speak so forcefully. Shino was right. Women are fucking scary. You heard me. Back the fuck up. The air in the room was heavy with tension. No one wanted to be the first to speak, and no one wanted to be the one to get in the middle of the growing fight. Luckily for all parties involved, Shizune just happened to walk through the door. Oh. I didn't expect there to be so many visitors here this late in the afternoon. The shinobi not involved in the confrontation let loose a small breath of relief. To them, the appearance of the medic Nin was nothing short of a miracle from Kami-sama himself. The woman smiled sadly at the young ninja. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are ending soon. I'm afraid you'll have to leave for the evening. Glad to have a good excuse to leave, the shinobi nearest to the exit mumbled a farewell and quickly ducked out of the door, leaving Shizune, Hinata, Taya, Sakura and Naruto alone in the room. Shizune stared puzzled at Hinata and Taya. What's going on? She questioned, noticing the staring match going on between the two girls. It looked like she had arrived just in time. Hinata wrenched her arm from Taya's grip in a surprising show of strength. Nothing, Shizune-san. I was just leaving. She turned briskly on her heel and walked calmly towards the door. Before she left, she turned to give the redhead one last warning glare, a glare that clearly said watch your back, bitch, to anyone who managed to see it. The dark-haired woman lifted a curious eyebrow as she gazed down at the only girl left in the room. You've been busy. Taya snorted loudly in response. So, has he shown any signs of waking? Pain? Discomfort? The girl slowly shook her head while Shizune quickly scribbled something down on Naruto's medical chart. She then proceeded to change his floor bag and reposition a few of the needles that had managed to slip out of his arms. After writing a few more things down on the clipboard, she smiled warmly at the crippled girl. Do you need anything before I go? The redhead nodded and motioned towards the empty pitcher resting on the bedside table. Some water. Shizune smiled again and easily filled the pitcher 3/4 of the way to the top with cold water. She set it down in its original position and turned to the girl again. Anything else? The genin looked thoughtful for a few seconds before noticing the pink-haired girl still standing nervously in the room. Yeah. Why the hell's she still in here? She asked, jerking her thumb towards Sakura. Ah, that's right, you probably don't know yet. This is Tsunade-sama's new medical apprentice. Being that she serves directly under the hospital director, she has a few more privileges than the average shinobi. She glanced up at the clock hanging on the wall. Sorry that I have to cut this visit so short, but I really must be going. I have a few more patients to check up on before the night shift starts. She hastily made her way towards the door, only stopping to glance back at the Hokage's apprentice. Don't stay too late, Sakura-san. Taya needs to get her rest. Hi, Shizune-sama. The woman gave her one last small smile before disappearing from the room. A small uncomfortable silence settled in the room soon after the woman left. Neither had much to talk about, and as far as they knew, they didn't have much in common either. Deciding to break the silence, Sakura gave the girl a bright smile. Your name's Taya, right? I've never heard a name like that before. Where are you from? Though she was trying to act nonchalant, Taya didn't buy it for a second. Instead of humoring the girl with a glare, she decided to focus her attention on the boy who had somehow managed to save her life. Sakura's smile dimmed slightly at the obvious rejection for conversation. Inside of her mind, inner Sakura was piping hot with fury, all but commanding her primary personality to strangle the girl until she spoke. I heard Kakashi-sensei found you on the outskirts of the village. Were you attacked? Once again, Taya didn't bother to reply. Sakura's patience was quickly wearing thin. She didn't have long before the night shift officially started, exactly 9 minutes according to the clock. She desperately racked her brain for something that they had in common. While she was a naturally curious girl, she also felt that there was something off about Naruto's new friend. Her eyes widened in realization as she figured out exactly what they had in common. Naruto. She mentally pat herself on the back and rekindled her smile. Maybe if they could agree on something involving the blonde, she would finally get the foul mouth to open up a little. I feel kind of sorry for you, though. Naruto's a handful, isn't he? Taya's ears twitched ever so slightly. Bingo, Sakura thought, smirking triumphantly to herself. Not wanting the chance to get away, she quickly continued. He somehow always manages to get himself into stupid situations like this. It's a wonder that he isn't dead yet. The redhead slightly lowered her head, an action which looked a lot like a nod of agreement to the Hokage's apprentice. I can't tell you how many times Sasuke and I have had to save his ass. Just off the top of my head, we've had to save him from Zabuza and Haku on our mission to Wave Country, in the fight against Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, and Sasuke even saved Naruto from Gaara in the attack on Konoha. She paused for a moment to gauge Taya's reaction. The girl's shoulders were trembling, probably trying to fight the urge to laugh. She felt a bit of guilt for telling a complete stranger all about Naruto's shortcomings, and decided to defend him a bit before the girl got the wrong idea. Don't get me wrong, though. He's a great guy once you get to know him, and really loyal and friendly. If only he'd stop goofing off or stop asking me for dates all the time. She noticed that the redhead flinched a bit violently at that statement, and actually trained, he might be a better shinobi. That did it. Taya whipped her head around so fast that she was certain she gave herself whiplash. Sakura subconsciously took a small step back after seeing the vicious look on her face. Shut the fuck up. You don't know shit about Naruto, you flat-chested low-class billboard brow. Sakura's jaw felt like it was touching the floor. One moment the girl was laughing along with her, and the next she was spouting off insults. She put on a scowl of her own as she felt righteous anger build up in her chest. What the hell do you mean I don't know Naruto? He's been my teammate for almost a fucking year, and you've only known him for a week at the most. She screamed back, feeling inner Sakura begin to take over. It wasn't in her character to swear, but her other half was more than willing to. How long you've known him doesn't mean shit. You don't think he trains? Huh! She yelled, curling her good hand into a fist. This past week, he's done nothing but work his ass off. Fuck, we'd leave this shithole at 11 in the morning, and he wouldn't bring me back until fucking midnight. And you think he doesn't train? Shut up. You don't know anything. The only time I've ever seen Naruto train is when Kakashi-sensei makes him. Taya chuckled bitterly at her pathetic attempt to justify herself. Exactly, bitch. The only time you've seen him. How can you watch Naruto when you're always fawning over the faggot Uchiha? Sakura narrowed her eyes in anger, only further amusing the former Sannin. That's right, Naruto's told me all about how you pathetically follow the asshole around, groveling like a whore for just a glance from the boy you know you'll never have. The pink-haired kunoichi fought back furious tears. It seemed as if her words were hitting every single sore spot in her body. However, she wasn't quite done yet. Taya smirked and leaned towards the girl with a condescending air about her. Fuck, she was loving this. Wanna know something else, Pinky? She asked, her smirk growing into a mischievous grin. I was one of the guys who kidnapped your boyfriend. Sakura reeled back as if she'd been struck. It all made sense. Why no one, not even Naruto, would tell her where the girl was from? It also explained Kiba and Shuji's reaction to seeing her, and Shikamaru's hasty attempt to keep them from revealing it. Her legs suddenly felt weak from the confession, and she slowly sank to her knees in disbelief. You monster! She yelled, much to the other girl's amusement. She snorted at the sheer patheticness of her actions. What, are you gonna cry now? Go ahead, run back home to your shitty little house and cry. I'm tired of looking at your fucking Pepto-Bismol colored hair anyway. Sakura slowly lifted her head until she was staring the former Sannin square in the face. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she sprung up on her feet to attack. She stretched her hands towards the girl's neck, fully intending to strangle her where she sat. Unfortunately, she'd vastly underestimated the crippled kunoichi. She wasn't a former member of Orochimaru's elite bodyguards for nothing. With a quick backhand to the attacking girl's face, she sent Naruto's teammate crashing back against the opposite wall. Is that all you've got? Pathetic. No wonder the faggot left. With weak bastards like you bringing him down, there's no fucking way he could get stronger in this hellhole. Looks to me like Naruto's the only one capable of bringing this shithead back. Sakura felt tears unwillingly begin to spring from her eyes as she nursed her stinging cheek. To be honest, she hadn't even seen the blow coming. The girl had remained completely motionless until the last second, and she was thoroughly ashamed that she couldn't even beat a girl who only had the use of one arm. She'd never admit it in a million years, but the girl was right, she was pathetic. Sobbing openly now, she got to her feet and rushed out of the room, slamming the door behind her. She had a lot to think about. As soon as she was sure the girl was gone, Taya let loose a tired sigh. She really hadn't meant to fly off the handle like that, but she couldn't allow one of Naruto's so-called friends to slander him while he was unable to defend himself. Plus, she hadn't really had the chance to insult anyone in the past few days. Not counting the boy currently in a coma, of course. "You owe me for that, idiot," she said with a small grin. She rolled her chair a little closer to the bed and leaned forward onto his arm, using it as a makeshift pillow as she had done for the past 2 nights. It wasn't the most comfortable position to sleep in, but it was thousands of times better than sleeping in her own bed and dealing with the nightmares involving their confrontation with Misumi. The scene that seemed to constantly pop up was when the Chunin rammed a kunai through Naruto's gut and tossed him into the stream. The small river would always turn blood red instead of pink like she remembered, and then Misumi would begin to drown her in his blood. She'd woken up screaming the first time, and that was all it took for her to decide to never leave Naruto's side. At least not until he woke up. She yawned widely before settling herself into a comfortable position. Though she was hardly religious, she did say a small prayer to Kami-sama asking for him to wake up tomorrow. It hadn't worked the last couple of nights, but as they say, 3rd time's a charm. She smirked up at the blonde one last time. Good night, Naruto. Chapter 8. Hideous. She curled her dainty hands into fists as she stared into the full-length mirror resting against her wall. It opened up into 3 panels, all of them making her look equally disgusting. She cast a quick glance towards the door to make sure it was locked before reaching a trembling hand towards the zipper of her jacket. She wasn't too worried about anyone looking in on her with the Byakugan. There was a strict rule against using their bloodline to peep into another person's room barring emergencies, of course. However, there was no rule against barging into another member's room. To be honest, it didn't make much sense to her. Putting those thoughts aside for the time being, she slowly zipped down her jacket until it hung open to reveal her tight mesh undershirt. Her cheeks immediately began to heat up as she took notice of her more valuable assets. She hadn't gotten a good look at Taya's breasts, but hers were certainly bigger than Sakura's. Though she'd never say it out loud, the pink-haired kunoichi was more like a piece of plywood than an actual woman. Hinata couldn't stop the smirk that appeared on her pale, delicate face. She remembered reading in a certain orange book, she barely made it past the first chapter before passing out, that most men preferred their women well endowed, and she hoped that Naruto was no different. Hinata gently slid the large jacket off of her small frame, letting it fall and crumple to the floor. After hesitating for a minute or two, she decided to also remove her undershirt. If she couldn't even muster up the courage to look at her own body naked, how was she ever going to win Naruto? It was obvious that the blonde had a strong attraction to confidence. His crush, Sakura, practically oozed the stuff from every pore of her body. The way that she constantly threw herself at Sasuke despite his numerous rejections proved it. It was one of the 2 things about the girl that Hinata truly envied. The other being that she was Naruto's teammate. She pulled the tight-fitting top overhead and tossed it on top of her discarded jacket, getting a good look at herself topless for the first time since she became a genin. To be honest, it wasn't quite as bad as she thought. Her form was still as slender as she remembered, and the only thing that had really changed in her upper body was the size of her bust. Unable to help herself, a small bit of pride welled up in her chest. That pride gave her the confidence she needed to continue undressing. Before her shyness could interfere, she quickly slid her pants and underwear down in one smooth motion. That was a mistake. She suddenly remembered exactly why she stopped undressing in the mirror. Compared to the other kunoichi in the Rookie 9, Hinata felt her legs were short and pudgy. They didn't seem to fit the rest of her slim body, and she fought back the urge to break down into disappointed tears. After a year, not much had changed. Naruto would never notice her as she is now. Her hair was hideously short, even compared to Sakura's new hairstyle. She remembered how Naruto would always comment on his teammates' long, flowing, bubblegum locks in the academy. A sudden image of herself with pink hair gave her the immediate compulsion to gag. Even if she would look good with pink hair, she doubted that her father or the rest of the Hyuga main branch would approve. Besides, Sakura's hair looked more like a certain indigestion medicine than bubblegum. The only thing she could think to do was to let her hair grow out. The girl who'd been in Naruto's hospital room had long hair too, so perhaps the blonde preferred it. Hinata winced angrily at the thought of the foul-mouthed redhead. She wouldn't lose her Naruto-kun to some whore who hadn't even been in Konoha for 2 weeks. Straightening up, she stared her reflection square in the eye. I never go back on my word. Naruto-kun will be mine. she yelled, reveling in the rush of confidence her words gave her. Who? And what are you doing? Hinata snapped her head around to see her little sister standing curiously in the doorway and promptly fainted. Hannabi blinked in mild surprise. Her sister seemed to do a lot of that lately. She glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and grimaced. It was already past 9, and she would have to be up by 5 to start her training. She quickly concluded that she had two options. 1, she could leave her sister naked and sprawled out on the floor until someone happened to barge in to check in on her, allowing herself to quickly hop into bed and be well rested for the undoubtedly intense training session her father had planned for her. Or 2, she could make the effort to clothe and drag her sister into bed, missing at least half an hour of sleep. Sighing softly to herself, she reluctantly trudged into her sister's room. In reality, it was sort of her fault that her sister fainted, and it just wouldn't do for one of the branch members to find her in such a disorderly and embarrassing position. Damn her sense of morality. Damn it to hell. The first thing Naruto noticed was that it was dark. He briefly wondered if he was in the sewers of his mind again, but quickly wrote that thought off when he didn't hear the constant dripping of the eternally broken drainage pipe. Unfortunately, that did little to calm his nerves. Thinking that something might have been covering his eyes, he tried to lift his right hand to push it out of the way. When it didn't budge, he began to panic. Am I dead? Am I in purgatory? Am I in hell? Just as he was about to scream bloody murder, something cool and wet dripped onto his dead arm. What the hell? He wondered, staring in the direction where he believed his arm was resting. He tried to move his arm again, and was mildly pleased to feel it wriggle a little bit under whatever was resting on top of it. Said object murmured something that distinctly sounded like "quit moving, asshole," and dripped another large drop of moisture onto his currently unmovable appendage. The voice was familiar. It reminded him of. Naruto felt his heart leap into his throat. All of a sudden, everything that had happened before he passed out came flooding back to him in one fell swoop. He remembered it all: meeting the Kyuubi, impaling the enemy Sannin, and the look of pure shock and fear on Taya's face as he tried to approach her. Wincing slightly, he squashed that memory for the time being to focus on his current dilemma of where the hell he was. Using his intuition, he figured that he was in one of three places: jail, the training grounds, or at the hospital. Out of the three, only the last one seemed to be the most logical. Despite how much she pretended to dislike him, he knew Tsunade would never allow him to be dragged off to jail, at least not until he was conscious. Besides, he doubted that Taya would be in the same cell with him. The training grounds were also out of the question, as every ninja within a 10-mile radius had probably felt Kyuubi's chakra. He had no doubt in his mind that a few of them might even try to kill him and blame his death on the heartless Sannin. Seeing as how he wasn't dead, he only left the hospital. Naruto groaned in agony. This had to be some kind of record. Being thrown into the hospital for the second time in a week was more than embarrassing. It was a blow to his pride as a man and as a shinobi. Before he could continue his self-wallowing tirade, another drop of the mysterious liquid splashed against his skin. Thankfully, his eyes had somewhat adjusted to the dark room, allowing him to quickly glance over his surroundings. The room looked exactly like the one he and Taya had shared during their first meeting. Then again, all of the rooms pretty much looked the same. His eyes drifted to the clock hanging on the opposite wall. 3:24. At least that explained why it was so dark in the room. Confident that he was relatively safe and alive, he finally allowed his eyes to rest on the girl he had spent the majority of the past week with. He noticed with some amusement that her left arm was wrapped firmly around his right, and her cheek rested gently against his forearm. He also noticed that her mouth was hanging wide open. Well, that clarified what the liquid making a puddle on his arm was. Even though he was slightly grossed out by the growing river of drool, Naruto honestly couldn't help but feel deeply touched by her actions. In his short 13 years of life, no one had ever spent so much time at his side as Taya had. He wasn't sure how long he had been out, but for some reason, he knew that she'd been there the entire time. It was almost as if he remembered hearing her voice, swearing at him, of course, while he was asleep. He smiled wryly at his thoughts. While very possible, it was also improbable. The fiery redhead just didn't strike him as the kind of girl who'd spend her free time talking to a comatose boy. A comatose boy whose guts she probably hated. Still, he was glad that she wasn't completely afraid of him, if her current position was any indication. Deciding he should probably let everyone know that he was okay, he slowly tried to sit up. Until every one of his joints and muscles screamed in pain, that is. He desperately tried to hold in the string of curses that threatened to burst from his mouth, but he couldn't stop a small grunt of pain from slipping past his lips. Apparently he wasn't completely healed yet. Naruto sighed in disappointment. He was hoping to slip out of the hospital and head home for some ramen, but his body obviously had other ideas. He still felt his body throbbing in pain, but it had at least lessened to a more tolerable level. With nothing left to do, he focused his attention back on Taya. He hadn't really looked at the girl since they'd met. In fact, the only things that he knew about her was that she was a former Sannin, had red hair, and an incredibly foul mouth. He was ashamed to admit that he didn't even know what color her eyes were, or what her favorite thing to do was. Hell, he knew more about Tenten than he knew about Taya, and he'd spent an entire week with the girl. Not that it was all his fault. If he ever tried to look at her, she'd scowl and ask him what the fuck he was looking at, and if he tried to ask her things about herself, she'd answer with an angry none of your damn business. He smirked as he remembered how cute she looked when she was flustered or angry. She almost reminded him of Sakura-chan, only his teammate would send him flying 20 or so feet into a building. Speaking of which, she hadn't gotten angry with him since Sasuke. Naruto fiercely shook his head before he could start thinking of Sasuke. He was done bitching, as Taya would put it. The blonde smiled again as he remembered a conversation they'd had only a day before the incident. Naruto kneeled on the surface of the stream, desperately trying to catch his breath while staying afloat at the same time. His new sensei was proving to be a slave driver. She'd only allow him to take 5-minute breaks every hour or so, and even then made him stay on top of the stream. He idly wondered if Sasuke was getting trained as hard as he was. If one of Orochimaru's elite guards was this tough, he'd hate to see how horrible the original was. As usual, when he started to think about Sasuke, he began to frown and berate himself for missing his chance to bring him back. Naruto curled his hand into a fist. If only he'd been stronger. If only he'd been a better friend to Sasuke before he left. If only. Dumbass. What the hell were you doing? Naruto snapped his head up to look at Taya. Her eyes were dangerously narrow, and her left hand was pumping furiously into the air. Are you thinking about that faggot of a Uchiha again? And Nanny? No way! He yelled, glaring right back at her. She snorted in disbelief. I'm nowhere near as stupid as you are. I saw that fact-struck look on your face. What, were you daydreaming about fucking him in the ass or something? The blonde growled slowly. I told you, I wasn't thinking about Sasuke. Yeah? Then what the hell else has you looking like someone just kicked the shit out of your puppy? She asked, her frown deepening. He opened his mouth several times to speak, but he couldn't think of a pliable excuse. Taya sighed and ran a frustrated hand through her hair. Look, Naruto. If you really want to bring the traitor back, then get off your ass and stop bitching. The only way you're going to make a difference is if you quit worrying about what's already happened, and focus on what you're going to do. You're not gonna bring him back by crying. Got it? Naruto smiled warmly at her and nodded. She was right. Wallowing in self-pity wasn't going to do anything. Thanks, Taya. I needed that. She blushed slightly and turned her head to glare at something to her right. Yeah, just get the fuck up and back to work. Your break's over. Hi, Taya-sensei. He yelled, hopping up and forming another 20 shadow clones. He missed the small smile resting inconspicuously on her face. He redirected his grin towards the girl snoring softly on his arm. He hated to admit it, but she actually looked a lot better when she wasn't scowling. She almost seemed content. Even though he really didn't want to disturb her, the drool on his arm was starting to itch. As slowly as humanly possible, he tried to ease his arm out of her grip to at least get some circulation going. Unfortunately for him, Taya only grabbed on tighter and frowned in her sleep. Don't leave, she whimpered, causing Naruto to raise a curious eyebrow. This was new. Deciding to see what else she'd say, he made another half-hearted attempt to remove her from his arm. As she did before, she tightened her grip on his arm and tried to pull it back underneath her head. He was amused by the action, but still a little disappointed that she didn't say anything else. He tried again, but only received the same response. Feeling that his arm was going to need amputation at that rate, the blonde decided to wake her up. He slipped a gentle hand onto her shoulder and gave her a small shake. Not now, fat ass, get your own damn food. Naruto fought the urge to laugh. She was obviously thinking of the guy Chuji killed in their latest mission. Smirking to himself, he realized that he had found a new hobby. If it weren't for the fact that his arm was about to become severed from her grip, he would continue this new game. He poked her again, much to her apparent annoyance. Damn it, leave me alone by now. It was obvious that shaking and poking wasn't going to cut it. Taya, he whispered, giving her another gentle shove. She groaned again, but lifted her head to tiredly glare up at him. What the hell do you want, Naruto? Taya grumbled, frowning cutely. Blue eyes met brown, and for 5 seconds neither one of them blinked. It was Taya who made the first move, her eyes widening to almost comical proportions. Holy shit! Naruto! She shrieked, causing Naruto to cringe from the noise. He was positive that she woke up whoever was in the rooms next to them. You're awake! Holy shit! You're awake! Unable to take her screeching, he quickly placed his hand over her mouth. SHHHH. If you keep screaming like that, I won't be the only one you wake up to, he said, grinning widely at her shocked expression. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself down, and hesitantly pushed his hand away from her mouth. She frowned slightly at the strained grin on his face, but decided to cast it aside until she had some free time to think about it. Well, it's your fault for surprising me like that, she huffed. She sat back in her chair and stretched, hearing and feeling her joints pop back into place. Sleeping in that position really was murder on her back. How do you feel? The blonde's eyebrows shot up into his hairline. Hearing the normally stoic and angry girl ask him how he was feeling was something that failed to register in his deluded and admittedly slow mind. Fine, I guess. My muscles are a bit tight, and it hurts when I try to move. My arm feels alright though, he shrugged, flexing his recently freed appendage. An unidentified expression flashed across Taya's face, further piquing Naruto's curiosity. What? Oh. I'm supposed to call Shizune when you wake up. She grabbed the small device sitting on the nightstand and vigorously pushed the glowing red button as if it was the most interesting thing in the world. After a minute or so of watching her thoroughly molest the machine, the boy cleared his throat to get her attention. So, how long have I been out? She glanced up at him long enough to answer his question. 3 days. Naruto groaned aloud. Did anyone come by? Taya flinched slightly. She was hoping he wouldn't ask. Yeah. For a few seconds neither of them spoke. When it became clear that she wasn't going to elaborate, he coughed slightly and began speaking again. Who? Naruto noticed with some concern that she flinched again, and cast her a slightly worried look. The hag and Shizune came first. Then some old pervert, a one-eyed fucker and his boyfriend, a couple of green faggots, that pineapple-headed coward, a fat guy, dog boy, and some other ugly bitches. For some reason, her description of his visitors didn't faze him in the least. In the time since they'd been together, he'd gotten used to her foul mouth and blunt nature, and actually found it amusing. He found it even more amusing that she only used Shizune's real name. So you mean, Tsunato Bacon, Shizune-chan, Ero-senin, Kakashi-sensei and Iruka-sensei, fuzzy eyebrows and super fuzzy eyebrows, Shikamaru, Chuji, Kiba, and some girls came by? He asked, smiling slightly. She shrugged and continued to click on the button. It's not like she knew who those people were. Who were the girls? Did Sakura-chan come? At the mention of the pink-haired kunoichi's name, she flinched again, dropping the call button to the floor. Yeah. Naruto rolled his eyes. The redhead was being unusually tight-lipped about this particular subject. If she didn't want to talk about something, she'd usually tell him to shut the fuck up or mind your own damn business. So he started. What did she say? Taya grit her teeth. She was hoping that he wouldn't ask about his backstabbing whore of a teammate. And where the fuck was Shizune? She'd been clicking the damn button for almost 2 minutes straight. Taya? Much to her relief, the Hokage and her apprentice chose that moment to burst into the room. Naruto! Tsunade yelled, glancing at his bed anxiously. It was obvious that she'd just woken up, as she still had her robe and slippers on. Her hair was sticking up in dozens of different directions, and her eyes were still pink from lack of sleep. If she wasn't so relieved to see the woman, Taya was sure that she'd be laughing her ass off at that moment. That didn't stop her from commenting, though. You look like shit. The Hokage scowled briefly at the girl, but hurried over to the other side of Naruto's bed. How do you feel? Can you sit up? The boy shook his head. When I try to move, my body feels like it's on fire. Shizune walked over to Taya's side. That's normal when recovering from chakra exhaustion. Your chakra points are probably sore from expending so much at once, the young woman explained as she formed a few seals and placed her hands on his chest. Her teacher did the same, except she placed her hands on his left arm. After a few seconds, she moved towards his lower stomach and Shizune moved towards his right arm. That's okay, Shizune-chan, my right arm doesn't hurt at all. Both medics glanced at his right arm, then up at Taya. The redhead flushed slightly and scowled. What? She exclaimed, fighting against the redness in her cheeks. The women smirked knowingly but didn't comment. It was easy enough to see what the girl had been up to while no one was around. A few minutes later, both cancelled their jutsu and stood back a bit from the bed. There wasn't much to do, as his own healing ability had already fixed all of the larger injuries. Alright, Naruto, try to sit up. He nodded slightly and slowly pushed himself up into a sitting position, wincing as a few of the bones in his arms popped back into place. Tsunade looked him over with worried eyes. How's the pain? Naruto grinned widely and gave her a thumbs up. Good as new. The older woman smiled and moved closer to her surrogate little brother. Good. She drew back her fist and hit him squarely on the top of his head. Ouch. What the hell was that for, you old hag? He yelled, rubbing his now sore head. She crossed her arms and glared. For worrying me sick, brat. Next time I'll let you heal on your own. Still scowling, the genin crossed his arms across his chest. I didn't ask you to heal me. Oh really? Then how would you like me to break every bone in your body? Just try it, Granny. Brat. Witch. Enough! Shizune screamed, her face red with exertion. Taya, Naruto, and Tsunade all stared at the woman with something akin to shock. The normally gentle and kind woman was emitting violent waves of anger, strong enough to bring even the most experienced and battle-hardened shinobi to their knees. Can't you two go 10 minutes without fighting over every little thing? Both blondes hung their heads. Gomen nasai, Shizune-san, they muttered in unison, bowing simultaneously. The Hokage's apprentice smiled and nodded with acceptance. Now shouldn't you tell them what you have planned, Tsunade-sama? As if forgetting her previous transgression, the busted blonde stood up straight. She cleared her throat and turned to the two genin with an air of authority. Before I tell you anything, there's something that Taya should know. Right, Naruto? Taya lifted her eyebrows and turned her head to look at him. He was staring down at his hands, his eyes hidden by his messy blonde hair. It was obvious to the girl that it was something he didn't want to tell her. She frowned and lowered her head to look up into his eyes. What is it? She asked, growing a bit concerned at his forlorn expression. Deciding to lift the mood a little bit, she smirked and poked his cheek. Are you possessed by an evil demon or something? He gripped the sheets tightly between his fingers and turned his face away from her. The smirk on her face dropped immediately. Holy shit. For real? The girl shrieked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Suddenly, everything that happened within the last week made sense. His shitty taijutsu form, the villagers' obvious disdain and hatred towards him, and the evil red chakra she'd seen only a few days prior. She let her arm fall limply to her side. This was far too much to take in at once. I'm not possessed by it, he started, raising his eyes to meet hers, but it was sealed into my stomach by the fourth Hokage to protect the village. He wasn't strong enough to kill it, so this was the next best thing. I won't hate you or anything if you decide not to train me anymore. She felt herself relax a little bit. Now that she thought about it, his cheerful and stupid nature completely contradicted what she'd read about demons during her studies. She felt her curiosity peak a bit at the sudden memory. There were all kinds of demons out there, so. Which one is it? Taya asked, her voice a little shaky. Naruto glanced up in surprise. He wasn't expecting her to even talk to him after his revelation. What? The girl sighed at his stupidity. There's no possible way he could actually be the demon with a mind that could barely keep up in a normal conversation. Which demon is it? Do you know? He smiled wryly at her question. The strongest of the Bijou, Kyubi no Yukai. The room was deathly quiet. Shizune looked on nervously, hoping that everything would turn out all right. Naruto had finally found himself another friend, and she'd hate to see him hurt if the girl couldn't accept him. Besides, she'd started to like the girl. She reminded her of a younger Tsunade, fiery temper and all. The medic was knocked out of her reverie by a silent chuckle. The chuckle grew into full-on laughter, and before long, the former sound Nin was gasping for breath. Naruto, Tsunade, and Shizune all stared at Taya with confusion. This is fucking great. We're gonna kick Orochimaru's ass. Why the hell didn't you tell me this before? She panted between breaths. Naruto stared at the girl with something akin to awe. You're not scared? He asked, still unable to comprehend her reaction. No one had ever laughed about him hosting one of the strongest demons in existence. She snorted and shook her head. Hell no! Shit, with that kind of raw power, there's no fucking way you can't take down that bastard. Tsunade felt tears prickling at the back of her eyes. After 13 years of loneliness, Naruto had someone his own age who could truly accept him for what he was. She glanced over at her apprentice to see that she too was wiping at her eyes with the sleeve of her robe. Smiling softly, she loudly cleared her throat before the scene got too emotional. Don't you want to hear what I have planned? She questioned. Two sets of curious eyes turned upon her, both of them still shining with excitement. Satisfied that she had their attention, she struck a dramatic pose and pointed in their direction. I'm sending you two on a 3-year training mission. The teen's sweat dropped and glanced at each other before turning back to the Hokage. Are you stupid? Taya deadpanned. Her blonde partner nodded his agreement. He had been in the room when Tsunade told her that she'd probably never walk again, and sending someone who couldn't even walk on a training mission was suicide. The woman smiled mysteriously and shook her head. You didn't let me finish. Now, before you get your hopes up, this entire idea is only in theory. Understood? The redhead felt her heart skip a beat. Had she come up with a way for her to walk again? It was impossible. According to the blonde herself, the bones in her legs were practically dust, and nothing short of a miracle would ever heal them. Was that all a lie to keep her in line? She frowned at the thought. While the hag was annoying and slightly cunning, she didn't seem like the kind of person that would blatantly lie just to suit her own needs. So what the hell had she done? Still, she nodded along with Naruto and tried to keep from looking too optimistic. The Hokage smiled and took a small calming breath. As I said before, you two will be going on a 3-year-long training mission along with Jiraiya and another jounin. In order for this mission to work, you, she said, pointing at Taya, will have to gain full mobility in your legs again. The girl swallowed nervously. It was getting extremely hard to hold in her excitement. Conventional methods won't work, and even someone of my skill and chakra level couldn't piece together all those tiny pieces of bone and cartilage. The only way for you to move again is to completely recreate and form the bones to their previous state. Both genin blinked. Is that even possible? Naruto asked with disbelief. His surrogate mother smiled mischievously and nodded. You should know better than anyone, Naruto. Remember this? She asked as she pointed to the jewel on her forehead. It took a few seconds, but his face eventually brightened in understanding. You're going to put that on her? He yelped. The girl snapped her head around to look at him. She gripped the front of his hospital gown and began to shake him back and forth. What? What does that do? Spit it out. Shizune giggled at their expressions. Naruto looked like a gaping fish out of water, while Taya looked exactly like a rabid fox fighting for a bite of that same fish. Tsunade too had a large grin on her face as she observed their interaction. It was almost cute to watch. Deciding to put him out of his misery, she answered the question for him. This jewel isn't just for decoration. It is a seal that holds the chakra I've been storing up for years. Any and all damage sustained is immediately healed, even allowing me to regrow lost limbs. However, due to the rapid cell regeneration that occurs during the jutsu, it also shortens my lifespan. My plan is to recreate this same jutsu onto you. It requires a certain amount of chakra control to sustain, but I'm confident that a former member of the Sound Fork can do it. Do you accept my offer? Taya stared at her as if she'd grown a third head. Fuck yeah! Do you even have to ask? She exclaimed, finally letting the boy go. Losing a few years of her life was well worth the benefits of gaining mobility in her legs again. The woman smiled and nodded before turning towards the door. Good. Report to my office at 9 a.m. to begin the preparations for the mission. The teens nodded their agreement as she walked out of the door. Do you need anything before I go? Shizune asked, appearing next to the bed. After both genin shook their heads, she bid them good night and hurried after her mentor. As soon as she was sure that they were out of earshot, Taya let loose an uncharacteristically girly squeal, thoroughly destroying Naruto's eardrums. Fuck yeah, I got my fucking legs back. Did you hear that shit, Naruto? I got my fucking legs back, she screamed. He winced and covered his ears. That's great and all, but shouldn't you go back to sleep? You still have 5 hours until we have to be at Tsunade Bacon's office, he said, desperately trying to get her to quiet down. He could still feel his ears ringing from her earlier ear-piercing screech. I'm too fucking excited. She suddenly yawned in the middle of her sentence, causing the blonde to smirk triumphantly. See? You do need sleep. You don't want the jutsu to mess up because you were tired, right? Taya frowned but nodded her agreement. I guess you're right for once. Naruto smiled cheekily and moved to get out of his bed. Want me to put you in your bed? He asked, stretching his legs out towards the wall. She shook her head as he stretched. Nah, I'll just share your bed. Both teens froze at the implications of her words. And Nanny? The boy yelped, his face turning a deep red color. Taya sputtered and waved her hand in front of her defensively. Shit! I didn't mean it like that. I meant, like I was before. She was sure that her face was almost the same color as her hair at this point. Naruto let loose a small breath of relief before turning to get back into his bed with a nervous grin. Oh, well, do you want my pillow? I probably won't be able to sleep tonight anyway. She nodded slightly and took the offered pillow. You won't let me oversleep, right? 'Cause if you do, I'll kick your ass. He smirked and shook his head. Don't worry, I want you to get your legs back as soon as possible. Then we can both beat up Sasuke team and Orochimaru. Taya buried her face in the pillow to hide her blush. To have someone genuinely care about her was something she hadn't experienced in all her years of service under Orochimaru. Yet, here in Konoha where all of the fools and weaklings existed, she'd found a real friend in only 2 weeks. Of course, she wasn't going to let Naruto know about any of this. Yeah, quit yelling and let me get to sleep, she muttered. She felt her eyelids slowly begin to slip closed. With all the excitement in the last half hour, she'd forgotten how exhausted she was from the previous day. Her last coherent thought was of the future, and how much her life would change starting at 9 o'clock the next morning. Little did she know that Naruto was thinking about the same exact thing. Chapter 9. Hokage-sama, Uzumaki-san and his teammate are here to see you. Tsunade glanced up to see Hagane Kotetsu standing in the doorway. The Chunin looked a little more disheveled than usual, almost as if he'd been forced to dodge attacks from a raging academy student. Send them in. He bowed and opened the door a little wider to allow the genin to walk, and roll, into the room. She noticed with some interest that Taya and Kotetsu held a brief glaring match on the way in. Knowing the girl's uncanny knack for rubbing people the wrong way, it was obvious that the two had gotten into an altercation shortly before entering. Oi, Blondie! Taya yelled, turning her attention away from the angry Chunin. You need to keep your lackeys in line before they get hurt. The Hokage gave the grumbling young man a questioning look, but didn't press the matter. She dismissed him with a wave of her hand and turned to glance at the clock hanging above the entrance to her office. They were 5 minutes early, but she more than welcomed the distraction from signing off on paperwork. She opened the top drawer of her desk and pulled out a large manila envelope. The folder was easily 3 inches thick, and it looked to be barely holding in the massive amount of paper inside. It was almost hard to believe that every single sheet of paper in the folder pertained to the fiery redhead waiting impatiently in front of her desk, the majority of it documenting her switch from a prisoner to a Konoha ninja. After finding what she was looking for, she lifted her eyes to address the genin in front of her. Naruto, you might want to take a seat. Since you two are early, you'll have to wait a few minutes for Jiraiya to get here. He knows more about this mission than I do, she said, motioning towards one of the chairs resting against the wall. When she'd become the Hokage, Tsunade had completely remodeled the office. Gone were the old, hardwood chairs and drabby atmosphere that used to permeate the room. The walls were now painted a bright peach, and dark green curtains hung from the open sliding door behind her. She'd redone the carpeting too, going with a deep forest green to complement the walls and hide the stains that would undoubtedly be brought in by a especially reckless shinobi. Miniature trees sat in every corner of the office, each resting next to a large, comfortable plush chair. Naruto pulled one of the chairs from the corner closest to him and set it down next to Taya. When he was situated, the redhead let out a very unladylike snort. Where is he anyway? I'd like to see the guy that Orochimaru bitches about on a daily basis. At that moment, a large puff of smoke appeared directly in front of them. The smoke soon cleared to reveal a large orange and blue frog, Jiraiya standing proudly on its head. Did someone mention Myaboku Mountain's monk of the frog spirits, the great toad hermit Jiraiya? He yelled, one hand extended out in front of him for dramatic effect. Taya slowly turned to stare at Tsunade with a deadpan expression. You're sending us on a 3-year mission with him? She asked, her voice remaining emotionless. Naruto patted her on the shoulder and shook his head with understanding. Don't worry, you'll get used to him eventually. The girl shot him a disbelieving glare. If I ever get used to a guy like this, please lodge the sharpest kunai you have into my eye socket. Tsunade stifled a giggle at Jiraiya's downtrodden expression. The last person to blatantly insult her former teammate so harshly had been Naruto, as most people were too afraid to say something bad about one of the legendary Sannin. After recovering from his momentary depression, the man dismissed his summon and hopped onto the Hokage's desk. Nay, Tsunadeheim, can you speed this up? I have more important things to do than explain to a couple of brats what's going to happen in the next few years. They'll find out eventually, right? He said, reaching for her emergency bottle of sake. She smacked his hand away from the hidden compartment with a scowl. No, we can't. This mission briefing is as much for me as it is for them. I need to know everything you're going to be doing, and why you're going to do it. The man rolled his eyes. He turned his attention to the redhead currently glaring burning daggers at him. Before I tell you anything, does she know about Naruto yet? Tsunade nodded. Yes, she found out this morning shortly after he woke up. She doesn't seem to have any problems with it. Jiraiya grinned and sat up straight. Ah, that makes things so much easier. His face suddenly became deathly serious, causing Taya to blink in surprise. He didn't look anything like the lecherous fool she initially took him for. The main reason for this mission is to help Naruto learn to use Kyuubi's chakra so that he can defend himself against the Akatsuki. My sources tell me that they're not going to move for a few years, so that gives me plenty of time to get him ready. The girl perked up at this bit of information. Akatsuki? She questioned, cocking her head to the side. The other 3 shinobi lifted their eyebrows in surprise, and Tsunade leaned forward to study the girl's expression more closely. They're a group of rogue ninja trying to collect the 9 bijou. You've heard of them? Taya looked up at the ceiling in thought. Someone had mentioned them, but who? Orochimaru used to be a part of the group, if that helps, Jiraiya added. She snapped her fingers and smiled. That's it. Yeah, I remember those fuckers now. 2 of them tried to attack Orochimaru once while we were escorting him to the Wind Country. If the Siamese twins hadn't summoned Rashomon to help us get away, we would have had our asses handed to us in no time. The Toad Sannin pulled a notebook and pencil from a pocket in his vest. Do you remember who they were? She nodded and held up 2 fingers. If they were going to give her her legs, she didn't mind giving them a little information in return. The first one was a tranny or something. He threw these little spider bombs at us, and they hurt like shit if they exploded on your skin. The weirdest thing was that he had fucking mouths in his hands. Bastard probably used them to give himself a blowjob, she said as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Naruto choked on his own spit at her choice of words. His face began to turn red from lack of oxygen, and Taya had to smack him on the back a few times to keep him from dying. What about the second one? Tsunade asked, holding in her own smirk. Things were never boring when the redhead was involved. Dunno. He was fucking around with Orochimaru while we took on Bomberman. All I remember is that he was fat and had a long-ass tail. Jiraiya nodded and slipped his notebook back into his vest. He looked thoughtful for a few seconds before nodding to himself again and sat up a little straighter. I don't know who the second guy is, but based on your description, the first one is Deidara of the Hidden Rock. He's an S-class missing nin who specializes in clay-based projectile bombs. Tsunade glanced worriedly at her surrogate little brother. If people like that were after Naruto, it might not be such a good idea to send him on a dangerous training mission outside of the village walls. As if reading her mind, her teammate interrupted her thoughts. I can assure you that keeping him within the village walls won't do much for his safety. Itachi and Kisame, the two Akatsuki members assigned to capture Naruto, have already penetrated these walls once. If they wanted to, they could easily do so again. She sighed and nodded her agreement. She knew he was right, but that didn't mean she had to like it. Taya shifted around in her wheelchair impatiently. Yeah, that's great and all, but what about my legs? When are you gonna fix them? Jiraiya laughed at her eager expression, causing the girl to scowl and flip him off. Actually, we can do the sealing later this morning. I've already completed the scrolls needed to perform the ritual, and drawn most of the chakra-mediating seals in the main operating room. However, before we can do anything, 2 conditions have to be met, he replied. Taya narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What kind of conditions? Tsunade sighed and rubbed a tired hand through her hair. The first is that Naruto will have to contribute some of his chakra in order for the Sozo Sensei to have enough power to work. While I'm sure that he would be more than willing to help, this technique requires a lot more chakra than even Naruto, Jiraiya and I have at our disposal. Basically, he'll have to tap into Kyuubi's chakra. The girl snorted. So? I've still got Orochimaru's dirty chakra in me, what harm could a little bit of Kyuubi do? Tsunade shook her head. That's just it. We don't know what effects his chakra would have on a normal human's body, let alone a body already infected with Orochimaru's chakra. In short, the process could potentially kill you. The room was silent. Everyone's eyes rested on Taya, but her hair covered whatever emotions were crossing over her face in reaction to the news. If you want, I can give you some more time to think about it. Fuck that. The Hokage lifted an eyebrow in mild surprise. Excuse me? I said fuck that. I don't need any time to decide. Dying is better than spending the rest of my life as a paraplegic. I'm a fucking shinobi. What the hell kind of life would I lead if I couldn't beat the shit out of other people? She said with a slightly maniacal grin. Tsunade smiled wryly. You haven't heard the second condition yet, she reminded the girl. The redhead stared at her disbelievingly. What could possibly be worse than being told that you might get blown the fuck up from the inside by demon chakra? Sighing, the woman laced her fingers in front of her nose. This was the hard part. In order for me to give you your legs back, the village council insists that I put a tracking seal somewhere on your body until you've proven yourself thoroughly trustworthy. If you decide to run, she said, lowering her gaze to meet the girl's, the seal allows us to immediately teleport to your position and kill you. Up until now, Naruto had been quietly observing the conversation. However, the mention of someone killing one of his friends was not something that sat well with the genin. Nanny? What the fuck kind of bullshit decision is that? What if someone decides to find and kill her just because she's from the sound? He snarled, shooting up from his chair and slamming his fists on the desk. Tsunade frowned up at him disapprovingly. Don't you think I've considered that, brat? The only 2 people who will be able to use this seal will be Jiraiya and myself. She flicked his forehead, sending him flying back into his chair. Remember your place, Naruto. Even though I let you get away with a lot, I'm still the Hokage, and you will show me the proper respect. He frowned angrily but nodded his understanding anyway. He knew she was already bending over backwards to help them, but it still didn't make him any less upset. Gomen, Oba-chan, the boy muttered. She nodded and looked at the girl, staring thoughtfully at her hands. After a couple minutes of silence, Taya slowly looked up at Tsunade with a shockingly bone-chilling expression. It was a mix between hope and desperation, along with a lot of pain and distrust swirling around behind it. It honestly gripped at her heart to see such a scary emotion flickering across the normally angry girl's face, and for the first time, she wondered exactly what had happened in her life to warrant such a despondent look. If I take the seal, how do I know you won't just kill me when you're tired of having me around, or when you can't use me anymore? She whispered, lowering her head again. Naruto stared over at her with disbelief. This was definitely not the girl he met over a week ago at the border to the Sound Country. That girl had been boastful and proud, with a little craziness thrown in for taste. The girl sitting to his left almost reminds him of himself. The Hokage stood from her seat behind the large oak desk and walked around it until she was standing directly in front of Taya. She knelt down to her eye level and smiled. Not everyone is like Orochimaru, Taya. I know it might be hard to believe right now, but please give us a chance to prove to you that we would never harm you for such a groundless reason. You're a shinobi of the leaf. Isn't it my duty as the Hokage to protect and help you as much as I can? The redhead turned her eyes away from Tsunade's. Orochimaru said the same shit when he asked me to join the sound. What makes you any different? The woman chuckled lightly at her question. Well, for one, I don't look like a snake. Taya smirked from under her long locks of hair. She definitely had a point there. And I haven't turned you over to the interrogation and torture department like I would most other prisoners. Instead, I'm giving you a whole new chance at life by healing your legs and allowing you to train yourself to become a powerful kunoichi of the leaf. What reason would I have to kill you after going through so much trouble to help you live? Her smile widened slightly as she looked up at the Hokage. While she barely trusted the woman, or the Leaf Village on her own, she did trust Naruto. If he trusted the two legendary with his life, then by association, so would she. Fine, I'll do it. But if you betray me, I'll come back as a ghost and haunt your ass until you gouge your own eyes out with a teaspoon. She turned and pointed at Jiraiya. That goes for you too, Froggy. Naruto laughed at her nickname for his sensei. Froggy was probably the last thing that would have crossed his mind when referring to the perverted toad hermit. You don't have to worry about me, kid. I have more living women haunting me than I care to admit. Tsunade rolled her eyes and picked up the envelope containing Taiya's paperwork. Since the jutsu is basically a regenerative technique, there's no need for you to spend any significant amount of time recovering in the hospital. In fact, you can leave for your mission as early as next week if you so choose. Her teammate nodded his agreement. The sooner the better. There's no telling exactly what day the 3 years will be up, and we need all the time we can get. The woman picked up her lab coat and tossed it over her robe. I'll go down to the operating room to make sure everything is in order. She glanced up at the clock. Amazingly, over half an hour had passed since the genin had arrived. It's 9:30 right now, be down at the hospital in an hour, and we'll begin the sealing process. Jiraiya, come with me to make sure that none of the seals have been tampered with. He hopped off the desk and followed her out of the door, leaving the teens alone in the office. Standing up and stretching, Naruto gripped the handlebars of her wheelchair and leaned over to look at her face. So where to? Taya watched the number of bowls pile up on the countertop with mild awe and amusement. They'd only been at Ichiraku Ramen for 20 minutes, and Naruto had somehow managed to put away a whopping 13 bowls of noodles. She was convinced that if it wasn't for the 30-second wait between servings, he'd already be up to 20. Shit, forget what she said about him matching Jirobu's maximum stomach capacity. When it came to ramen, he downright crushed the hippo-sized boy. She glanced at her own measly 4 bowls and sighed. Where the fuck did he put it all? Would you like another bowl? A feminine voice asked, interrupting her thoughts. She snapped her head around to see the owner's daughter smiling cheerfully down at her from behind the counter. Ugh, hell no. I don't think I could even look at another bowl of ramen right now. The young woman laughed. It wasn't shrill like most civilian girls, then again, she never paid much attention to civilians in the first place, but instead had a comforting tone to it, much like the old man and the restaurant. Still, 4 bowls is pretty impressive. Our other customers order an average of 2 bowls at the most. At this bit of information, she felt her eyeballs pop out of their sockets. That meant that Naruto ate 7.5 more bowls than the average person. She briefly wondered if he was eating for himself and the Kyuubi. A sudden image of a pregnant Naruto popped into her mind, making her smirk and shake her head. She really needed to keep her mind from wandering. You know, you're one of the few people who come here willingly with Naruto. Usually he has to drag his friends here, and even then they barely eat 1 bowl, just to make him happy. She lifted a curious eyebrow at the girl. One of the few? I nodded and leaned forward against the counter. The only people who really seem to enjoy coming here with Naruto are Iruka-san and Hinata-san. Taya froze at the mention of another girl. Naruto had never mentioned Hinata. Then again, the only people he ever really mentioned were his teammates, his former teachers, and the people he beat in a fight. It was very possible that the boy had a whole bunch of other friends and family that she didn't know about, like the group who came to visit him in the hospital. She watched him vigorously tear into his 16th bowl and sighed. Somehow, she doubted that. Hinata? She asked, trying not to sound too interested. The waitress briefly smirked and nodded again. He's only brought her here a handful of times, but she seemed to really enjoy his company. The redhead narrowed her eyes in thought. She was pretty curious about this Hinata. There must be something wrong with her if she actually enjoyed spending time with him. She does? She doesn't talk much when I ask her stuff, so I figured she didn't really like being around me. The kunoichi jumped slightly in surprise. He was so enthralled in his ramen that she didn't think he'd actually be paying attention to the conversation. Sometime during their short talk, he had raised the total number of bowls eaten, devoured, to 18. She's just a little shy around you, Naruto-kun, I said with a grin. He gave her a confused look and cocked his head to the side. Why? Taya fought the urge to slam his head into the countertop. He had to be the densest guy on the planet. Still, the waitress just winked and walked towards the curtain leading to the back of the restaurant. I wonder, she giggled lightly as the curtain closed behind her. Seeing that he wasn't going to get any answers out of her, he turned to address the only girl left in the restaurant. Taya, do you know? She shook her head. It wasn't a total lie, as she honestly didn't know why the girl was so shy around him. It was only a very plausible and likely idea. Nope. I've never met the bitch, so I couldn't tell you what her problem is. He nodded and smiled. You're right, you haven't met her. Maybe I should introduce you to her after you get your legs back. A mischievous grin slowly made its way onto her face. That was a great idea. She could see who this girl was, and rub it in her face that she would be spending 3 years with the girl's crush. There was nothing she enjoyed more than stepping on the hopes and dreams of another person. That'd be great. I can't wait to meet her, she exclaimed, trying her best not to sound too enthusiastic. Naruto's smile widened into his trademark foxy grin. He was glad that she would be making more friends besides him, and Hinata was the perfect choice. Little did he know that what she had in mind was the exact opposite. Anyway, we only have 25 minutes left until we have to go back to the hospital. Are you ready? She nodded, and after Naruto paid for both of their meals, Gama-chan would need a refill when he got home. She lifted her arm to be picked up. Although it was a little unnerving how quickly she had gotten used to it, she'd actually started to enjoy being picked up whenever she wanted. It kind of reminded her of when she was younger, before Naruto, before the Sound 4, even before Orochimaru. Sighing, she realized that this would probably be the last time he'd ever do this. It seemed as if he noticed this too, as he briefly hesitated before fully setting her down the chair. Thanks. Naruto pulled back in surprise. After the dozens of times he'd moved her to and from her wheelchair, this was the first time she had actually thanked him for it. Nanny? She avoided his gaze and shrugged. You know, for helping me out. Since this is the last time and all. I'll either have my legs back, or I'll be dead, so he frowned down at her. You'll definitely get your legs back. It's a promise of a lifetime, and I never go back on my word. She almost pointed out that the last time he made that promise he had failed, but decided against it. It wouldn't do to jinx herself, after all. But don't worry about it. I kind of liked it. When she lifted a suspicious eyebrow, he quickly corrected himself. You know, like hanging out with you. Guess we'll be doing a lot more of that for the next 3 years, huh? Taya smirked up at him. Yeah, I guess we will. As he slowly wheeled her towards the hospital, either one spoke for fear of ruining the pleasant atmosphere that had settled around them. Are the preparations in place? Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune all stood in the large hospital operating room. Intricate seals and symbols littered the floor, forming a winding spiral leading to a series of scrolls spread out in the center. Each roll of paper contained another set of complex symbols, looking very much like a bunch of random strokes of paint. The Toad Hermit wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and nodded. I did most of this last night, and it didn't take long to prepare a few scrolls to meditate on chakra. The Hokage smiled. Thanks for doing this. I know it couldn't have been easy to research and paint so many different seals. Nah, it wasn't that hard. I just modified the original design of your seal and shortened the duration a bit. She raised a questioning eyebrow. Shortened the duration? He slowly raised his arms to stretch. Yeah. Your seal draws upon the chakra that you've stored up until it runs out. Since she doesn't have the chakra stored up to maintain the jutsu, it will automatically stop when we cut off the chakra flow into her body. I've also added a function that allows her to cancel the jutsu if she ever decides to use it in the future. Tsunade pouted playfully. That means hers is more efficient than mine. Jiraiya giggled. No, I think yours are much more efficient than hers will ever be, he leered with a perverse grin. She scowled and punched him on top of the head. Baka hentai. She glanced over at her apprentice standing by the doors to the operating room. Shizune! Bring them in! Hi, Tsunade-sama, the young woman replied. She bowed slightly and slipped out of the dark room. A few minutes later, she returned with a nervous-looking Naruto and Taya in tow. They were dressed in identical hospital gowns, although the redhead had a medical cap covering her hair to reduce the risk of something interfering with the seal. The Hokage motioned for them to bring the girl over. How are you feeling? Do you still want to go through with this? It's not too late to change your mind. Taya snorted and put on a weak smile. Hell no, I'm more than ready for this. The woman smiled down at the girl with a small bit of respect. It wasn't easy to accept an operation that only had around a 50% chance of success. Alright, remove your gown and we'll get started. Both genin froze. What? She shrieked, recoiling with surprise. Tsunade frowned. The gown will just get in the way of the seal. If you're worried about Naruto seeing you naked, she said with a small grin, I'll give you a sheet to cover yourself with. Taya sighed and shot Naruto a glare that clearly stated, Peek and I'll shove a kunai up your virgin ass. He gulped and quickly turned around. After Tsunade set her down in the center of the spiral, the girl easily loosened the string holding her gown together and pulled the flimsy garment off of her body. Shizune rushed over with a sheet and draped it over her more important parts. Jiraiya tapped the boy on the shoulder and pointed towards the edge of the spiral. Alright, Naruto, take a seat and we'll get started. He nodded and plopped down in his designated position. Tsunade and Jiraiya did the same, forming a simple triangle around Taya. A long line of seals led from their positions to the center of the spiral where the girl lay. The man formed a few seals and looked up at Naruto and his teammate. Are you ready? They too formed the same seals and nodded. He took a deep breath and slammed his hands onto the edge of the spiral simultaneously with the others. A bright flash of blue light briefly illuminated the dark room before slowly ebbing into a faint glow. The chakra visibly lit up each individual symbol painted on the ground, causing the seal to squirm and slowly slide counterclockwise towards the center. Taya visibly flinched from the pain, immediately worrying Naruto. What's wrong? He asked, gazing over at her in concern. She turned her head to smile weakly at him. Nothing, just stings a little. Orochimaru's seal was way more painful. He nodded, but continued to frown. They hadn't mentioned that the sealing would be painful, although it did kind of make sense. When Orochimaru had used the Gogia Fuin in the Forest of Death to seal Kyuubi's chakra, the pain had been strong enough to knock him unconscious. He also remembered the pain Sasuke seemed to feel when he unwillingly received the Heaven Seal. Naruto turned to look at his sensei. What's happening? The seal is gradually implanting itself into her body. When we can no longer see the spiral, the process will be complete, Jiraiya informed him. His student nodded in understanding. He could feel his chakra slowly trickling away from his body, and although he knew he had more chakra than even most jounin, it wouldn't be long before he had to rely on the Kyuubi. 30 minutes into the sealing, Tsunade finally began to show signs of fatigue. She was fighting to keep her hands pressed together in concentration, but it was obvious that it was an uphill battle. The seal was a little over half complete, and if Jiraiya and Naruto couldn't come up with the second half of the chakra, the entire operation would fail and Taya could possibly die. Tsunade-sama, let me take your place. I don't have nearly as much chakra as you three, but you're almost at your limit. Any longer and you'll be putting your own life at risk. The Hokage frowned, but stood up. If she died, the entire village would be in a panic. When the older woman managed to regain her balance, Shizune settled herself down in her mentor's place and performed the seals necessary to continue the chakra transfusion. She probably wouldn't be able to last any more than 15 minutes or so, but as far as she was concerned, every little bit helped. 10 minutes later, Jiraiya stood up. His face was wet with perspiration, and unfortunately for Taya, the sealing still had a quarter of the way to go. Ero-sennin, are you done too? Naruto asked, looking a little worried. He himself was nearly drained of chakra, and in another few minutes, he'd have to tap into the Kyuubi's power. The man sighed tiredly. Sorry, Naruto. I don't have as much chakra as I did in my prime. It looks like we'll have to rely on the nine-tailed fox after all, but try to hold out as long as you can. He walked over to the corner and leaned against the wall. He could feel his consciousness fading, but if nothing else, he wanted to stay awake long enough to see what effects the sinister chakra would have on her body. After a few minutes, Shizune leaned back onto her hands. She frowned apologetically at Naruto and Taya, but her reserves were nearly drained. It was now up to the blonde to finish it out. Unfortunately, he too had reached his limit. His breath was starting to come in short bursts as he fought to stay focused on holding in his prisoner's chakra. Finally, after fighting for another few minutes, he grudgingly closed his eyes and began to draw on the Kyuubi's chakra. The effect was immediate. The room was bathed in a bright red light, and the line of seals leading from Naruto to Taya looked to be aflame. Suddenly, her back arched off of the ground, and her mouth opened wide in a silent scream. Instead of following the predetermined path of the spiral, the burning chakra surrounded the girl and rushed into her body. Shit! Naruto, you're using too much chakra! Tsunade yelled, trying to move closer to Taya. Between the violent chakra and the girl's jerking movements, it was impossible to get any closer than 2 feet. I can't control it. It won't stop coming out. His eyes widened when dark laughter filled his head. He wildly looked around the room for the source of the evil chuckling. Have you forgotten our deal already, brat? Naruto blinked. He thought that visiting Kyuubi was only a dream. Still, that didn't give the fox the right to hurt one of his precious people. What are you doing to her? Stop it! Kyuubi snorted inside his head. Relax, boy, I'm doing her a favor. By now, the chakra was violently swirling around the room, forcing Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune to shield their faces and lifting Taya almost a foot off of the ground. Judging by the look of immense agony on her face, it didn't look like he was doing her much of a favor. A favor? You're hurting her. Reconfiguring a human's DNA does that. Nanny? For some reason, Naruto had the distinct impression that the beast was rolling his eyes. I swear, you humans have no sense of humor. Just trust me when I say that I'm helping you. The blonde narrowed his eyes suspiciously. It would be foolish to trust a demon, let alone a fox demon. Even though he was never allowed to attend story time with the other children at the orphanage, he was easily able to eavesdrop from the vents in the building's basement. There, he'd heard countless stories with foxes depicted as tricksters. They often played cruel tricks on their targets, leading travelers astray and stealing large amounts of food from poor farmers. On the other hand, the stories also said that kitsune always keep their promises, and could become trustworthy if treated with respect. Still, that didn't make him feel any less mistrustful. Helping me? Why? I won't mince words, you're weak. If you're weak, then the Akatsuki will have no trouble stealing and using me for their own power-hungry ideals. Since you're going to be with the girl for 3 years anyway, I might as well make her a little stronger too in case you happen to run into trouble. Think of it as self-preservation. I can't have you die until I figure out a way to escape, right? Besides, you can't stop me anyway. If you try to cut off the chakra flow to her body, there's no doubt that she will die. As much as he hated to admit it, the fox was right. Unable to do anything else, he watched Taya writhe and twist in the air, wishing more than anything that he could somehow hold back the Kyuubi's power. Finally, after what seemed like hours, the swirling red chakra shot straight up into the air and forced its way into her stomach. With the burning energy out of the way, Tsunade and Shizune rushed over to check her over. The Hokage removed the sheet and gasped. While the sozo was originally meant to be placed on her forehead like Tsunade's, a larger, more intricate version now rested boldly on her abdomen. Jiraiya! She yelled, motioning for him to come over. When he arrived by her side, the man let out a surprised gasp of his own. This is amazing. The seal looks exactly how I drew it, but another seems to have been placed over it. He glanced over at his student. Naruto, do you know anything about this? Well, he started, trying not to look at the naked, unconscious girl. The Baka Fox said something about making her stronger, but I don't know what he did. The black-haired medic frowned and cocked her head to the side. That didn't sound like something a purely malevolent being would do. She watched with interest as the seal receded in on itself and formed a small purple jewel directly below the girl's belly button. Why? Naruto shook his head. I don't know, but is she okay? Did the seal work? Sighing, Tsunade placed the sheet back over Taya's body and picked her up bridal style. The bones feel whole again, but it's impossible to tell if the damage has been completely repaired until she wakes up. She placed her on a nearby stretcher and instructed her apprentice to take her to an observation room. We'll perform a few physical examinations to determine what effects the QB's seal had on her body. In the meantime, why don't you go buy her some flowers or something? I hear they help most patients recover faster." She turned her head away to hide her smirk. Naruto, of course, fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. "Really? I'll go get her some right now," he yelled, rushing out of the room. His movements were sluggish from the massive chakra exertion he'd been subjected to only a few minutes before, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. Shizune's eyes widened when the blonde rushed past her and Taya in nothing but a hospital gown. "Wait! Naruto-kun! Put on some pants!" Chapter 10. Yamanaka Ino was bored. Utterly, incredibly, stupendously bored. Only 2 people had come into the flower shop so far, one being her own mother to bring her lunch, and the other being the elderly woman down the street who stopped by every day to buy a single sunflower for her hair. Of course, that was to be expected. It was fall, and most of their business came from the spring and summer months. The only time people bought flowers this time of year was to either pick up a centerpiece for their dinner tables or to send flowers to a hospitalized friend. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your viewpoint, the amount of injuries also seemed to decline around this time of year. Despite the fact that they were on less than pleasant terms since they discovered their mutual interest in Uchiha Sasuke, her best friend and rival Harino Sakura would usually stop by for an hour or 2 to chat and catch up on all the latest gossip. However, since Sasuke's defection from the Leaf, the pink-haired girl had been coming around less and less. Now that she was getting training from the Hokage herself, she hadn't been coming around at all. Sighing loudly, Ino boredly thumbed through her fashion magazine for what seemed like the 100th time that day. At that moment, she wished that anyone would come through the door of her family's flower shop, even if it was to rob the place. At least then she could enjoy kicking the thief's ass. As if Kami-sama himself had granted her wish, the bell hanging over the door chimed noisily. She immediately straightened herself up and opened her mouth to recite the store's customary greeting. "Hi! Welcome to the Yamanaka Flow, it's just you," the girl said, slumping her shoulders with disappointment. The customer angrily marched up to the register. "What do you mean, it's just you? Ain't I a paying customer too? It's no wonder this place is so dead. With you behind the counter, I'm surprised the shop is still in business." Ino rolled her eyes and leaned forward on her elbows. "What do you want, Naruto?" "No, wait, before you say anything, I don't know where Sakura is." While she had gotten her wish, she wished that Kami-sama would have sent someone a little less annoying. "Huh? Oh, I didn't come here for that," he replied. She perked up a bit at his answer. The only time she ever really communicated with the boy outside of missions or group functions was when he wanted to know something about Sakura. Still, she was convinced that he was there for something involving her friend/rival. "Really? Then what did you come here for?" She noticed with some interest that he seemed a little hesitant. After a few seconds of silence, he finally looked up to meet her eyes. "I need to buy some flowers." Ino smacked her palm into her forehead. "Of course. Sorry, we're out of miniature cherry blossom trees for the year. Come back in spring, if you really want one." Naruto gave her a confused look. "What? So? I want to buy some flowers, not a Sakura tree." "Geez, Ino, try to keep up." The girl cocked her head to the side with confusion. Didn't he know that cherry blossoms were Sakura's favorites? She wouldn't be satisfied with anything else. Unless Sasuke gave them to her, anyway. "Aren't you buying flowers for Sakura?" she asked, her curiosity starting to get the best of her. "No, when did I say that?" Now, she was definitely curious. "Well then, what are you buying flowers for?" He nervously scratched the back of his head and avoided her invading gaze. She was starting to freak him out with her staring. "They're for a friend. Look, I just need help picking some flowers because I don't know what any of them mean, okay?" Ino's eyes widened to almost comical proportions. Naruto, the blonde, Sakura-obsessed fanboy, had finally moved on? This was the kind of gossip that girls, and a few guys, would give their right arm for. Determined to get some more information out of him, she quickly slipped around the counter and grabbed Naruto's hand, leading him towards the store's greenhouse. Most of the plants were arranged by name and lined the walls of the greenhouse, although the more popular flowers rested right at the entrance to the medium-sized room. There were flowers of all shapes, sizes, and colors all over the place, looking very much like a miniature rainforest. She pulled him inside the transparent building and closed the door behind her. Alright, before we do anything, what are you planning to make? She asked, walking towards a large table in the corner. On top of it, there were various vases, colored ribbons, and tissue paper neatly arranged by size and color. Naruto stared after her with a dumbfounded expression. Make? He asked, following her over to the corner. She picked up a vase and a piece of tissue paper. Do you want to make a flower arrangement, or a bouquet? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, carefully observing each choice. After a minute or two of silence, Ino sighed exasperatedly. Today, Naruto. Fine. I'll take the tissue paper then. What color? She asked, turning to the wide assortment of hues. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately regretted her decision. She quickly turned back around and waved her hands in a disarming fashion. No, never mind. On second thought, I'll pick a color for you. Naruto grinned widely and nodded. That's a good idea. You know best, anyway. Ino's hand froze in mid-grab. What did he mean by that? Shaking her head, she gathered up a couple of sheets of dark purple tissue paper and a long white strand of ribbon. Now, the fun began. So, Naruto, tell me about this person you're buying the flowers for. Is it a guy or girl? He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He might act dumb 99.9% of the time, but even he could tell that she was up to something. Why does it matter? The girl cursed silently. Trust this to be the one time Naruto grows a brain. Why does it matter? She repeated, feigning shock. It's the most important thing in flower arranging. If you give a guy girly flowers, people might start questioning your sexuality. I mean, unless you really are just as she expected. The boy's eyes widened and he began to vigorously shake his head in disagreement. And no way. It's a girl, alright? He yelled, a slight blush appearing on his cheeks. To be honest, he didn't know why it was so embarrassing in the first place. He was just buying Taya some flowers to help her get better soon. While he was lost in his own thoughts, he missed the triumphant grin that appeared on Ino's face. Question a guy's sexuality, and they give up information faster than Chuji can put away a full-course meal. And that was pretty damn fast. Great. Now we're getting somewhere. Since it's a girl, let's start with some of these. Ino picked up a few small white flowers and set them around the edges of the tissue paper, which she had placed in a bouquet holder. She then picked up some small pieces of ivy and fern to add some contrast. Hey, that's pretty cool. You're really good at this, Ino. She felt her face grow slightly warm at the compliment. No one outside of her own family had ever commented on her flower arranging, and even though he was a complete idiot when it came to flowers, and a lot of other things, it still managed to make her feel somewhat happy. She smirked and rolled her eyes. We're not even close to done yet. Before we can get to the good stuff, you have to tell me a little more about this girl. What's she like? Naruto cast a suspicious glare. Why does that matter? Expecting him to ask that question, she gave him the stupidest look she could muster. You really don't know? You have to pick flowers based on her personality, or the whole thing will clash and be a total failure. Naruto frowned deeply. There was no point in buying the flowers if they didn't work. When he looked up to think, Ino secretly covered her mouth to hold in a giggle. He was so gullible, it was almost a crime. She's kind of loud, he started, scratching his cheek. Ino immediately began thinking of all the girls that she and Naruto knew who fit into that category. Her eyes widened when she realized that only she, Sakura, and Ami fit into that category, and none of them had seen much of Ami since their academy days. Sakura was also out, since he'd clearly stated that he wasn't buying flowers for her earlier. That only left. What else? I can't tell a person's personality just from that, she stuttered. It wouldn't do any good to jump to conclusions, as there was a very good chance that he had friends she didn't know about, especially since they weren't really that close. Well, she can be really mean at times, and degrading too. Ino winced. But I can tell that's not how she really is. I know that she cares a lot about others, even if she tries to hide it. She's also strong-willed and independent, and doesn't take shit from anybody. I think that's what I like about her the most. She gasped and blushed a mild crimson at his words. It was possibly the sweetest thing she'd ever heard, and what made it even more astounding was that it came from Naruto. The same boy that everyone called dead last and idiot had practically defined her in a short 4 paragraphs. Either she was as transparent as a sheet of glass, or he was much more insightful than he let on. Still, just to be completely sure. "What do you think about her looks?" she asked, trying her damnedest not to blush. "Hey! I thought you said flowers were picked based on personality?" They are. But the color of the flower is picked based on her looks," she finished lamely. Damn it. There was no way he was going to fall for that one. He rubbed his chin in thought, slowly nodding his head as if understanding what she was talking about. "Oh, I get it," he exclaimed, slamming his fist into his palm. Ino stared at him with disbelief. Just when she was starting to think that he might have some sort of brain in that big blonde head of his, too. She quickly regrouped and rested her hands on her hips impatiently. "Well? I don't have all day." Naruto almost said something snide about the lack of customers he'd seen when he arrived, but decided against it this time. She was helping him out, after all. Okay, hold your horses," he sighed, assuming a thinking pose. A few seconds later, he smiled in an aha fashion. "I don't care as much about her looks, but she's definitely in the top 10 of Konoha right now." Ino gasped. While she would prefer to be considered as number 1 in Konoha, she realized that he was trying to be as honest as possible in his description. It was hard to place her at the top when there was the Hokage and Kurenai to contend with. "She glares at me a lot more than she smiles, but when she does smile, it's almost like she's a whole different person." By now, her face was practically the color of a tomato. She turned around and walked further into the nursery to hide her blush. "Ino, where are you going?" Naruto asked, starting to follow. Without looking back, she held out her hand to stop his advance. Just stay there, Naruto. I know exactly what she would want," she stuttered, tucking a persistent strand of hair behind her ear. His eyes lit up, and he nodded his agreement. This was going to be a whole lot easier than he thought. "Really? Thanks. I knew you were the right person to go to." She smiled softly to herself as she cut a few light red carnations away from the bush. That particular color represented admiration, and she knew without a doubt that admiration was one of the things he felt based on the fondness in his tone when he spoke of her. She continued on down the aisle, plucking various flowers from their stands. She picked flowers that represented love, hope, and adoration, while at the same time trying to keep the bouquet within the boy's price range. Judging on his choice of attire and unhealthy obsession with ramen, he couldn't possibly have enough money to afford more than a dozen or so roses. While picking the flowers, she tried to make sense of her own feelings. For some strange reason, she could actually see him as a friend, and maybe even a potential boyfriend. They both had blonde hair and blue eyes, strong personalities, and he was always happy and supportive of his friends no matter what the circumstances. Of course, she'd have to change his wardrobe and eating habits, and maybe buy him a dictionary or two to expand his vocabulary if he wanted to date her, but that was something she could work on in time. Ino giggled to herself at how quickly her mind had accepted Naruto. She never thought much of him before today, as he was always considered the prankster, dead last, and idiot of the rookie 9. Now that she thought about it, however, he was actually one of the strongest among them. In the Chunin exams, he'd managed to beat Inuzuka Kiba in the preliminary rounds. His method was a bit unconventional, but it had worked. He'd then gone on to beat Hyuga Neji, last year's Rookie of the Year, in the 3rd round. She had been more than surprised when that had happened. How fresh out of the academy, dead last idiot managed to beat a Hyuga genius with over 13 months of field experience was beyond her. Not only had he beaten some of the best genin Konoha had to offer, she'd also heard from Temari that he beat Gaara of the Sand. Sakura had at first said that Sasuke defeated him, but eventually admitted to being unconscious for the majority of the fight. Seeing as how Temari was actually awake and watching at the time, she'd been forced to believe the older Sannin. Initially, she'd been shocked. For a few weeks after the incident, she'd believed that Sasuke had done most of the work, and that Naruto simply came in for a finishing blow. As time wore on, however, she had grudgingly begun to realize that the loudmouth genin was a lot stronger than he let on. Not even a week after his confrontation with Gaara, she heard from Shikamaru that Naruto had gone on a trip with Jiraiya, one of the legendary, to find the next Hokage, another one of the legendary. Once again, her world had been turned upside down. Just how did Naruto know one of the legendary 3, and why was he allowed to accompany the man on his journey? There were so many questions surrounding the boy, yet she knew none of the answers. Ino bit her lip. Just who was Uzumaki Naruto? She'd have to pay a visit to Sakura sometime next week. She stopped in front of the large section of tulips, looking them over with a critical eye. They were a favorite among customers, as they weren't too romantic, too elegant, too bright, too big, or too small. They were simply perfect. She picked a few red tulips to complement the carnations she'd picked up earlier, and a few yellow ones to brighten up the arrangement. Yellow tended to mean cheerful thoughts and happiness, something that she thought fit the both of them. Ino snuck a peek at Naruto out of the corner of her eye. It didn't look like he had moved an inch from where she had left him, although sometime during her reverie he had unzipped his heavy orange jacket, revealing a tight black t-shirt underneath. His headband was tied around his neck for the time being, and she noticed with a small blush that he actually looked sort of cool with his bangs falling into his eyes. She vigorously shook her head, trying her hardest to get those thoughts out of his head. What the hell was she thinking? This was Naruto she was talking about. The dead last in the academy. The ramen freak. Sakura's self-proclaimed fanba. Just because he had shown a little interest in her, she was acting like a civilian schoolgirl with a crush. It didn't make sense. Plenty of guys had approached her over the years, promising her love, fortune, and a life of comfort. So why was Naruto any different? Maybe it was different because it was Naruto. Maybe it was because the boy who had previously shown interest in Sakura now had a crush on her. In a way, she was stealing his affection from her rival, proving once and for all who was better. That had to be it. Or maybe it's because he was Sasuke's best friend, making Naruto the closest link she has to the missing Uchiha. Or maybe... Ino shook her head again. These thoughts weren't getting her anywhere. Ino? Are you okay? The blonde asked, eyeing her with unhidden concern. She jumped slightly and turned back to the tulips in front of her. Sure. She laughed nervously and tucked a loose lock of hair behind her ear. Hey, Naruto-kun, can you come over here for a second? I need you to pick the main flower for the bouquet. He lifted an eyebrow at the addition of kun to his name, but walked over to stand next to her. Shouldn't you do this? I don't really know anything about flowers. She shook her head and smiled. I can't. This is your arrangement, so you have to pick the flower that most represents what you feel about the person you're giving it to. At his confused expression, she hung her head and sighed. On second thought, just pick whatever you think would look nice. His face immediately lit up. That he could do. Ino watched with mild amusement as he raced up and down the aisles of the greenhouse, stopping for no more than 1 or 2 seconds at each group of flowers. Finally, after a few minutes of searching, Naruto appeared from around the corner with a single lavender rose. This one! He yelled, holding it up in the air. The girl smiled and plucked the flower from his fingertips. Even though he probably didn't know it, lavender roses usually meant things like love at first sight or enchantment. After placing the flower directly in the center of the bouquet, she tucked the same strand of hair behind her ear and turned to show him the completed arrangement. What do you think? Beautiful, right? He grinned foxily, fully exposing his unnaturally sharp canines. Yep. Next time I need to buy flowers, I'm definitely coming to see you. Ino blushed slightly and turned to walk back into the store. Just as they entered the main building, Naruto suddenly stopped and ran back into the greenhouse. Ino, hold on a minute, he called from among the flowers. She rested an impatient hand on her hip as she waited for him to reappear, curious as to what he was doing. Naruto-kun? What are you doing? As soon as the words left her mouth, the genin in question rounded the nearest shelf with a single white wildflower in his hand. He grinned sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. I just wanted to buy one of these, too. She raised her eyebrows at the flower, but shrugged and ushered him into the store. After walking behind the counter, she quickly rang up his order. Counting the wildflower, that'll be 1,850 yen. The boy's jaw dropped in surprise, causing her to frown and narrow her eyes. What, you can't afford it? And no. It's just that the flower shop down the street is 5 times as expensive as this place. Ino blinked in surprise. The last time she checked, their prices were nearly the same. He quickly shuffled through his pockets and produced a few bills, placing them in the girl's outstretched hand. Here you go. You can keep the change as a tip. Ino blinked again. Since when did Naruto have enough money to give her a? She quickly glanced over the bills in her hand. 500 yen tip? Thanks, here are your flowers, she murmured, still a bit awestruck. Maybe she'd underestimated the boy. Still, there was something that bothered her about this whole situation. Hey, Naruto-kun? When he looked up to stare at her, she continued. Instead of going through the trouble of buying flowers, why didn't you just tell me how you felt? The blonde tilted his head in the typical Naruto fashion. How do I feel about that? He asked, obviously confused. She furrowed her brows and leaned forward to stare into his eyes. He wasn't getting away that easily. About me, idiot. Now, he was really confused. He cocked a curious eyebrow at her annoyed expression. What about you? Ino's eyebrow twitched. Either he was really good at playing dumb, or she made a horrible mistake in her assumptions. Unfortunately for him, she wasn't quite ready to admit that she was wrong. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she slowly walked from behind the counter to stand directly in front of Naruto. She placed both of her hands on his shoulders and looked him squarely in the eyes. Naruto, she started, her expression deathly serious, how do you feel about me? Naruto shifted uncomfortably under her intense gaze. Her piercing sky-blue eyes showed visions of death and castration if he didn't answer her question correctly. Deciding to tread lightly, he gulped loudly and shifted his eyes away from her. Well, I think you're really smart and stuff and know a lot about flowers, he stuttered, trying to gauge her reaction. When her eyes narrowed, he quickly continued. And you're pretty? The girl's mouth twitched upward, causing him to let loose a small breath of relief. Maybe he could get out of this unscathed after all. And you're really nice for helping me pick these flowers for Taya. Her hands clenched painfully on his jacket-clad shoulders. Say that again? She ground out, her stare turning into a glare. Naruto thanked the gods that he had used the bathroom before he left the hospital. Why, you're really nice for helping me pick these flowers for Taya. I think they'll help her get better in no time. Ino slowly let go of his shoulders and took a few steps back. Oh, I see. While she was cool and composed on the outside, her insides were in turmoil. How could she have been so stupid as to assume that he would actually have a crush on her? They'd barely spoken in the 6 years that they've known each other, and he'd certainly never shown an interest in anyone except for Sakura. But just who was this Taya girl he was buying flowers for? Frowning deeply, she slowly trudged back behind the counter and plopped down on the stool, leaning her chin on the palm of her hand. What the hell was she thinking? Naruto as her boyfriend? Ha! They would never work. She was a girl that demanded a certain amount of attention, and knowing his love for ramen and training, there was no possible way that he could give it to her. Ino thrust a persistent strand of light blonde hair behind her ear and nodded triumphantly to herself. He could never give her what she needed. He knew nothing about romance, and his fashion sense was simply atrocious. It would be better if she just admitted to herself that she'd let her boredom get the best of her, and forget that this whole entire thing ever happened. Suddenly, she felt something insert itself over her left ear. She blinked to see Naruto moving his hand away with a smile. There. Now that piece of hair won't bother you anymore, he exclaimed. He took a few steps back to admire his handiwork, putting on a serious face for effect. After nodding to himself a few times, he smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Wildflowers really suit you, Ino-chan. Ino's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. She lifted her hand to feel the soft, willowy petals of the flower he had gone back to get only 5 minutes earlier. While the thumbs up had been extremely corny, really, who the hell did that anymore? His comment caused a light pink blush to appear on her face. She smiled bashfully and tried futilely to bring down the color in her cheeks. Thanks, Ino murmured. His smile widened into his trademark foxy grin, and with a small wave, he exited the store. Later, Ino-chan. For 5 minutes after he had gone, she stared at the clear glass door of the shop, unable to believe what had just happened. Not only had he done something extremely sweet and out of character, but he'd also managed to pick her all-time favorite flower. Sighing loudly to herself, she allowed her head to thump painfully against the countertop. Screw next week, she was going to pay a visit to Sakura tomorrow. There were many words that could be used to describe Orochimaru: evil, sinister, cruel, deceiving, snake-like. Hell, even sexy, in a sick, abnormally twisted sort of way. The patient was not one of them. Damn it, Kabuto! Where are those two? They should have been back yesterday. Orochimaru yelled, his voice echoing in the large, dark throne room. Countless snakes slithered among the rafters, and human skulls lined the thick stone walls. The young man pushed his glasses further up on his nose before answering. Yoroy was spotted at the border to the Fire Country last night. Misumi was not with him. They hissed with annoyance. He thought the mission had been simple enough, but apparently he'd thought wrong. Why was everyone in his village so incompetent? Where is he now? He asked, displeasure clear on his face. At that moment, the doors to the chamber slowly opened to reveal a sound ANBU officer. Otokage-sama, he started, bowing low to the ground. Akado Yoroy is here to see you. Shall I send him in? The Sanin's face visibly lit up, sending a small shudder through the ANBU officer. A smiling Orochimaru was never a good thing. After receiving a nod of confirmation from his leader, the shinobi quickly backed out of the room, only to be replaced by a thin, cowering man. He looked like he hadn't eaten in days, and dark rings were prevalent beneath his eyes. What took you so long? The snake spat, staring down at the man with obvious disdain. The man quickly fell to his knees and placed his forehead against the ground. Please excuse me, Orochimaru-sama, I ran into some trouble on the way here. Relief flooded the man as the Otokage frowned but nodded his acceptance. It was difficult for even a Jounin-level shinobi to cross the Fire Country's border undetected. Did you complete your mission? And where is Misumi? Yoroy froze and slowly lifted his head to look at the spot where he believed his leader to be. I don't know. The room was deathly silent for a few seconds. You don't know? They yelled. The man was visibly shaking, and unconsciously began to scoot backwards towards the entrance to the throne room. Visions of his life began to pass before his eyes as he realized what was about to happen next. Misumi insisted that he be allowed to do the job on his own, and the girl was crippled from the waist down, and there was just a blonde kid with H. A blonde kid? Orochimaru asked, cutting him off. Yoroy nodded from his position on the ground. Why yes, but he didn't seem like much of a threat. I believe Misumi said that he was going to kill him too, just in case. The room once again became silent as and his second-in-command processed this information. There were hardly any blonde shinobi that Kabuto knew of in Konoha except for the Kyuubi container, and those of the Yamanaka clan. It was possible the kid was a civilian, but it was highly improbable. Orochimaru-sama, could that blonde kid be Naruto-kun? Kabuto whispered from Orochimaru's right side. They remained quiet in thought for a few seconds before lifting his head to address his subordinate. What did you discover when you returned to check on your partner? Realizing that he wasn't going to die right away, the man sat back on his haunches to think. Well, there was no one there, but the ground was ripped up in a few places and a few trees had been broken in half. The area was also heavily guarded by a team of ANBU, so I couldn't get any closer to look for details. Interesting, the Otokage hissed, narrowing his eyes in thought. I suppose I can try to sense her presence to see if she's alive or not. For your sake, you had better hope that Misumi completed his mission. Orochimaru closed his eyes to concentrate. It was a simple task to sense the presence of those he had given the curse seal to, and he could easily find any of them no matter where they were. Yoroy was waiting nervously for the results, hoping against hope that his friend and partner had somehow managed to finish the girl off. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes and smiled. It seems like you're allowed to live for the time being. The man's head snapped up with surprise. He had been completely sure that he was going to die at his master's hands. Orochimaru-sama? Perhaps he managed to kill Taya first before being killed by the blonde. No matter, as long as the mission is complete. Leave me. Yoroy wasted no time in getting the hell out of there, and Kabuto noticed with some amusement that he had a large wet spot on the back of his pants. Are you worried about Naruto-kun? He asked in that infuriatingly smug tone of his. The chuckled evilly and shook his head. Why should I be? If he couldn't even stop that weakling Misumi from killing Taya, what kind of threat would he be to me? The silver-haired medic nodded his agreement. Imagine if he and the girl had become friends. Then he'd have two reasons to seek you out. Orochimaru's maniacal grin widened. Let him come. If I kill the Kyuubi, the Akatsuki won't be able to succeed in their plans to use the 9 bijou. Are you sure that's wise? They'll come looking for you to extract their revenge. But by then, I'll have the Sharingan. Once I eradicate the Akatsuki, nothing will be able to stop me. His cackling echoed throughout the room, causing Kabuto to crack a small scheming grin of his own. If only he knew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 birds, Hyuga Neji counted to himself. Things had been extremely quiet ever since he'd flown off the handle a few days earlier. Besides the daily visit from Guy, Lee, and Tenten, no one else had bothered to stop by for fear of extracting the Hyuga wrath upon themselves, which suited the stoic boy just fine. Everyone else was just an annoyance anyway. So it came as no surprise that Neji's eyebrows shot up into his forehead when the door to his hospital room slowly opened to reveal a small girl standing in the doorway. Hannabi-sama? He yelped, shock visible on his face. The girl stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. Nisan, she said, nodding her head in his direction. He slowly pushed himself up into a sitting position to address his younger cousin. Is there something wrong, Hannabi-sama? His face scrunched up with slight worry, a fact which many clan members would find amusing had they seen it. It was no secret to anyone that the genin used to despise the main family, although he'd recently been making an effort to be much more civil and kind towards his cousins. Hannabi slowly shook her head and raised it to look him in the eyes. No, nothing's wrong. At least, it's nothing serious. I think. Neji lifted a confused eyebrow. He'd never seen his cousin act so confused about something. Truly, whatever was bothering her must be serious. He attempted to smile comfortingly, although it came out as more of a painful grimace. Why don't you tell me what's bothering you, and I will do my best to help you if I can. She slowly nodded again and moved to stand at the foot of his bed. It's about Nisan, the girl started, her face completely devoid of emotion. Hanada-sama? The genin was honestly surprised that she was coming to him about her sister. Usually she only wanted to ask for tips or advice about the Juken style, never about anything personal. Hi. I saw her touching herself, she explained, scrunching up her face in mild confusion. When I asked her about it, she refused to explain, and I don't think it's something that I should bother Oto-sama with. The elder Hyuga's jaw dropped, and his usually fierce eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. Hinata? The shy, sweet, peace-loving little girl he'd known for years? Impossible. Neji put on an amused smirk. His youngest cousin was obviously mistaken. Hannabi-sama, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Perhaps you only think you saw it? Hannabi shook her head. No, she was standing in front of her mirror naked doing things like this. The girl lifted her hands to her admittedly flat chest and began to move them in a circular fashion, attempting to emulate what she'd seen her older sister do a few days before. Neji's face turned a deep shade of scarlet, and he quickly turned his eyes away from his cousin molesting herself. Hannabi-sama. Such actions are well below the standards of the Hyuga. He stuttered. She shrugged and moved her hands away from her chest. Well, I kind of figured that out, but I just wanted to know what it does. Does it help your chest to grow bigger? I think it does, because Nisan's chest is this big, she started, demonstrating her elder sister's size with her hands, and everyone else in the clan is only around this big. By now, blood was threatening to spew out of his nose like a running faucet, and with his last bit of consciousness, he slammed his head back down to the bed and closed his eyes. Find Tenten and have her explain it to you. She'd know better than I would. Hannabi's face lit up. You're right. Arigato, and I-san? As soon as he heard the door click shut, he slowly released the breath he didn't realize he'd been holding and pulled his pillow over his face. Fuck what Naruto said. Fate got great pleasure out of bending him over and raping him up the ass with the metal spike strap-on of destiny. He sighed and glanced out of the window again to calm his nerves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. God damn it. Chapter 11. Sunlight streamed into the small, plain hospital room, jovially announcing the start of another day. Birds chirped merrily from their perches among the tree branches while shinobi and civilians alike began their morning routines. A particularly persistent beam of light landed squarely on Taya's sleeping face, rousing the girl from her well-deserved slumber and enticing a groan of agony from her throat. She attempted to open her eyes, but found with some annoyance that her eyelids were stuck together from nearly 24 hours of misuse. She reached her hands up to her eyelids and forcefully pried them open. That was a mistake. Fuck! She yelled, slamming her palms over her highly sensitive eyes. Apparently she wasn't quite used to the light yet, and a direct shot from the sun didn't help the matter. After waiting a couple of minutes for them to adjust, she slowly opened her eyes again and smiled. It seemed like she'd survived the ceiling. She pushed herself up into a sitting position and looked out of the large hospital room window. Everything looked so much more vivid and colorful than she remembered, and she noticed with some interest that she could see every individual leaf on the trees standing proudly across the street. That regeneration seal was much more effective than she thought it would be. Yawning crudely, Taya stretched her arms high above her head and reveled in the satisfying pop of her bones realigning themselves. At the peak of her stretch, she froze. She slowly turned her head to see that her right arm was indeed completely healthy again, and with an aggressive fervor commonly seen in rabid animals, she threw the sheets off her bed to look at her legs. The long scars and gashes from her fight with Temari were long gone, and to her surprise, so were all of the abrasions she'd received during her career as a shinobi. She sucked in a large breath of air and stared hopefully at her legs. This one moment would determine the course of the rest of her life. Either she would accompany Naruto on his 3-year training trip around the Eastern world and become a powerful kunoichi of the leaf, or she'd be confined to Konoha while her only acquaintance grew stronger without her. As if sensing her apprehension, the sun temporarily hid itself behind a large white cloud, and the birds quickly ceased their birdsongs to fly away and sing their morning tunes elsewhere. She let loose the breath she'd been holding and set her mouth into a firm line. With her eyes narrowed in concentration, she sent the subtle mental command for her legs to move. To her obvious relief, both legs levitated approximately 3 inches above the bed. Her frown turned into a grin, and soon, her smile was threatening to split her face in half. "Yes!" she screamed, swinging her legs over the edge of the mattress. "Yes, yes, yes, yes!" She hopped off of the bed and stood on wobbly legs. "Fuck yes! I can fucking walk! I can fucking..." With a dull thud, Taya landed flat on her face. Bwahahaha! Naruto doubled over with laughter, holding his stomach to keep his intestines from falling out through his belly button. He'd been quietly observing her actions from the other bed in the hospital room, that is, until she fell. The girl groaned in pain and turned her head to scowl up at the laughing boy. "Stop laughing!" she screeched, her face turning bright red with embarrassment and anger. Unfortunately, her words had the opposite effect. Instead of slowing down his laughter, he only laughed harder and was soon fighting desperately for air. "Yeah, right. What can you do from down there?" he gasped out between breaths, a wide grin still stretched over his face. She snarled and narrowed her eyes. Having had enough of his joking, she rolled herself over onto her back and held up a hand. "Shut the fuck up and help me." Naruto took a few deep, calming breaths before nodding and making his way over to the redhead, still chuckling softly to himself. When he got close enough to pick her up, Taya quickly chopped him in the back of the knees, causing him to tumble clumsily towards the ground. Before he could catch himself on the cold tile floor, she grabbed his collar and pulled him directly on top of her. "You were saying, dipshit?" Hey. No fair. You tricked me." He fought to get out of her grip, but found that the angry-looking girl was a hell of a lot stronger than she looked. They struggled viciously for a few minutes, pulling and tugging at each other to get the upper hand. Eventually, skill and experience beat brute strength, and Taya ended up straddling the boy with a triumphant grin. "Ha! Now that I have 2 arms, you don't stand a fucking chance against someone like me. What now, motherfucker?" she taunted, shaking his collar for good measure. Naruto turned his head away and sniffed indignantly. "Just get off of me already." She smirked and shook her head, flinging her long red hair around her face. "Not until you say that you give up." "No way. I will never give up. That's my way of the ninja," he yelled, staring up at her with unbridled determination. The girl shrugged nonchalantly, completely brushing off his outburst. "Fine, but I'm not moving until you say it." "I'm not saying it." "Then don't." "I won't." "Fine. Fine." They sat there for a few more minutes in silence, Taya staring boredly into his eyes while he stared back with courageous vigor. Finally, Naruto lowered his eyes and sighed. "If I say it, will you really let me up?" She grinned and nodded. "I promise." With another sigh, the boy rolled his eyes and looked up at her with an obviously insincere expression. I give up. Happy? Now let me go. Her smile widened and she moved to get up. Unfortunately, she'd forgotten that her legs weren't exactly working. She managed to get a few inches off of his stomach before she ungracefully plopped back down, thoroughly knocking the wind out of her teammate. Oof. What are you doing? Get off. Taya furrowed her brows and shot him a quick glare. I'm trying, idiot. She attempted to lift herself off of him again, but only managed to achieve the same results. Naruto scowled and lifted his hands to help her. It was painfully easy to see that she wasn't going to make it on her own steam. The redhead swatted his hands away from her waist with a frown. Don't help me, I can do it on my own. She again tried to stand, but only improved her previous record by another inch. No, you can't. Let me help. No. Yes. Here, just let me. I said let me do it. But you can't. Yes, I can. You're hurting me. Are all you Konoha ninja this fucking whiny? I can't help it, it hurts. Just hold on a little longer, I can do it. No, you can't. Just let me give you a little push. I don't need your help, damn it. I'm almost there. What about me? You're gonna kill me before that happens. Cammy, suck it up already. It's too much. Oh my. Both teens snapped their heads around to see Shizune staring wide-eyed from the doorway. Her knuckles were white from her tight grip on the doorknob, and a bright red blush accented her cheeks. It was hard not to be embarrassed by a previously crippled girl bouncing roughly on top of the boy she thought of as her little brother, after all. Her mentor walked up behind her and peered curiously into the room from over her shoulder. What's wrong? Is she the Hokage? Stopped in the middle of her sentence, her jaw practically scraping the cold white tiles at her feet. In front of her were two panting, red-faced teenagers lying on the floor in an incredibly compromising position. Suddenly, all of the screams and yells she'd heard coming from the room made perfect sense. She slowly picked her jaw up off of the ground and regarded them with a calm expression. Wow, brat. I didn't think you'd nail her that fast. They stared at her confusedly for a few seconds before exchanging puzzled expressions of their own. Being the faster of the two, Taya was the first to realize what the woman was trying to imply. Her eyes widened to the size of dinner plates, and she opened her mouth to protest, stumbling over her words in the process. I know. We weren't that. She yelled, failing to form a complete sentence. Tsunade smirked and looked over at Naruto with a mischievous glint in her eye. Trying to get another peek at Naruto? An eerie silence filled the room as both genin stiffened at her question. A violent aura rose up from the girl in nearly visible waves of energy, scaring Naruto shitless and sending the bird singing merrily across the street into cardiac arrest. She mechanically turned her head to look at the cowering boy beneath her, a deep blush spreading over her cheeks despite her anger. Another peek? Naruto, she started, her teeth grinding together with anger. What the fuck did I say I would do to you if you peeked? The blonde grinned nervously and tried to ease his way out from under her, only to be grabbed by the collar and shoved roughly back against the floor. She reached for the weapons pouch on his right leg and grabbed a kunai before holding it high above her head with both hands. Realizing what she was planning to do, he quickly raised his hands in a disarming fashion, hoping to calm the demonic redhead down before she impaled him with his own weapon. Wait! He gulped, cringing expectantly. Taya snarled and raised the knife higher. No amount of begging and pleading could save him now. Ironically, he was hardly the first guy to have seen her naked since she joined Orochimaru. Her teammates had seen her naked on many occasions both on and off of missions, though they usually only commented on how short and pudgy she looked without any clothes on. Anyone else who happened to see her were promptly thrust into an A-rank level genjutsu while being devoured by her summoned zombies. Though her mind vehemently denied it, she knew exactly why she didn't want Naruto to see her naked. Pushing those thoughts aside for the time being, she narrowed her eyes even further and clenched the kunai tighter in her hands. You brought this on yourself, hentai. She brought the knife down at a blinding speed, watching angrily as Naruto tightly squeezed his eyes shut and braced himself for immense agony. Just as she was about to stab him between his beautiful, cerulean blue eyes, her hand suddenly swerved to the right, leaving a shallow cut on his whiskered cheek and embedding the weapon into the floor. God damn it, you're so fucking lucky you saved my life. If you were anyone else, and I mean anyone fuck, I just want to hug. she screamed, fighting to keep her twitching hands away from the blonde's neck. At this point, it had become painfully clear to the other shinobi in the room that this girl was very mentally unstable. Naruto slowly opened one of his eyes to stare up at the fuming girl. It was obvious that her emotions were conflicted, and he watched with mild interest and fear as her face cycled between anger, agony, sadness, and another expression he'd never seen before. But mostly anger. Shizune stood behind the girl with a relieved expression on her face, holding a steadying hand over her heart. The Hokage just rolled her eyes and stepped into the room, closing and locking the door behind her. "If you two are done with your little lover's spat," she drawled, resting a lazy hand on her hip, "I'd really like to get this briefing over with." Tayuya's scowl deepened, and with a little help from Shizune, she got off of the boy and plopped down on her own bed. The boy wasted no time in scrambling to his feet and hiding behind the only other blonde in the room. She sighed and rolled her eyes again. Kids this young definitely shouldn't be shinobi. Shooting her surrogate little brother a withering glare, she easily flung him out from behind her and towards his own bed, which he landed harshly on with a loud grunt. "Hey!" he yelled, pushing himself up into a half-lying, half-sitting position. "Aren't nurses supposed to be gentle with their patients?" Tsunade frowned and shook her fist at Naruto. "Shut up, brat. Or do you not want to hear what you'll be doing for the next few days before you leave?" It was agonizingly difficult to keep a knowing smirk from spreading across her face. If you wanted Naruto to do something, all you had to do was dangle either a mission, new jutsu, or a piece of wanted information over his head. Predictably, the genin immediately shut up and sat up straight on the small hospital bed. A small twitch of her lips was the only sign she gave to show that she was pleased. "That's what I thought. Now, Tayuya." The pouting girl lifted her eyes to look at the deceivingly young woman. "You're probably wondering why you can't use your legs as well as you used to." When the genin nodded, Tsunade continued. "Although the Sozo Sensei healed the muscles, bones, and ligaments in your legs, your muscles are still weak from the massive cellular multiplication needed to perform the jutsu. That, combined with the fact that you haven't walked in nearly 2 weeks, means you'll be confined to a pair of crutches until you gain your strength back. It should only take a couple of days, provided that you perform a few simple stretches every day and get a plentiful amount of rest every night. You'll be walking in no time." Tayuya slowly nodded her head, not daring to give away her excitement. If there was one thing that she'd learned in life, it was that karma was a bitch. "How long until I can move like a shinobi?" The woman frowned thoughtfully. "I suppose that depends on you. Your legs are fully healed, so it's up to you to get them back in shape." The girl nodded again, this time allowing a small smile to inconspicuously slide onto her face. Getting herself back into shape would be a snap. On that note, Jiraiya wants to leave early on Friday morning. That gives you 3 days to get yourselves packed, say your goodbyes, and do whatever the hell else you need to before you have to leave. You're going to be gone for 3 years, make the most of your time here. Tayuya snorted rudely, but chose not to comment. The woman had to have been talking to Naruto since she didn't particularly care for anyone in the village at all, nor did she have much of anything to pack. Tsunade glanced up at the clock and smirked. "By the way, you might want to get a move on." "What? Why?" Naruto asked, cocking his head to the side. "You have a mission, remember? Or did you forget? It was originally supposed to end this Friday, but since you need that time to prepare yourselves, today will be your last day. From what I hear, those kids have been mighty anxious for you to come back. Something about a story?" Both genin raised their eyebrows. The fact that a bunch of kids they'd barely known for 2 days wanted them to come back was nothing short of astounding. Still, it was a little flattering to be wanted so badly. The Hokage motioned for Shizune to follow her out of the room, in which the younger woman quickly obliged. Just as she opened the door, Tsunade suddenly stopped and glanced over her shoulder. "By the way, as of 12 o'clock this afternoon, both of you are officially discharged from the hospital." Tayuya frowned curiously. "Where the fuck am I supposed to stay until we leave?" The large grin that suddenly sprouted upon the Hokage's face told her everything she needed to know. "And no, hell no, you don't mean dash." "That's right. There's no sense in wasting money on a hotel for only 3 nights, so you'll be staying with Naruto until this weekend. Have fun!" And with that, she disappeared through the doorway. Shizune, on the other hand, at least had the decency to shoot them an apologetic smile before slowly slipping out of the room and closing the door behind her. For a good 5 minutes, neither of them moved. The two of them were still staring disbelievingly at the closed door, eyes wide and mouths open wide enough for two boss-level summons to fit inside. As if on cue, they simultaneously turned their heads to stare blankly at each other. We should leave soon," he mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. She noticed that his face was slightly paler than usual, and that small beads of sweat were beginning to pop up on his forehead. Still, she meekly nodded her head. "You, want me to get your clothes?" She nodded again, and with a speed easily comparable to a snail, Naruto rose from the bed and drifted over to the cupboards on the other side of the room. After grabbing all of the garments folded neatly on the bottom shelf, a dark blue long-sleeve shirt, a pair of black ninja pants, and a pair of ninja sandals, he stiffly handed her the items and walked out of the room. It was going to be a long 3 days. "Tsunade-sama," Shizune called, racing after her mentor. They just left the hospital room of Naruto and Taya, and were currently on their way back to the Hokage's office. The older woman slowed down her pace to allow her to catch up. "What is it?" she asked as they walked out of the hospital. "Why didn't you tell her about you-know-who's changes to the seal?" Tsunade shrugged. "I can tell her later. Besides, don't you think it'd be more fun if she was able to find out about the changes herself?" she said, grinning conspiratorially at her assistant. Shizune frowned and shook her head. "But don't you think that's a little irresponsible? What if there's a problem?" The Hokage waved her hand dismissively as they entered the Hokage tower. Thankfully, it was very close to the hospital, allowing her to go from place to place in seconds if she so chose to. "You worry too much. Even if something did happen, the brat never leaves her side. She'll be fine." Her frown deepening, Shizune crossed her arms and stopped at the foot of the stairs leading to the Hokage's office. "This isn't your way of getting revenge on her for calling you a decrepit old hag, is it?" The small jump of Tsunade's shoulders gave away her surprise at being discovered so easily. "Geez, what is this, 20 questions? Don't you have to take Taunton for a walk or something?" The black-haired woman sighed in disappointment. She could be so immature sometimes. "Tsunade-sama, not only are you the head doctor of the hospital, but you're the Hokage of the Leaf Village. Don't you think you should be a little more considerate towards the feelings of your patient and subordinate? I can't believe that you're withholding information from Taya just because she insulted something as superficial as your age. I'm very disappointed in you." She stamped her foot to emphasize her point, looking very childish herself. Tsunade simply stood at the top of the stairs, not bothering to answer nor give any signal that she'd heard the lecture. Shizune's frown deepened, and she quickly walked up the stairs towards her mentor. She reached her hand out to tap the woman on the shoulder. "Tsunade-sama? Did you hear?" Amazingly, her hand went straight through the woman's chest. Immediately after, the Hokage slowly dissipated into nothing. Shizune cursed under her breath. Bunshin no Jutsu, one of the simplest ninjutsu known to the shinobi world, and she'd fallen for it. Just as she was about to scale the rest of the stairs to give her mentor a piece of her mind, her frown suddenly turned into a mischievous smile. It was obvious that words alone wouldn't help the blonde understand what she was trying to say, so she was going to have to scold her through actions. Chuckling evilly, she crept back down the steps and out of the building. This was going to be fun. Taya sighed as she straightened the dark blue shirt resting loosely over her torso. Less than half an hour into the day, and she was already stressed out beyond belief. She was certain that karma was collecting on its long overdue rent, or perhaps things like this only happened when Naruto was around. A shallow blush appeared on her face as she thought about the blonde idiot. She was still pretty pissed off that he peeped on her while she was naked, unconscious, and probably lying spread eagle on the floor of the operating room. Growling slowly, she easily tugged the dark pants up her legs and buttoned them at the top. Yes, he would pay. She would make sure of that. After grabbing and securing her ninja sandals, she reached for the small mirror and brush sitting on the small table next to her bed. To her surprise, they were right underneath a huge, colorful flower arrangement. She gawked at the flowers for nearly a full minute, unsure if or not they were actually there or if she just was experiencing a bizarre side effect of the ceiling. How the fuck did I miss those? She wondered aloud, still staring dumbly at the flowers. Shuffling towards the head of the bed, she leaned forward and made her second big mistake of the day, taking a huge, uninhibited whiff of the sweet-smelling plants. The effect was immediate. Her eyes began to water as she choked and gagged from the unusually strong smell, and it took another good minute for her to shuffle over to the window and open it to get some fresh air. She took a few more deep breaths before turning to glare at her current ire. Fucking flowers, she spat, still gasping for air on the bed. I should throw you bastards out the window for trying to kill me. Just as she was about to make good on her threat, she noticed a small piece of paper sticking right out of the middle of the arrangement. Curiously, she reached over and plucked it out with careful hands, handling the paper as if it would crumble if she was too rough. She slowly unrolled the piece of paper and glanced over the contents. There wasn't much of a message, just a simple get well soon. However, it was the small picture at the bottom that caused a warm feeling to spread throughout her chest. Someone had drawn a chibi Naruto smiling with that foxy grin of his. He was holding up 2 fingers in the customary peace sign, and there were even tiny fox ears drawn in with a red pen. She smiled softly to herself. It was the first time she'd ever gotten flowers. Taya was by no means a flower expert, but she did learn some of the basics from her grandmother before she'd left to join Orochimaru. She turned a critical eye upon the arrangement. It was painfully obvious that he'd had some help with the bouquet, as it was much too neat and orderly for him to have put it together by himself. Hell, if it was up to him, he'd probably just fill the tissue paper with as many orange flowers as he could find. She inched closer to observe each and every individual petal, something that she found extremely easy to do ever since her operation. Remembering something her grandmother had told her when she was young, she decided to start at the edges and work her way in. The first layer of flowers were simply tiny white baby's breath, customary for any arrangement to add that subtle sparkle. A small amount of fern and ivy helped them stand out more against the edges, and looking a little closer, she noticed that there were even a few purple baby's breath flowers thrown in to subtly accent the tissue paper. There was now absolutely no doubt in her mind that this was done by a professional. Moving on, she trailed her amateur eyes over to the next group of flowers. These were more like the side dishes, used to build the viewer up until they could get to the center. There were mostly different colored tulips in this area, and she struggled to remember what each color meant. She easily remembered that yellow tulips represented happiness and cheerfulness, as they had been her grandmother's favorites, but the other colors were puzzling her to no end. The red tulips could possibly mean things like love or admiration, but Naruto didn't seem to have those kinds of feelings for her at all. Deciding she'd put it off long enough, she lifted her eyes to view the main attraction. What she saw caused her breath to hitch painfully in her throat. In the center of the multicolored and extravagant arrangement was a single purple rose, proudly standing out amongst the much louder and plentiful tulips. It clashed so violently with the rest of the flowers that Naruto had to have been the one to choose it. An expert would never make such a juvenile mistake. Still, roses were the universal language for love, no matter what the color. Did that mean? She frowned a bit at the thought of him actually being in love with her. The idea itself wasn't so bad, but what could she say to that? Sure, she liked him well enough, but having him as a boyfriend? Even if she tried, she couldn't see herself actually skipping through a field of daisies with him, holding hands like old lovers and smiling at each with heartfelt desire. Fuck, she'd shoot herself if she ever seriously pictured such a sickeningly sweet and cliché scene. No, if he was actually in love with her, she'd have to reject him, for both their sakes. Still, Naruto was dumber than a rock, and it was highly unlikely that he purposely chose a flower meant to express an emotion as strong as love. Knowing that idiot, he probably grabbed the prettiest-looking thing he could find. He was simply showing her an act of goodwill by bringing her flowers, completely unaware that each individual flower had an actual meaning. She nodded forcefully to herself. That had to be it. Nodding again, she grabbed the crutches resting against the bed and slowly hefted herself into a standing position. Maybe she could forgive the idiot after all. She picked up her brush from the side table and quickly ran it through her long red hair. It was much longer than she liked it, reaching just past her shoulder blades. A haircut would be needed sometime within the next couple of weeks. She briefly glanced in the mirror again before slipping both items into her pocket and heading towards the door, but not before plucking the violet rose out of the bouquet and slipping it into one of the lower pockets of her pants. Putting on a small smile, she placed her hand on the doorknob. Naruto, did Taya started, opening the door. She watched dumbfounded as Naruto came tumbling headfirst into the room. After a few seconds, he picked himself up off the ground with a sheepish smile and began to nervously scratch the back of his head. Hey, Taya, he said, forcing a smile onto his face. She stared down at him with a blank expression. All feelings of thankfulness were long gone, being replaced by an empty void known as white-hot rage. What the fuck were you doing? The girl asked, her voice neutral. Had he been a smart or insightful young man, Naruto would have taken off towards the nearest invasion shelter the moment she laid her eyes upon him. Unfortunately for him, he was neither. "Well, I heard you screaming and coughing, and I got worried, so I was trying to hear if you were okay, and then it got quiet, so I opened the door to see if." At that moment, Taya brought her left crutch down hard upon his head, sending him sprawling against the opposite wall. The blank, slightly curious expression was replaced by unbridled womanly fury, and if one looked closely, they could literally see the flames of hell burning within her eyes. "You just don't fucking learn, do you?" she ground out through clenched teeth. Her crutch was poised high above her head for another strike, and he briefly wondered who would get all of the ramen stashed away in his cupboards if he should die here. Fearing for his life, Naruto did the only thing a true man could do in this situation. He begged. "I am sorry. I wasn't trying to peek, I swear. I was just really worried about you and thought you were in trouble. Please don't kill me," he cried, staring up at her with wide, innocent blue eyes. She slowly felt her anger fading as she stared into his deep blue eyes, and gradually, she loosened her grip on the small wooden crutch and lowered it back to her side. "You looked in because you were worried?" Her eyes still stared angrily into his, despite the crumbling of her resolve. When he vigorously nodded his head to show his agreement, she sighed deeply and hung her head. God damn him and those beautiful persuasive blue eyes of his. That had to be some kind of kenjutsu used to break even the fiercest shinobi. "Idiot," she said, bopping him over the head again for good measure, "just ask next time. Okay?" Realizing that he got to live for another day, he shot up from his position on the ground and flashed her a foxy grin. "Okay." Taya rolled her eyes at his enthusiastic response but couldn't keep a small smirk from making its way onto her face. "Quit fooling around and let's go. If we're late, I'm telling the little fuckers it's your fault." That got him moving. He still had vivid memories of having his most intimate parts trampled by a large horde of bloodthirsty demonic minions. "Ino-chan?" The pink-haired woman stared down at the young kunoichi with more than a little bit of shock. The last she'd heard, Ino and her daughter had been bitter rivals, fighting over the now missing Uchiha. The girl smiled up at her apologetically. No doubt the woman knew of their rivalry, so it was a little awkward to suddenly show up on her doorstep after nearly 2 years of absence. "Ohio, Haruno-san. Long time no see. Is Sakura home?" she asked, trying to keep her voice light and innocent. True to her word, the blonde had decided to visit her old friend first thing in the morning to discuss the hyperactive ramen freak. She was a little tired, having spent most of the night coming up with ways to ask about Naruto without letting his teammate catch on to her intentions. Maybe because she was embarrassed to be even considering Naruto as something more than a friend, or maybe because she was afraid that Sakura would try to beat her to him. She almost smirked at the thought. Sakura interested in Naruto? Not likely. Especially since Sasuke had only gone missing a couple of weeks earlier. Unlike herself and the other fangirls, Sakura seemed to hold a genuine love for the dark-haired boy, and the chances of her even thinking about moving on were slim to none. "Yes, come in. Maybe you can help to get her out of this little funk she's been in lately." Ino's eyebrows shot up. "She's still crying about Sasuke?" The woman sadly shook her head. "In a way, I wish she was. Then I'd at least know what was bothering her." She motioned for the girl to follow her up the stairs. She suddenly came home in tears a couple of days ago and ran straight up to her room. "I haven't seen much of her since, except for when she leaves to train with Hokage-sama and comes back home again. She won't even come down for dinner anymore." The blonde frowned. That wasn't like Sakura at all. She glanced at the pictures on the wall leading up to the second floor. The entire wall was filled with pictures of the pink-haired kunoichi at different stages of her life, ranging from newborn to teenager. A sad smile fluttered over her lips at the pictures of herself and Sakura smiling at the camera like the best of friends, and she couldn't help but wonder why they'd let something as small as a childhood crush come between them. Shaking her head, she continued up the steps until they reached the door that was quite obviously Sakura's. It was decorated with large, heart-shaped sakura petals and countless pictures of the wayward Uchiha. Ino felt herself throw up a little in the back of her throat. Her love for Sasuke was bordering on psychotic obsession. "Sakura-chan? Honey? You have a friend here to see you," the woman called through the door. She waited a few seconds for an answer, but when it became obvious that she was being ignored, she slightly hung her head and sighed. "I'm sorry, Ino-chan, just go right in. I believe you know how to get past the lock?" Ino nodded and stepped up to the door. Just as she was about to perform the necessary actions, her hand suddenly stopped in midair, and she turned to address the woman waiting anxiously at her side. Mrs. Haruno, Sakura didn't want me to show you how to do it, so. Oh. I'm sorry, I'll get out of your way. She backed away from the door and hurried back down the stairs. After making sure that she was really gone, Ino took a deep breath and faced the door again. First, she banged the area above the doorknob twice and twisted it to the left once. Then, she kicked the bottom of the door 3 times, the wall next to the door hinged 4 times, and finally twisted the knob approximately 360 degrees to the right. The girl smirked when she heard the familiar click of the door being successfully unlocked, and easily swung it open with a boisterous sweeping motion. "Oh, Sakura! What are you doing inside on such a beautiful day?" she teased, stepping into the dark room. She stalked over to the window and forced the sunlight-obstructing curtains open. Taking a quick surveying look around, she noticed that the room was terribly messy, clothes strewn about carelessly all over the place, and used snack wrappers littering the floor. Well, at least she wasn't starving herself. She poked at the noticeable bulge sticking up from the bed with her finger. "Hey, did you hear me? Get up!" An annoyed grunt resounded from the mass of blankets. "Go away, Ino, I don't feel like talking today." Ino frowned and plopped down on an unoccupied corner of the bed. "Too bad I do." With a forceful pull, she tossed the blankets off of the pink-haired genin and onto the floor. "Ino! I'm serious, go away!" Sakura yelled, turning away from the blonde. She only wore a simple pair of black sweatpants and a large pink t-shirt, and her short pink tresses were strewn about over her large puffy pink pillow with a blown-up picture of Sasuke's screen printed on it, of course. "No! Look, either you get up right now, take a shower, and change clothes, or I do it." The girl suddenly stiffened and slowly turned her head to meet the mischievous blue eyes of her former best friend. "You wouldn't." Ino's grin widened. "I would." Sakura's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. "You don't have the guts." The blonde's smile widened to nearly impossible proportions, and with the loudest and most annoying voice she could muster, opened her mouth and began to sing. "If you want to be my lover, you gotta get with my friends, make it last forever, friendship never. If you want to be my lover, you have got to give, taking is too easy, but that's the way." "Enough! I give up!" she screamed, desperately clawing at her ears with her fingernails. "Why did you have to go there? Are you trying to permanently damage my ears?" Ino idly scratched at her ear with the fingernail of her pinky and shrugged. "Hey, you had your chance. Don't blame me." Grumbling, Sakura rolled out of bed and grabbed a few bits of clothing off of the floor while her rival watched with an amused smirk. She then stalked out of the room, and 15 minutes later, returned looking much better than she had when she'd left. "They're happy?" she growled, angrily plopping down in her desk chair. Ino smiled and nodded. "Don't you feel so much better now?" Sakura crossed her arms and shot her a dark glare. "What do you want, Ino?" The teasing smile immediately dropped from the blonde's face as she remembered why she'd come in the first place. She lowered her eyes and thought, trying her hardest to remember the lines she'd rehearsed the night before. After a few seconds of thought, she gave up and decided to wing it. Her best bet was to get her guard down, and establish some sort of mutual trust between them. With that thought in mind, she lifted her head and put on a concerned expression. "Nothing much, just wondering why you're acting all depressed and moody." "Does it have to do with Sasuke?" she asked, feigning interest. To be honest, she couldn't care less about her rival's problems. 9 out of 10 times it had something to do with Sasuke, and one could only listen to the same old story 100 or so times before becoming fed up. She fought the urge to roll her eyes when the girl nodded. "Kind of. How'd you know?" Ino's eye twitched with annoyance. "Gee, I don't know, maybe because it's always about Sasuke," she thought. Instead of voicing her opinion, she smiled cheerfully and gave her a knowing smile. "I can see it in your eyes, of course." "Bullshit. So, what's the problem this time?" Sakura sighed softly. "Well, actually, the problem's mostly with Naruto." Ino blinked in surprise. Perhaps this was something worth listening to after all. "Naruto?" she asked, leaning forward on the bed. Sakura nodded and scowled. "Yeah. He's hiding the identity of one of the shinobi who kidnapped Sasuke." The blonde's eyebrows shot up into her forehead. "What?" I'm serious. Remember that redhead we saw when we visited Naruto's room? She actually works for Orochimaru. I bet her name isn't really Taya either. Can you believe he hid something so horrible from the entire village? He even lied to my face about it. Ino lowered her eyes and looked away, immediately piquing Sakura's curiosity. Ino? Yeah? I can't believe he'd do something like that. In reality, Shikamaru had already filled her in on the situation. Well, she'd actually had to beat it out of him, but she preferred to overlook such unimportant details. It was extremely easy to see that there was something fishy about the redhead. When they'd all entered the room, both Chuji and Kiba had reacted powerfully to her presence. The fact that her teammate had to shut them up only cemented her suspicions. Sakura's theory did serve one purpose, though. She now knew the face of the one Naruto was buying the flowers for. You know something, don't you? Sakura asked, standing from her seat. When her rival shifted uncomfortably on the bed, she rushed over to grab the girl by the shoulders. Did Naruto help her kidnap Sasuke? I bet he did. He's always been jealous of Sasuke and Ai's relationship. That did it. Ino's eyes narrowed into angry slits as she too shot up from her seat to stare her fellow kunoichi straight in the eyes. Surprised, Sakura took a small step back. Shut the hell up. I can't believe you'd even think of something so outrageous about Naruto. He's been nothing but kind and loyal to you, and yet you suspect him of kidnapping Sasuke? He's your teammate, for Kami's sake. Why don't you use what's behind that billboard brow of yours and think for a change? Sasuke left, Sakura, and no matter what you may come up with in that arrogant, hoity-toity head of yours, that fact will always remain true. Both girls stared into each other's eyes, Sakura in definite shock and Ino in furious anger. After nearly a full minute of tense silence, the pink-haired genin finally composed herself enough to speak. Get out, she hissed, her bangs covering the majority of her eyes. Ino snorted and turned on her heel, making a beeline towards the door. She didn't know why she'd flown off the handle like she did, but she was confident that she would have defended any of the Konoha 11 in the same way. None of them, especially not the perpetually cheerful and honest Naruto, deserved to be accused of something so idiotically unsubstantial. Pulling the door open with as much strength as she could muster, she shot one last glare over her shoulder at her former friend and rival. Gladly. She slammed the door and stomped down the stairs, completely brushing off Sakura's worried and overwrought mother. As far as she was concerned, that bitch deserved to wallow in her shallow pool of self-pity. 5 seconds after Ino had walked out of the door, Sakura fell to her knees and cried. Chapter 12. Besides the usual glares and sneers from the villagers, the trip to the academy was largely uneventful. They slipped into the school building with more than a little apprehension. It had been almost a week since they'd last been there, and there was no telling how the children would react to their prolonged absence. Taya nodded towards the door and gave the subtle command for Naruto to slide it open. There was no guarantee that they'd make it out alive. Hell, there was no guarantee that they'd make it out at all. After saying a quick prayer to Kami-sama, they stepped into the room and braced themselves. Tayuya-sensei! Naruto-sensei! They're back! One of the kids yelled, pointing excitedly towards the door. At that moment, a large group of sniveling, ecstatic 5-year-olds rushed towards them at Mach 5 speeds. It took every ounce of the girl's willpower not to turn around and get the fuck out of there, and she wondered if her fellow genin was feeling the same way. They dragged the teens into the room and slid the door shut behind them, ultimately sealing their fates. This time, the children wasted no time in forcing Taya to sit in the small, plush chair endearingly dubbed as the princess's throne and shoved a large red storybook into her hands. She watched amazed as the toddlers moved like clockwork, grabbing pillows, blankets, and various other toys to help make themselves comfortable. Even if they were little demons, she had to admit that they were organized. A small pressure on her lap snapped her out of her thoughts, and she glanced down to see the same small, brown-haired girl from the week before making herself comfortable against her body. Why do you always sit in my lap? Tayuya asked, staring down at the girl with a small frown. The girl lifted her large, brown eyes up to meet the redhead's own, and with an annoyingly cute smile, she answered. You feel like my mommy. A stifled chuckle was heard to her left, and she turned her head to glare menacingly at Naruto. Unfortunately, the effect was lessened by the light flush of her cheeks. Almost ripping the book in half, she opened it and buried her face within the pages to hide her embarrassment. So does anyone remember where we left off? She ground out through clenched teeth, resisting the incredibly strong urge to punch the smug-looking blonde in the face. 24 hands shot up into the air, one of them belonging to Naruto. She nodded towards a sickly boy that she recognized as Jin. The snake was just about to kill the fox for getting in his way. Taya nodded and flipped a few pages until she found it. Here? She held up the book towards the kids, and when they all nodded simultaneously, she cleared her throat slightly and began to read. Frowning, the snake launched itself at the wounded fox. I told you not to meddle, and now you shall die. Before he could sink his fangs into the fox, a strong, white light shot out from the fox and covered him in an angelic glow. The fox could feel the power surging through him, and with a mighty growl, he jumped to attack the snake. The children gasped in surprise at the sudden turn of events, causing Taya to snicker at their awestruck expressions. She'd forgotten just how amusing it was to watch their faces twist and turn with each new page. After dodging the snake's bite, the fox ducked under his belly, killed the snake with a strong swipe to the stomach. As soon as she was sure he was dead, the princess rushed over to the fox and gave him a big hug. Oh, thank you, Fox, the princess said, snuggling up against his fur. Thank you for saving me from that evil snake. The fox only shook his head and smiled. You are my friend, princess, and I will always protect you. Walking hand in hand, the redhead idly wondered what the hell kind of fox had hands instead of paws. The fox and princess strode through the forest together towards the wizard's house to tell him all about their victorious battle. The end. Taya glanced up from her book to gauge their reactions. For 5 seconds, no one moved. Each of the children had a different expression on their face. Some were amazed, some were terrified, and a few of them even had the beginnings of tears in their eyes. Even though she thought she'd done a good job in reading the story, she certainly wasn't expecting the loud wave of applause and cheers that reached her ears. You're the best reader ever, one of them exclaimed, standing up to embrace her in a hug. She tensed momentarily at the unusual feeling, but eventually relaxed enough to awkwardly wrap her arm around his shoulders. Thanks, she replied, giving him a slight squeeze. Unfortunately, that simple action only encouraged the rest of the children to try the same. A crowd of students rushed her at full speed to receive a hug of their own. I want a hug too. Me next. Me next. Hey! No skipping! Taya's face was visibly uncomfortable, and she looked over towards her only ally for help. Much to her chagrin, said ally was currently rolling on the ground, laughing at her predicament. Naruto! She yelled over the crowd of noisy 5-year-olds, help me! Naruto considered leaving her alone to deal with the children by herself, but the pleading look in her eyes made him change his mind. Even if this wasn't exactly a battle, he was never one to abandon a comrade in need. With a sigh of resignation, he stood up and walked over to one of the cupboards in the classroom. He then pulled out a box of cookies and took a deep breath. Who wants cookies? He yelled, raising the box high above his head. The effect was immediate. The swarm of children quickly forgot about their quest to receive a hug from the redhead, and instantly encircled Naruto to receive their snack. Naturally, sugar dominated everything else. First, you have to sit down at your tables. They wasted no time in getting settled in the tiny chairs, and 5 minutes later, he finished laying out cookies and milk for the kids to eat. Fuck, I thought I was a goner. Taya breathed, absent-mindedly brushing herself off. Except for training, she'd rarely received any kind of physical contact from anyone in the sound. Sadly, most of it was from Orochimaru. Receiving any kind of physical affection, especially from a writhing mass of flesh and snot, was well above her comfort level. She glanced up at the clock hanging over the door and frowned. We were supposed to leave 10 minutes ago. It's already 1 o'clock in the fucking afternoon. He nodded and handed the girl her crutches. Are you coming back tomorrow? A small voice asked as she stood up. They both glanced down to see the sickly young boy from before, Jin, staring up at them with wide eyes. Looking over his head, the genin realized that the entire class was waiting on a reply. Naruto grinned sadly at the children. Sorry, me and Tayuya-sensei are gonna be gone for a while. The 5-year-olds' faces immediately dropped into a frown. For how long? One of the children asked from the back of the classroom. Both teens tensed slightly at the question. There was no doubt in either of their minds that the kids wouldn't like what they would have to say. Tayuya slowly began backing towards the door, just in case the little bastards decided to attack. 3 years. At once, a loud chorus of whines and shouts filled the room. You can't go for that long. You're our favorite senseis ever. Jean whimpered, still staring at them with puppy eyes. The redhead rolled her eyes and turned to address the kids. It was obvious that with Naruto trying to explain things, they'd never leave. We'll be back before you know it. While we're gone, I expect each and every one of you to become strong shinobi of the leaf. Is that clear? She asked, fixing them with a stern glare. The children stared up at her in confusion before sharing determined nods amongst themselves. Hi, Taya-sensei! They shouted in unison. With a final wave goodbye, the two genins slipped out of the room. That night, 21 sets of parents had a heart attack when their children proudly proclaimed that they wanted to become Konoha ninja. Where did that come from? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at the redhead hobbling along at his side. They just left the academy, and after 5 or so minutes of deliberating, decided to take a stroll through the market district to kill some time. Where did that come from? The redhead shot back. The blonde scrunched up his face in thought. You know, that thing where you told all of the kids to become Konoha shinobi. I thought you hated this place? Tayuya shrugged as best she could on the wooden crutches. I do, but if I have to live in this shithole for the rest of my goddamn life, I want to be at least somewhat safe. The more ninja the better, right? The blonde nodded his agreement. He had to admit that she had a point, even if it was for the wrong reasons. He casually placed his hands behind his head and looked up at the cloudy blue sky. Konoha was at its prettiest around this time of year. I guess. So, what do you want to do now? He asked, trying to pick shapes out of the clouds floating above his head. The majority of them just looked like large white balls of cotton, and he could never understand why Shikamaru loved staring at them so much. After a 5-second wait for her answer, he eventually turned his eyes to look at her. Tayuya? To his surprise, the fiery redhead was nowhere to be seen. Panicking slightly, he immediately turned around to see if she tripped or fallen when he wasn't looking. He felt his panic rise another level when he realized she wasn't anywhere near him. A million thoughts began to run through his head. Had someone kidnapped her? Was it another sound ninja coming to finish the job? Did she ditch him? Shaking his head, he scratched the last item off of the list. She'd had a hard enough time simply walking with the crutches, so there was no way she could have disappeared on her own in such a short amount of time. He quickly retraced his steps, looking into every single dark alley and side street on the path back to the academy. Where the hell is she? He thought, his mind racing with possibilities. Just as he was about to give up after nearly 15 minutes of searching, a large white sign in one of the store windows caught his eye. He rushed over to window and breathed a small sigh of relief when he read the bright red letters painted crudely on the poster board. Going out of business sale. 50% off on all instruments and supplies. Of course. If he remembered correctly, Tayuya had used a flute as her main weapon. He also remembered that he hadn't seen her with a flute since he'd met her 2 weeks ago. Taking a deep breath, he slowly pushed the door to the shop open and stepped inside the dimly lit room. Despite there being a huge sale on instruments and supplies, the store was still crowded with guitars, drums, cymbals, and a whole bunch of other instruments he'd never seen before. There didn't seem to be any particular order to the way the items were arranged, and large brown boxes littered the floor of the shop. He couldn't see much from the doorway except for a ridiculous amount of shelves and bookcases. In the back of his mind, he wondered how many people had died trying to find their way out of the junky recesses of the store. Hello? An older woman croaked, smiling widely at him from behind the counter. Her hair was just starting to gray, and her clothes looked worn but comfortable. A small pair of glasses were perched dexterously on the tip of her nose and were connected to a small golden chain hanging around her neck. Welcome to the A small frown marred her face when she finally got a good look at his whisker marks. What do you want? Naruto felt the corners of his mouth twitch downwards, but quickly masked it with the widest possible smile he could muster. Sorry to bother you, but I'm just looking for my friend. Did a girl with red hair come in here? He asked, trying to be as respectful as possible. The woman eyed him suspiciously. Why? What if I have? She shot back. Before he could answer, an excited shout reached his ears from somewhere within the mass of brass and wood. Naruto! Naruto, is that you? Get your ass over here quick! He recognized the voice as Tayuya's and let loose the breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Shooting the old woman a nervous smile, he gingerly stepped into the old shop and attempted to find his way to the voice hidden among the shelves. Still eyeing him suspiciously, the shop owner shouted over to Tayuya. You know this boy? Yeah, he's the fucker I told you about before, the one that helped me out with my legs. She scowled from her place in the back of the store and waved one of her crutches in the air to help him pinpoint her location. Where the hell are you? Hurry up and get the fuck over here. I can't. It's like a maze in here, the blonde replied, doing his best to find a way out. Every time he thought he was close to the girl, another bookshelf or pile of boxes stood in his way. A loud sigh was heard from the direction of the front desk, followed by the sound of tired footsteps. Hold your horses, I'll help you get there. In less than a minute, the woman skillfully found her way to the stressed blonde and motioned for him to follow her. I swear, you young shinobi are hopeless, relying on brute strength instead of brains to get through life. In my day, we were taught to think before we acted, and to go into every battle with a set plan. Naruto cocked an eyebrow in curiosity. You were a kunoichi? He asked, thoroughly surprised. She didn't look all that impressive, and at first glance, one would never know. Still navigating through the store's maze, she nodded. Pa! I was one of the best genjutsu specialists of my time. That red-eyed girl, what's her name, Kurinai, can't compare to the level I was at when I was her age. Hell, I could put that Itachi brat in an illusion so fierce he'd be down on his knees begging for me to hurry up and kill him. The image of the stoic and powerful Itachi begging to be put out of his misery was too much for the boy, and he guilefully chuckled softly to himself. The only thing I couldn't stop with my genjutsu is that damn nine-tailed fox. A shame, too, since he killed both my parents and my husband. Naruto lowered his head slightly at her words. Even though he had nothing to do with the Kyuubi's attack on the village, he still felt a small amount of guilt for even keeping it alive inside of him. He thought he heard a snort in the back of his mind, but brushed it off when the woman pointed towards an opening ahead of them. Ah, here we are! They walked around a corner to see a wall completely covered with flutes. There were flutes of all different lengths, types, material, and colors hanging on the large slab of wood. Staring enviously up at the wide assortment of wind instruments was a cheery-eyed Taya. Naruto, look! They have so fucking many here! He watched her face as she studied each and every individual flute, and was surprised at what he saw. Her face was completely different from what he used to see, and there wasn't a trace of anger or hatred on her angular features. It was almost like looking at a completely separate individual. The owner stepped up beside the girl to look up at the assortment with her. Do you know what you're looking for? She asked, clasping her hands loosely behind her back. Taya nodded slowly and pointed up at a simple copper flute resting near the top of the display. There didn't appear to be anything special about it, and the old woman frowned deeply at her choice. You want that? What? The redhead asked, taken aback at her tone of voice. Why the fuck not? It's the only battle flute I see up here. A small spark appeared in the woman's eye, and a smirk slowly made its way onto her face. It's a battle flute you're looking for. Why didn't you say so? You know, I used one too when I was still on active duty, and I've collected quite a few over the years. Both teens watched as she smoothly walked over to a small door built next to the wall. She opened the door and stepped inside, piquing their curiosity. Are you ready? She called from inside the room. Naruto glanced at Taya and shrugged. Sure? A few seconds after the words left his mouth, the wall in front of them pivoted and turned to reveal another large wall filled with flutes. The only difference was that they were all built for battle. He could literally feel the waves of shock and excitement pouring off of the girl at his side, and she wasted no time in hobbling up to the wall for a closer look. Holy shit! She exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Where the fuck did all of these come from? The woman chuckled as she emerged from the doorway. Well, it's pretty rare for someone to come in and look for battle flutes. In fact, I've only had one other customer in the past 20 years. She paused to follow the girl's line of sight and smiled. Ah, I see you're admiring a Western fife. I picked that one up in the tea country nearly 30 years ago. It has a wonderful sound, and is pretty durable providing that you clean it right. I wouldn't recommend it for someone like you, though. Taya glared slightly at the woman. Why not? Smiling softly at the redhead, she walked up to the wall and picked up a long, black flute with a deep red trim. Intricate red vines twisted up and around the flute in a spiral pattern, and small, dark red rose buds were painted at both ends. Taya felt her breath leave her as she reached out towards the flute. It's beautiful, isn't it? The construction is very similar to the Chinese, and the body itself is made up of a mixture of titanium alloy, aluminum, and a small amount of nickel. The sharpest kunai couldn't even scratch a flute of this caliber, let alone slice it in half. There's also a chakra-enhancing seal placed right inside of the blowing hole. Your genjutsu will be 10 times more devastating, and even an experienced shinobi would have a tough time getting out of a simple B-ranked illusion, if you're talented, of course. The girl ran her fingertips along the grooved surface of the flute, relishing in the feel of the cold metal against her skin. How much is it? She stuttered, afraid of what the answer would be. The owner sighed softly. Well, the original price is 65,440 yen. Both teens sucked in a large breath of air. That was a shitload of money, especially to two struggling genin. But with the half-off sale, that brings the price down to 32,720 yen. Taya frowned again. It was way out of her price range, mostly because she was flat broke. She glanced over to Naruto, who had a similar sad grimace on his face. I don't have that much with me right now, he said, poking at his fatter-than-usual frog wallet. The woman sighed again and crossed her arms. How much do you have? The blonde shuffled through his money and let out a sigh of his own. Only about 17,000 yen. I'll tell you what, you show me that you actually have skill in playing the flute, and I'll cut the price in half again. It's not like I'll be able to sell all of these by the end of the month anyway, she said, motioning to the remaining flutes. The redhead's face lit up, and she smirked cockily at the proposition. That's it, she snorted, hobbling over to a small stool leaning against the wall. Fuck, you might as well start wrapping this shit up right now. After settling herself down on the wooden piece of furniture, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She hadn't so much as touched a flute since her battle with Shikamaru, and for a musician of her caliber, that was a long fucking time. Taya flexed her fingers and ran her tongue over her lips a few times before lifting the small black instrument to her lips. Blowing gently, she started off with a few scales to get used to the tone and timbre of the flute. For someone who'd only heard the sound of 3 different flutes in her entire lifetime, the small, metal woodwind produced the most beautiful sound her ears had ever had the pleasure of listening to. She nearly dropped the flute in surprise at the smooth, rich melody that emanated from the instrument, completely different from the wavering, haunting tone of her old flute. The older woman smiled knowingly. Beautiful, isn't it? She asked, a small twinkle in her eyes. Still shocked, Taya slowly nodded. Fucking hell, I can't believe you're going to sell it to me for so cheap. I haven't agreed to anything yet, the owner said with a mischievous grin. In reality, she'd known the girl could play as soon as she walked into the store. The redhead had blown into the store with an excited, wide-eyed expression, and without even being shown, easily found her way to the southern wall of the shop as if she was being led by the instruments themselves. Instead of answering, Taya simply raised the flute to her lips and closed her eyes again. Surprisingly enough, she didn't know that many songs outside of the melodies she used to control her summoned ogres or genjutsu. Not because she didn't want to, no, between training with the Sound 5 and missions, she rarely had any time for herself. Taking a deep breath, she decided to play the first song she'd ever heard her grandmother play. The sound it made was simply astounding. Her fingers moved like liquid over the many individual air holes, and each note sounded as if the angels themselves were singing along in harmony with the flute. Standing to her right, Naruto could only watch amazed as she expertly manipulated the small instrument to do her bidding, increasing and decreasing her airflow with practiced ease. As he listened to her play, he realized that there was a whole lot more to the bitter girl he knew as Taya. Underneath her angry, abrasive mask was a completely different person, a girl who preferred to express herself through her music rather than her words. Adagio, the older woman whispered, jolting him from his trance-like state. In his daze, he'd completely forgotten that she was still standing next to them. He lifted an eyebrow and glanced up at her. Adagio? She nodded slowly and smiled. By Ludwig van Beethoven, one of the greatest composers of all time. The fact that she can play the piece so well without any sort of reference, it's extraordinary. He stared at the woman a moment longer before turning his eyes back to his teammate. He didn't really understand all the stuff about music or composing, but he did know that what she was playing sure sounded good. A few minutes later, Taya finished the song and slowly brought the flute away from her still pursed lips. She kept her eyes closed for a couple of seconds, reveling in the rush she got from playing again after so long. Music was like a part of her soul, and without it, she didn't think that she would have lived as long as she did. It was the only thing in her life that she had complete control of, and it was often the thing that kept her sane when Orochimaru's demands became too much for her young mind and body to handle. She slowly opened her eyes to see both Naruto and the shop's owner staring at her with a mixture of surprise and awe. Immediately, she blushed and scowled back at them. What? She spat, furrowing her brows. The looks were unfamiliar, and to be honest, a little nerve-wracking. That was splendid, the woman gushed, clapping her hands together at a rapid pace. When I asked you to show me that you could play the flute, I was expecting something like Hot Cross Buns or Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, not something as advanced and intricate as Adagio. Most musicians that have been playing for over 15 years can't even play that piece, and you played it from memory. You have a true gift, do you know that? Taya's eyes softened at her words. She'd never been complimented so vehemently, and found that it wasn't all that bad of a feeling. Thank you, she murmured. The woman just shook her head and motioned for them to follow her to the front counter. Naruto waited until she was out of earshot before nervously scratching the back of his head and turning to his teammate. I know this probably doesn't mean much coming from me, but you were really great. The redhead's blush deepened to an impossible shade of red. She quickly stood up and grabbed her crutches, hiding her burning face with her hair. On the inside, she was thoroughly disgusted with herself for showing so much emotion over something so trivial. She'd been trained for nearly 7 years to be a textbook ninja, and in less than 3 weeks, every rule and regulation she'd learned had been unceremoniously thrown out the window. All because of a loudmouthed, orange-wearing genin. Instead of acknowledging his praise, she snorted and made her way to the front of the store. Hurry up, she snapped, glancing over her shoulder at him. Naruto stuck his tongue out at her but followed anyway. He'd already seen some of what was under her mask, and was already plotting to uncover the rest. When they reached the front counter, the owner smiled and set a small case in front of them. 16,362 yen, please, she said, looking at the blonde expectantly. Sighing slightly, he slowly pulled Gamachan from his pocket to procure the money from the frog's open mouth, and Taya swore she saw a small tear roll down the now skinny frog's cheek. The woman quickly counted the money and placed it in the register. She then pulled 2 medium-sized paperback books from the shelf behind her and placed them next to the flute's case. I know they probably won't be of much use to someone as skilled as yourself, but since I need to get rid of most of this stuff soon anyway, I'll give these to you for free. The redhead blinked in surprise and looked down to read the titles. In big, bold black letters, the first book read Flutes, Songs, and Melodies. Curious, she flipped through the book to see nearly 200 pages filled with sheet music, and even a blank section in the back to compose some of her own. The second book was a bit smaller than the first and read Theory and Composition of Musical Genjutsu. She looked up at the smiling woman in shock. I can't accept these, she exclaimed, nearly recoiling at the thought. Don't be silly. Like I said before, it's pretty rare that someone comes here to buy a battle flute, and even rarer that they want to buy a book that supplements them. All I ask in return is that you continue to play and improve. Is it a deal? Tayuya slowly nodded and grasped the books in her hands, still in a small state of disbelief that she was getting them for free. She handed them over to an equally surprised Naruto and placed the flute in its case. After locking the latch in place and picking it up in her right hand, she bowed to the woman one last time. Arigato, she said, doing her best to sound as sincere as humanly possible. The owner waved her off with another smile. When you've composed a song of your own, I'd love to hear it. As a matter of fact, here. She quickly scribbled something on a slip of paper and handed it to Taya. It's my address. Come by any time. I'll probably be home a lot once this store closes for good. The owner then turned her eyes over to Naruto. And you, she started, narrowing her eyes slightly. The boy gulped in fear. He knew she was being too nice to be true. Why, yeah? Make sure she stays on top of her practice. I would hate to see such pure talent go to waste. Naruto hesitantly lifted his hand to his head in a military salute. Hi! They waved one last time to the kindly old woman before walking out of the disorganized old store. As soon as they were outside, the blonde shot his teammate an amused glance. I didn't know you even had manners, he chuckled, not noticing her narrowing eyes. She smacked him upside the head with one of her crutches in response. Still, she couldn't find it in herself to stay mad at him, and allowed a small smirk to play across her lips. Idiot. She just sold me the best fucking flute I've ever laid eyes on for cheap. Of course I'm gonna use some fucking manners. She lowered the crutch to the ground and began to set off towards the training grounds at a casual pace. Where are we going now? Taya paused long enough to glare at him from over her shoulder. I'm going to play my new flute. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Naruto watched her hobble away from him with a frown on his face. He'd been hoping to get a bowl, or 5, of ramen with his remaining money, but he knew perfectly well that he couldn't let her out of his sight unsupervised. There was still a chance that one of Orochimaru's men was hidden inside the village's walls, and since she wasn't quite healed yet, it'd be too dangerous for her to try to protect herself. Sighing softly, he quickly jogged to her side and fell into step beside her. They arrived at Training Ground 3 in just under half an hour. It was deserted except for the usual squirrels and birds, and Taya wasted no time in finding a large tree to recline against. She carefully lowered herself to the ground and pulled her flute from its case. What are you gonna play? Naruto asked, plopping down beside her. He almost chuckled when he realized that it was the same exact tree he'd hung from during Kakashi's genin exam. Out of all the trees in the forested area, she just happened to pick this one. She shrugged slightly and flipped through the new songbook she'd received earlier. This looks good. He glanced down at the page and scrunched his nose. To him, the whole arrangement looked like a bunch of random scribbles and lines. His eyes traveled to the top of the page and read over the title. Clair de Lune? She nodded and lifted the flute to her lips. Blowing gently, she began to play, focusing diligently on the book in her lap. The tune was slow and sleepy, nothing like the haunting songs she already knew. The redhead felt the corners of her mouth twitch upwards when she spared a glance towards the blonde reclining beside her. As he listened to her play, Naruto noticed that his eyelids were becoming heavier by the second. He was doing his best to stay awake and on guard, but Taya's melody was making his task increasingly difficult. I'll just close my eyes for a few seconds, he thought, sliding further down on the rough bark of the tree. In seconds he was asleep. The girl watched amused as he snored softly at her side. She wasn't even halfway done with the song, and he was already asleep. Of course, it wasn't completely his fault. The song was designed to be a lullaby, and the fact that he was out cold proved that she was doing a decent job in playing it. She tore her eyes away from his sleeping face and smiled. At least now she could practice in peace. If there was one good thing that anyone could say about her, it was that she was diligent and aggressive in her training. For the first time in nearly 3 weeks, Neji smiled. Today, he was going to be released from the hospital and would be allowed to resume training in a week's time. As the nurse wheeled him out of the small, drab room, he anxiously awaited to see who would pick him up to take him home. In the worst-case scenario, it would be Guy and Lee. Luckily, however, Guy had come by the day before and informed him that he'd be away on an A-ranked mission for a week. Although it was a morbid thought, he was almost glad that the Leaf needed extra help from the Jounin senseis to get back on their feet. That left the Hyuga household and his other teammates, Tenten and Lee. Any of the above choices would suit him just fine, although he really wouldn't like to see his cousins for a while. The nurse rounded the corner and smiled. Here we are. Neji looked up to meet the smiling face of his teammate, Tenten. He let loose a small breath of relief. She was the most tolerable out of his team, and of his family. Hello, Neji-kun. She gushed, walking up to them. His brows furrowed slightly at her overly fangirlish attitude. Tenten usually wasn't like other girls. For the most part, she tended to stay calm and neutral in all situations. Unless she was meeting with her idol, the Godame Hokage, of course. Still, he put on one of the famous Hyuga smirks as she approached. Tenten, he said, acknowledging her greeting. The nurse stepped aside and allowed the brown-haired girl to grab the handlebars of the wheelchair. Remember, no training for at least a week. The wound in your abdomen still hasn't fully recovered, so Hokage-sama strictly forbids any kind of taijutsu. Training involving chakra should be alright, but take it easy regardless. He nodded as she walked back into the hospital, leaving the genin alone in the lobby of the building. So, Neji-kun, how was your stay? Tenten asked, wheeling him out of the sliding double doors. The Hyuga grunted angrily. Terrible. I was interrupted daily by nurses and visitors, fed the worst grovel I've ever tasted, and Tenten, where are we going? The Hyuga mansion is in the other direction. He glanced up at her to see a positively bone-chilling smile on her face. It wasn't her usual soft, caring smile. No, this one was much more sinister in nature, and for a moment, he thought he saw her eyes flash a demonic blood red. We're going to train, Neji-kun. A small bit of panic welled up inside of his chest. There was something strange about the way she'd said that sentence. But the nurse just said. Neji-kun, she snapped, cutting him off. All traces of happiness and playfulness were gone. She stopped pushing for a moment to collect her thoughts. Do you know what I did yesterday afternoon? She asked, her voice completely serious. Too surprised at her sudden change in personality to speak, he simply shook his head. Well, I got a little visit from your cousin Hannabi. Fuck. He seriously considered making a break for the Hyuga compound, but knowing his current condition, she would catch up to him easily. If he was going to live, he'd have to be smart. Really? What did she want? Tenten placed her hands on his shoulders and dropped her head, building a slow chuckle in the back of her throat. Oh, Neji-kun, who are you trying to fool? I know you sent her to me. Hannabi told me herself. Neji swallowed noisily and desperately began looking for an escape route. No amount of talking could get him out of this one. Now, Neji-kun, why would you send your 8-year-old cousin to ask me about masturbation? Her tone of voice promised death, and if it weren't for his royal upbringing, he was sure that he would have pissed his pants by now. I thought you'd know better than I would? He asked, edging towards the end of his seat. She chuckled again and shook her head. Neji. Do you know how awkward it is to teach a straight-laced, stuck-up, sexually innocent girl what it means to masturbate? To answer every embarrassing, gut-wrenching, disturbing question without sounding like a complete brothel girl? She was messing with him now, but judging by his tensing muscles and wide eyes, he hadn't realized it. At that moment, Neji shot up from his wheelchair and made a mad dash in the opposite direction. His legs were a blur as he sped down the street, and a glance over his shoulder showed a surprised and pissed-off Tenten still gripping the handlebars of his wheelchair. He allowed himself a small smile as he turned his eyes forward only to meet the glaring eyes of the girl he'd just left behind. The smile instantly dropped from his face as he skied to a hasty stop. But you how? She placed her hands on his shoulders and turned him around. Instantly, the girl standing by the chair dissipated into nothing. Bunshin no Jutsu, E-level Genjutsu. Now, she chirped, grabbing him by the back of his collar. How are you going to make it up to me? He lowered his head in defeat. In his current condition, there was nothing he could do to fight off her advances, and his only chance for survival was to go along with her demands and hope for the best. Whatever you want. Tenten smiled deviously as she dragged him along the ground on his back. That's what I wanted to hear. First, you're going to help me train. I just learned a new B-ranked weapons jutsu last week, and need someone to test it out on. Don't worry, I'll try not to kill you. Then I want you to take me out to dinner. A new restaurant just opened in the market district, and as she droned on in her demands, Neji couldn't help but wonder what the hell he did to deserve such a fate. Maybe it was the fact that he used to be an all-around asshole to any and everyone. Maybe it was because he tried to kill his own flesh and blood during the Chunin exams. Whatever it was, karma was rearing its ugly head at this moment in time, and he did the only thing one could in this situation. Raising a stiff middle finger towards the sky, Neji glared at the clouds and mouthed 2 words towards the heavens. Fuck. You. Naruto. Or bastard, get up. Naruto squeezed his eyes together and rolled over, a bit of drool seeping from the edge of his mouth. Taya was currently doing her best to wake him up without having to resort to violence. Unfortunately for him, she had a very short patience, and she picked up the larger of the 2 books and smacked him on the head with it. Ouch! He yelped, sitting up and rubbing his head. He glared tiredly at the smirking redhead before letting out a wide yawn. Fuck, you sleep like a goddamn rock. Aren't shinobi supposed to be alert at all times? The blonde brushed off her question and retaliated with one of his own. Why'd you wake me up? Taya rolled her eyes and pointed towards the sky. The sun was just starting to disappear behind the horizon, and the sky was illuminated with countless hues of orange, purple, and red. The clouds were also turned a vibrant shade of peach, completing the perfect mosaic painted by the sky. It's too fucking dark, and I can't read my book anymore. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. And I want to go home. I haven't had a decent shower in weeks, and I feel like shit. Let's go, she urged, pulling on his arm to emphasize her command. The blonde rolled his eyes and stood up. Hi. Geez, you're so bossy. He reached out a hand to help her up, but she instead handed him her books and used the tree to get up by herself. When she was situated on her crutches, they set off towards the inner city at a leisurely pace. Except for a few stragglers, the streets of Konoha were mostly devoid of life. Many of the citizens were still struggling with the memory of the attack by the sand and sound, and often shut themselves in by sundown. Even the builders and repairmen had called it quits for the day, leaving unfinished buildings and supplies strewn about the edges of the road. Not that they minded. For her part, Taya was becoming quite sick of being jeered at by the lowly civilians. Hell, back in Orochimaru's village, that was a one-way ticket to the morgue, if she left enough of the victim, that is. But since Naruto seemed to ignore it, she endured it as best she could. They'd be leaving in 2 days anyway, and there was no sense in doing something that could threaten her chances of avoiding death or imprisonment. She glanced over at the boy in question to see that he was becoming increasingly nervous as they neared the residential district. "What's up?" she asked, giving him a slightly concerned glare. Based on what she'd seen in the last 3 weeks, he never let anything get to him, much to her annoyance, of course. Her glare turned into a small mischievous grin. Since he seemed to be a little more vulnerable at the moment, now was a great time to pump him for information. "Are you nervous about what your parents will say when you bring me home?" His shoulders tensed for a split second, and if she wasn't a trained kunoichi, she easily would have missed it. "I don't have parents." Taya shrugged nonchalantly. She'd kind of figured that, but didn't want to be caught off guard after she walked through the front door of his house. Still, she wasn't quite satisfied with his answer. Doing her best to sound as casual as possible, she prodded a bit further into his life. "Oh, you know who they were?" "Nope." She raised an eyebrow in surprise. "So you've been an orphan since birth?" Without even looking at her, he nodded. She found herself frowning more and more with each of his replies. "Well, who the fuck raised you then?" "No one." Taya nearly slipped off of her crutches. He'd had no one? She shook her head in disbelief. Something just wasn't adding up. This perpetually cheerful ball of sunshine raised himself? It was incredibly hard to believe that he was able to survive such open hostility and persecution without anyone to back him up. Fuck, if she'd had the QB inside of her, she would have used the bastard's power to go Super Saiyan on their asses years ago. Snorting softly, she realized that she had a whole new level of respect for the boy, even if it was grudging. They walked along in a slightly awkward silence for a few minutes until Naruto stopped and pointed to their left. "That's where I live. If you don't want to stay here, it's okay. I'm sure Bachan has an extra room in that huge Hokage mansion she's got." The redhead tilted her head slightly and studied the wide building with a critical eye. She couldn't see it as well in the darkening light, but so far, it didn't look too bad. The light yellow walls of the 3-story building were slightly dirty, and there were countless shingles missing from the orange-red roof. Pipes and wires ran all around the exterior of the apartment, winding into and out of different windows and openings, and it seemed as though someone had done a half-assed job of repairing a few of the concrete walls with large planks of green wood. From the outside, it was very livable. "You got water and electricity?" she asked, still staring at the building. Naruto blinked in surprise. "Yeah, but..." "That's good enough for me." Taya quickly crossed the street and made her way to the first flight of stairs. She frowned up at them until she felt herself being lifted into the air from below. What the fuck are you doing?" the genin spat. While she was busy trying to figure out how she would get up the stairs, Naruto ducked between her legs and lifted her up on his shoulders, crutches and all. "What? I'm not gonna wait an hour for you to crawl up the stairs," he said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. She hit him lightly on the top of the head with the end of her crutch and pouted. "I'm not gonna thank you." The blonde shrugged as best he could with the girl on his shoulders. "You don't have to." Since she really wasn't that heavy, it took him just under 2 minutes to scale both sets of stairs and arrive in front of his door. He crouched down enough for her to get off and reached into his pocket for the key. Just so you know, it's kinda messy." She almost laughed at the nervous expression on his face. "Are you fucking serious? I slept in the same room with 3 other guys for 7 years of my life, and one of them was the fattest motherfucker in our village. Hell, you couldn't walk into our shit without stepping on a Twinkie wrapper or a half-eaten bowl of fucking Cocoa Puffs." Naruto nearly choked on his spit as he cackled at the mental image her words were producing. Watching him fight for a breath of air, she allowed a small giggle of her own to escape from her normally scowling lips. When he recovered enough to stand up straight again, he stuck the key into the keyhole and twisted it in a clockwise direction. He then swung the door open wide and motioned for her to walk in ahead of him, to which she amusedly obliged. Taya stepped into the small apartment and slipped out of her ninja sandals. She couldn't see anything from the hallway, so she slowly hobbled a little further until she came to a large door on her right. "That's my room," he said, appearing behind her. Nodding, she opened the door and flipped on the light. Immediately, her eyes were met with the sight of dozens of scrolls, books, and wadded-up pieces of paper on his bed and on the ground. A few ramen cups sat on the floor, and it was painfully obvious that he hadn't done any cleaning in at least a week. She smirked at him from over her shoulder. "I didn't know you studied," she teased, causing him to scratch the back of his head sheepishly. "Yeah, well, I was just reading up on seals and stuff. Erosen said if I learned the basics, he'd teach me how to do the cool stuff later. It's kinda hard, though." The redhead glanced back at the scrolls and frowned. "Seals, huh?" she thought, scratching her head slightly. She'd learned how to seal small things like weapons and clothing from Orochimaru, but anything larger than a meter was out of the question. She briefly considered teaching him how to do it but decided to take a look at the rest of the apartment first. Taya turned around and limped the rest of the way down the hall until she came to another door. "What's in here?" Naruto walked up to her side and opened the door. "This is the bathroom. It's not that dirty. I don't think." She turned on the light and smiled. While it certainly wasn't the cleanest bathroom in the world, it was definitely better than what she was used to. She turned around and walked towards the final opening at the end of the hall. This room was easily the biggest in the entire house, being both the kitchen and the living room. A small stove and refrigerator sat in the corner closest to them, and a small table with a large basket on top was set up right in the middle. Numerous plants sat on a shelf next to the icebox, causing her to raise an eyebrow at the genin following behind her. "Gardening?" she asked, motioning towards the pots with one of her crutches. He crossed his arms across his chest defensively and shrugged. Shaking her head, she turned back to finish her investigation of the room. There wasn't much left. A couch sat against the opposite corner of the wall, and a small TV rested on a black apple crate. "Not bad. I don't mind crashing here for a couple of days." A nervous grin appeared on his face, suddenly making her suspicious. "What? You don't want me to stay?" "No. It's just that you're gonna be the first person to stay over at my house." Both of her eyebrows shot up into her hairline. "Really? What about the faggot Uchiha and that pineapple-headed cocksucker? Aren't they your friends?" He frowned slightly and nodded. "Well, yeah, but they've never slept over or anything. Anyway, make yourself at home. You can use anything you want." She let loose a small sigh of relief and wasted no time in heading back down the hallway. "Good, I've been waiting for this shit since last month." Instead of going straight to the bathroom, she hobbled her way into Naruto's bedroom for a change of clothes. While her clothes weren't especially dirty, she really didn't want to sleep in something she'd worn all day, and she would probably have to wear those clothes tomorrow too. She opened the top drawer of his dresser and pulled out a pair of orange boxer shorts. She then bent down to sift through the rest of his drawers until she emerged with a simple black t-shirt. Satisfied, she made a beeline towards the shower. After closing and locking the door behind her, she reached into the shower stall and turned the water on to let it get warm. When it reached the appropriate temperature, she stripped down to her birthday suit and slowly slid under the soothing beads of water. Immediately, she felt better than she had in a while and let out a loud content sigh. As the water cascaded over her smooth, lightly tanned skin, she felt every annoyance, worry, and exasperation wash away along with the dirt and grime from the day's activities. "Damn," she breathed, reveling in the feeling of the lukewarm water on her face. Deciding she'd enjoyed herself enough, she reached for the bar of soap sitting in the dish next to her and lathered her body with the small, fragrant oval. Stepping back from the water, she grabbed some of Naruto's shampoo and began to massage it into her scalp and hair, frowning at the length. Apparently, it hadn't receded when she was knocked out of her cursed seal state. She made a mental note to get a haircut sometime within the next month. Suitably clean, she stepped back under the water and proceeded to wash the suds off of her body and hair before turning off the soothing jets of water and carefully stepping out of the shower. Her legs felt a little better than they had earlier, and if she moved slowly enough, she could actually walk without the crutches. Taya grabbed a towel from the nearby rack and roughly attacked her hair, drying it as best she could with her own power. She then used the towel to wipe the fog from the mirror and peered curiously into the reflective glass. Her eyes widened to the size of dinner plates, and her mouth dropped open as she looked at her reflection. The changes weren't huge. For the most part, she looked exactly the same, and unless the person spent a fuckload of time with her on a daily basis, they probably wouldn't notice. The first thing she noticed was that her hair was slightly thicker than she remembered it. Only a few days before it was limp and flat, reaching towards the ground in a very lackluster manner. Now, however, it hung from her head in shining waves of rose red, framing her face and drawing more attention to her eyes. That train of thought brought her to her next observation. Instead of the plain dark brown they were before, her irises were lightly dusted with red, making them appear much lighter than they'd been before. The girl also discovered that her eyes were slightly more angular in appearance, giving her an older and more mature look to go along with her hair. She smiled at the thought, causing her eyes to immediately focus on her mouth. Or, more specifically, her teeth. She nearly gasped at the length and sharpness of her incisors, tonguing them lightly to prove to herself that they were real. They were one step away from looking like actual fangs, and as she observed them further, she found that she looked eerily similar to the members of the Inuzuka clan Orochimaru had forced her to read about. Smirking slightly, she growled playfully into the mirror, baring her teeth and narrowing her eyes for added effect. To her amusement, she looked pretty damn intimidating, and hot, with that feral expression on her face. Taya pulled her eyes downward to study the rest of her body. Not much had changed in her overall composition. She looked to be about the same height, although her muscles seemed a little more defined than they had been a few days before. Poking at her stomach, she realized that it was a bit flatter, too. Weird, she thought, lightly drumming on her tummy. As if on autopilot, her hands reached up to poke at her breasts. While no one could have ever called her flat-chested, like a certain pink-haired kunoichi, she certainly didn't remember them being this big. They'd never filled her hands like this before, although to be fair, she didn't have a lot of free time to look at herself over every single week. Bracing her hands against the sink, she lightly bounced up and down, delighting in the slight bounce of her chest when she stopped. She almost brought her hands up to touch them again, but forcefully pulled them back down to her sides. If she didn't hurry up and get dressed, Naruto would start to worry. And the last time he'd worried. A light blush adorned her cheeks at the thought of the blonde peeking in on her, while she studied the subtle changes of her body. The door was locked, but then again, he was a shinobi, albeit a dense one. Quickly shaking off that thought, she grabbed her change of clothes off of the toilet seat and hurriedly got dressed, taking special care not to put too much pressure on her legs while she did so. The boxers were a little shorter than she would have liked, only reaching to about the middle of her thigh, but they weren't much smaller than the tight training shorts she wore on a regular basis. Taking one last glance at herself in the mirror, she grabbed the crutches leaning against the wall and slowly walked out into the living room. Naruto was currently sitting on his couch, focusing intently on a large scroll perched comfortably in his lap. Judging by his expression, she could see that he was having some trouble understanding it. His brows were furrowed in hopeless concentration, and his hands were digging viciously into the weathered paper of the document. Deciding to make her presence known, it was never a good idea to sneak up on a shinobi, no matter how incompetent they were. She loudly cleared her throat to get his attention. "I used your clothes," she said, moving towards the kitchen area of the apartment. "You can take your shower now if you want." The blonde nodded slowly and rolled up the scroll. His eyes were beginning to hurt from reading so much at once, and Taya's suggestion was a much welcomed interruption. She watched bemused as he dragged his weary body from the couch and languidly trotted down the hallway. When he disappeared into the small, steamy bathroom, the redhead set about her task of finding something to eat. The first place she checked was the refrigerator. Unfortunately, it was pathetically empty save for an expired carton of milk, 4 or 5 eggs, and half a jug of apple juice. She checked the cupboards one by one, finding things like unused pots, pans, plates, and just about every utensil known to man, but no food. Just as she was about to give up and yell at Naruto for being a poor son of a bitch, a large box sitting next to the stove caught her eye. Or rather, it was the word written on it that got her attention. In big, black permanent marker was the word ramen. "Of course," she mumbled, opening the box and peering inside. The brown cube was literally packed with different flavors of cup ramen, apparently color-coded and alphabetized by flavor. Grabbing a dozen cups from the bin, she simultaneously pulled a large pot from the cupboard and filled it with water. Heating up the cups one by one would take far too long using a kettle, and in her opinion, it was a whole lot easier to just cook them all in one batch. With that thought in mind, she set the pot onto the stove and turned it up to high. The girl then reached into the cupboard for a couple of bowls and slowly ambled over to the table. Just as she was about to set the bowls down in their places, she noticed the small basket sitting right in the middle of the tiny folding table. How the fuck did I miss that? She wondered, removing the excessive amount of plastic from around the edges. Her eyes widened when she saw what was inside, a whole variety of different fruits and vegetables, ranging from apples and bananas to potatoes and zucchini. She plucked the small piece of paper resting boastfully on top of the assortment, and looked it over, rolling her eyes at its contents. Naruto, you eat too much ramen. If you want to be a good ninja, eat your fruits and veggies, she said, reading the message aloud. Well, she couldn't argue with that. Whoever had left the basket didn't sign a name, only a small chibi picture of some faggot with one eye. Shrugging, she grabbed a few mushrooms, carrots, and an onion to add to the soup. Once the water started boiling, she quickly opened all 12 of the cups and dumped them in one by one. She then chopped the vegetables she'd found a few minutes earlier and threw them in on top. Using one of his brand new spoons, she stirred the mixture until everything was boiling evenly. Let's see, she muttered to herself. She opened the icebox again and grabbed the remaining eggs, breaking one to see if it had gone bad. To her relief, they seemed rather fresh, and she wasted no time in breaking the rest of them and tossing their innards into the boiling pot of soup. At that moment, a certain blonde ninja wafted into the kitchen, creeping up beside her and peering into the pot. What ya cookin'? He asked, squinting to see what was inside. Taya snorted slightly and stirred the contents again. Ramen. It was the only shit left in this entire fucking house, and you should be grateful that I'm making some for you, too. Naruto lifted an eyebrow in surprise. You're cooking some for me? Why? She shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. I might be a bitch, but I'm not an unappreciative one. You've done a lot of shit for me these past 3 weeks, and if all I have to do is cook some ramen to pay you back, then fuck, I'm all for it. He laughed softly at her answer, causing a small smirk to appear on her own face. They stood there for a few more minutes, both staring impatiently at the boiling noodles rushing around in the large black pot. Realizing their close proximity, the redhead quickly turned the burner off and stepped away from the stove. I think it's done now. Why don't you bring it to the table? She stuttered, grabbing the apple juice and some cups before heading towards the dining area. The blonde nodded and grabbed the pot by its handles. He moved the basket and set it down right between them. Neither of them wasted any time in digging into the large amount of ramen, pouring copious amounts of the soup into their bowls. Taya hadn't eaten in nearly 2 days, so for the first 5 servings, she was easily keeping up with the self-proclaimed ramen king. By the time she reached her 7th, the pot was already empty and both were contentedly leaning back in their chairs. That was great, Naruto sighed, stretching his arms languidly into the air. The girl nodded her agreement and lazily poked at her bowl with her chopsticks. After a few more minutes of relaxing, she placed her hands on the table and forcibly pushed herself up into a standing position. I'm tired. Where do I sleep? She asked, grabbing her bowl and cup from the table. Her teammate stretched one more time and grabbed the remaining dishes off of the tiny card table. You can have my bed. Bachan said you need to recover, and you won't be comfortable on the floor. She nodded again as she hobbled towards the kitchen. The sooner she could walk, the better. She placed her dish in the sink and walked towards Naruto's bedroom. Night. Naruto called from the living room. Taya froze mid-step and looked over her shoulder at the blonde, briefly taking notice of his silly-looking nightcap. You're not sleeping in your room? When he shot her a confused glance, she quickly rushed to explain herself. Because it's your room, and I'd feel bad if you had to sleep on the couch. Naruto shrugged and continued to fix up the chair. It's no big deal. I can sleep on it for a couple of nights. Oh well, I heard somewhere that sleeping on the floor is good for your back sometimes. Works out all the kinks and shit. She was bullshitting now, but knowing his gullible nature, he'd probably buy it. A smirk fluttered onto her face when he appeared to be thinking it over. It was almost too easy. Really? That does sound right. Thanks. He moved his sheets from the couch to the floor in front of it, earning a groan from the disabled girl in front of him. God damn it, Naruto, if you're gonna sleep on the fucking floor, then you might as well sleep on the fucking floor in your own goddamn room. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. You don't mind? Taya shook her head and let loose an exasperated sigh. Fuck, he was dense. No, Naruto, I don't mind. Come on. He grabbed his things and followed her into the large room. It took a few minutes to clean up all the paper and trash littered on the floor, but eventually he was able to spread his sleeping bag next to the bed. Yawning, he plopped back onto the makeshift bed and placed his hands behind his head. "Na Taya?" he asked, still looking up at the ceiling. She was currently sitting on his bed, stretching her legs as much as she was able to in her current condition. She paused momentarily to look at him. What? Well, why did you want me to sleep in here? I know I'm not the smartest guy around, but I'm not stupid either. Taya's face unnoticeably flushed in surprise. She was certain that she'd gotten away with it, and slowly leaned back until she was in a position mirroring the boy's own. Don't feel special or anything, I've just never really slept alone before. In the sound, there was always at least one of the fuckers in the room with me. I'm not used to being by myself yet. Why didn't you just say that? The redhead frowned, glaring at him as if it was obvious. Because it's fucking embarrassing. What kind of third-rate shinobi are scared of sleeping by themselves? She watched him close eyes and turn over onto his side, facing the wall away from her. I think that since you were brave enough to admit it, you're stronger than anyone. She felt her cheeks grow warm at the compliment, and lay back on Naruto's bed in silence. She could see why he was called Konoha's #1 surprising ninja. Who would have guessed that the hyperactive blonde idiot actually had a brain? Smirking amusedly to herself, she pulled the sheets over her tired form and closed her eyes. Night, Naruto, she murmured, already feeling her consciousness slipping. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto was smiling happily in his makeshift bed on the floor. For the first time in 13 years, he had someone to say goodnight to other than his photo of Team 7, anyway. Night, Taya. With that, both teens drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the past, present, and the future. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi!